I got you. Let it rap real quick. Look. The city eyes, it's time to both off. My God, a real nigga, cause he wasn't no flaw. Posted on the corner like a watchdog. Family secure, got that shotty in the closet by the mop ball. Fuck what they heard, but tell them it's all true. Be cautious, that foundation forces you fall through. They gon' fall. Look, I keep this shit 50 times 2. Ain't no more heart in this game, I'm John Q. Told it in the ambulance, way above average. Fierce taste, he told him make me an apple tree. Left us in the valley full of bones, this where hope found. Java, come on, man, dark sands get broke down. Riding through Evans to a mall quad, telling me how the crackers turn this child into a ghost town. Focus out, nigga, I lay that game down. My feelings pain, cause nothing is the same now. Never like shine like heaven through a rain cloud. Glock have a fit like my child, so thanks. Try to warn them niggas, we play all like tarantulas. Them mother niggas rap, I make anthems for it. I really seen prophets under this banner. Make my enemies bow down on camera. Told my down, I want it black and white like a panda. I'm better than that nigga that's stronger than the handle. Look, I move like a Brazilian, precious cargo, spirit Asian, but I got a new semi-auto. Wave that bitch around like where's Wardo. Sleep if they won't, I cut through they Z's like I'm Zorro. Pay me for his name, so I gotta keep that steel clutch. Trust me, I'm not what you think I squeeze till it click like Georgia when the heels touch. The world got me dumb, I don't feel much. Bitch, better than baby kid. Remember, I dropped Quiet Storm. I've been gone ever since. Still in the field, fuck them niggas on the fence,
They killed Isaiah 14 and 21. They did the same thing to my people. So that you said that they put millions of my
I don't not let nobody tell you crap. You know why? Because I never saw him before. But you a black man like me. That's right. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General YAHANNA, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
You know, I'm not giving up. Get back one more time. Hey, wrap it out tonight, brothers and sisters. The actual news. I know sometimes it's hard being in America. In the UK and other countries around the world here. You don't know what to do. Watching the news, watching TikTok and Instagram and the news from all kinds of false and fake sources. Well, you tune into Commanding General YAHANNA's show, and he will actually tell you one of the major benefits following the Israelite School of U.P.K. under Commanding General YAHANNA. We're going to give you the real story in here tonight. We're not going to lie to you. We're not going to have some secret agenda to make money. We're going to actually give you the truth about the stories of today. That's right. And that is an absolute blessing unto me. All right? So we'll give you the news stories tonight. We have, right here, we're going to hold it down for Commander General Yahanna, hold it down for General Hazayan. We got General Mayak in here tonight. Give him a hand. We got Officer Yediah. We got Officer, say that again. Ibad. Officer again, Mafamya. Give him a hand. We're going to rock it down here tonight, man. Go through all the stories. Go through what's happening in your world. Officer Yediah, let's go. And so we start with the, we're on the, tonight, we're going into the loud. You want to know whether or not we're going into the bang. We're doing that tonight, like eating my basketball. And killing all those children, right? We're going to go into that tonight. We're going to Cam Newton and Charleston White. Listen, I'm going to give you the full breakdown on Cam Newton and Charleston White. What's happening tonight? I'll give you the full breakdown on Malika Andrews and the oppressor basketball player who is diddling the Kinder, Maya. The Kinder. We're going to go into that tonight in the other story. What happened with you? Get it on. Get it on.
Easy call speculation. He pleaded 100% false after getting made at court. A whole infidelity clause in court. Fucking couple prenup agreement.
So that means that you know who Jeannie Mae is, Maya. Her name used to be Jeannie Mae Jenkins, which is a ridiculous name. It's like Fung Lee, Jenkins. Well, she was married to the rapper Young Beast. She recently divorced him, or he divorced her. They were the entertainment hit couple. Their love was so profound, Maya. So of course now it's time for them to get divorced, like all of your love stories, in like that. But now they're getting divorced, and they had a prenuptial agreement. In the prenuptial agreement, there was an infidelity clause. Like if he had infidelity, if he went out and had sex with another woman, she would get more money. Is that right, Daddy? Oh boy. That Chinese woman was cheating on Young Jeezy. Can't hold down his woman. With an oppressor? That's gangster, Maya. Sounds too gangster to me, but I don't know about that. You told me Young Jeezy got cuckolded by some man? Some man made him a cuckold? Come on. But is Jeezy saying that he divorced her because she committed adultery? What happened to gangster rappers, Mike?
Yeah.
What happened to gangsters, Mike? I mean, boy, oh boy, that's a sad state of affairs. And once again, why is this story so important? Because this, of course, was Young Jeezy who found the better woman, didn't it, Mike? He found the woman that was better than the women from his neighborhood, better from the sisters that he grew up around, better from a Black or Latino woman. He went and found a Chinese woman who was going to be, more elevated, more honorable. She didn't have all that mouth and all that ghetto behavior, right? Oh, she was classy, Maya. She was going to be super classy. Meanwhile, this Chinese woman, can I say Chinese if we don't think about it? This Chinese woman went out and gave her body, gave that nasty rice over to some white man. That's a terrible thing. What does this teach all? If all of you believe interracial marriage is a good idea, use Young Jeezy and Truly's wife as an example of how you could get an elevated woman or a classy woman if you went outside your race. And you'll learn this very basic truth. that if you go outside your race, you're going to get the worst kind of woman. That's what's going to happen. You're not getting a better woman who's nothing like your mother, nothing like your aunt, nothing like your home girl. You're going to get the worst kind of woman. The worst kind of woman is outside of your race. The most evil kind of woman is outside your neighborhood. And if you looked at them and glorified them for their, progressiveness, at the least you should learn a lesson from young Jesus' mistake now. Of course not. Having sex with every nasty Instagram. I see the comments up here on the screen. That's a disgusting thing. A brother, sister Maya, I think her name was, in the class today, Maya, about interracial marriage. The UPK is against interracial marriage. It's against it. Why would you go work hard? It's hard to be married, Maya. Okay. Hard to stay in a relationship forever. So imagine putting all that work in, all that time, all that financial investment into someone who is nothing like your mother, nothing like the sisters that you grew up around, nothing like the women that you always wanted to help growing up as a kid. Why put in that kind of work for a woman that is not your flesh, that is not your blood?
They saying the sound ain't right, you got it. Somebody said we low, another one said we distorted. How's sounding? Give us some ones if we good. Ones if we good, two if we not good.
Can you hear us? Kalamaz Bob, can you hear us? Antoine D.
Are we low or just distorted? Is it terrible sound or we just very low? Do we need volume? We can turn it up if we need it.
Brothers are working it out. They're trying to get that sound together. Just stand by. All right. When we start sounding good, let us know. Let's type a 1 W. Type a 1 W up on the screen if we sound good. All right. We'll wait until then. Anything we should be doing, you guys? Move this microphone over. Type a 1 W if you can hear us.
Do we sound better?
Tamika Shanta. Tamika Shanta.
All right, sounding good. 1 W.
Right.
Okay.
1 W. Get on Adolphus. Adolphus Labs. That's not Adolphus. Adolphus. That's an old name.
Good.
All right, that gotta be your grandfather's name. You got your name Adolphus. That's the great grandfather's name.
Good.
All right. Adolphus, you can hear us, right? Good to go. Let's keep on going. Clap it up. Clap it up. Kazalaya. Bobby Persuade. I.S.U.P.K. Buffalo. Y'all weed. We get it on now. All I was just trying to tell you is that young Jeezy made a terrible mistake that you should not follow after us. It is so much trouble and pain and suffering to start a family. Brothers out there that have decided to have sex with a woman, you might think that you're doing it just for sex. You might think you're doing it to satisfy your own lust. It's a lot of work to be with a woman, huh? A lot of work to raise a child. A lot of work. Why go through that work for some Chinese woman, some white woman? Why don't you better your own race? Well, you work with a young mother. So remember taking out the trash around the house. Think about all the work that you had to do around your crib. Just the trash alone, my God. Let's talk about trash now. Oh, goddamn trash. Oh my God. Like the things that a mom needs a man's bill. Be a handyman around the house. Taking out stuff and bringing it from grocery bags. I'll never forget Commander General YAHANNA. I'm sorry. Commander General YAHANNA, he lived on the 24th floor of the Castle Hill projects, never ran, never will. Castle Hill. And the elevator would go out all the time. And Commander General YAHANNA, being 16, 15 years old, him and his twin brother would run those grocery bags from the first floor lobby to to the 24th floor.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen women who didn't have a man go through. You've seen this. You've seen a mother, you go, damn, man. I know my mom might have had some problems. I didn't even chase away a man because of her behavior. But you see that she needs one. Why? Because you're the one running the groceries up the stairs. You're the one taking out the trash. Now you go and you finally get money. You finally get wealth and prestige. And instead of helping some woman with her groceries, you go help some Chinese woman, some white woman. You're proving yourself. I need bringing out in class. You have the right to decide when you marry me. That is over. That is over. The time of you deciding you marry, you effed up that choice enough. You're done with that. You don't decide who you marry anymore. God will decide. You are going to surrender your freedom for the sake of this house, for the sake of this nation, for the sake of that family. Now look at young Jesus. He has a son. He's going to have to see a white man get out of his mother's bed every morning. A white beat a t-shirt and go downstairs drinking the refrigerator. Sitting on the couch. I'm a white man. God, you're going to marry a Chinese. You're trying to get somebody better than a black woman. He goes and has sex with a white man. Now you're paying the rent on some other house while a white man is having sex with a Chinese man. It's sitting there. You're going to have more problems with the therapist. Again? Is it a son or a daughter? A daughter with her. Right. It's child support. Brothers, give up your freedom. Like, come on, say it aloud. Go ahead. He's right now. You're doing your job. In the court of public opinion. In court, he's going in the court, his lawyer is giving it up. Well, listen, don't be with him. It's a rough deal. I'll give you something easier. Don't have sex with a Chinese woman. Or you can pay some lawyer $1 million. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I hate paying a goddamn lawyer.
Right.
I mean, lawyers I've paid, now my stomach hurts. It makes your stomach hurt to give some lawyer that goddamn money. You can't, your stomach is in pain. And you're handing some lawyer $25,000. Well, if you want to do that, then of course you can do like young Jesus. This is the good news we have in the UPK. Don't have sex with Chinese women. Don't have children with them. Don't have sex with them. Give not your sons to their daughters, and take not their daughters unto your son. Don't have sex with them and save your lawyer's fees. Anything else you got? Young having sex with a woman. Not gangster. Not gangster. Go ahead. Anything else? Music. Had a trailer burger. Eating that trailer burger. This was a hamburger. I don't know what the white men have sex with their money. They make delicious sandwiches. Burgers. Go ahead.
Gangster, you know. So you had all the women and all of them. Can't keep a woman.
In the kitchen, they crispy cheeseburgers. It's like the gangster. Let us be gangster. Leave it to us. You make delicious burgers and try to hold on to your wife. Next.
Black China says she's going to be for her girls to find a woman.
Black China says that she's going to be held accountable. And now this is what I've been asking. I've been trying to ask for a month. First of all, what in the hell is going on OnlyFans? What is it? I learned about it in this class, but I hear everybody saying that blue face is nothing. And woman is saying she's going to be responsible for the OnlyFans. Now, is the OnlyFans prostitution or is it pornography? What is the hell is happening on OnlyFans that makes it a story when somebody goes on? Yeah. Okay, so Blueface, his mom goes on OnlyFans, right? She has an OnlyFans account. Does that mean she's having sex on OnlyFans? She's prostituting herself? What is she doing that makes it so terrible?
Worst case scenario, she's going to be short.
When you say showing her body, do you mean naked or do you mean straight up breast and tail naked?
Now, it's everybody that's on OnlyFans doing that. If there's something outside of that. Okay. But it doesn't get better. It ain't like nobody on there just cooking.
Somebody be on there just dressed scandalously. You know, in a too tight, the dress is too tight, which ain't good, but it's not, pornography. Is that possible or no? Right. The real earners are on there doing what? Everything.
Because I've seen on free videos, maybe YouTube or something, I've seen the women cooking, but they dress. They're
dressed
more than
nasty,
cooking. Yeah.
But they ain't not naked, are they?
Right. And that's free. So OnlyFans is paid, right? Just, okay. So yeah. Oh.
And of course, so many black people and their mothers, they're going on OnlyFans, and they're going on there and that's prostitutes. Or, naked. Right. In 1 month? Doing what? Straight up pornography.
They communicate back and forth. Wow.
That's a terrible thing, and especially the person that feels now, I wonder, we as blacks and Latinos, there's a story coming out every week about some famous person, whose mother or whose wife is going on OnlyFans. And many times people think that it's something, it's part of the black diagnosis, or the black pathology that go on OnlyFans. So our bodies on OnlyFans. I'm going to show you this. One was beside your camera. You're right.
Terrible. That's them lights like up there.
You got them downstairs, you got? I got from the raw wire downstairs. That's the case. Can you hear us out there? Ben Judah. Ben Judah, can you hear us? Wind.
That's some patience, nigga. We got that.
Sound is bad. I don't think it. The law's so what we gonna do? We're not Linda Maria together. What are we gonna do, my uncle?
Yeah, the watch so we good.
Okay, to make it type 1W up there, y'all. 1W, all right? Let's continue. You ready to rock? Go ahead. So this is the woman that was massaging Cameron. She's married to this NBA player. She has an OnlyFans, but she's doing softcore porn or, peep shows up on there, making her money. I'm sure her sister don't seem like she could read too well and nothing. That's why you got to teach women out there, get an education, Maya. You don't want a woman to have no other way to feed herself or to pay her rent. You don't want that. You don't want a young man to have no other way to finance to feed himself. You have got to teach your daughters something that has there, or else they will resort to the thing that they have and always do. And that's their sexuality. Your brother's wife, what else she would do? You can really read. You can't hold a tongue with anybody. Of course, she goes to OnlyFans, and she's poor, and there's some white man out there that will pay $65,000. You'll see her feet. I heard these feet is insane on the damn OnlyFans. You take your shoe off, you're liable to be a goddamn millionaire.
This goes to the point. These are the children of all those Christian parents that said, let the kids decide, let them decide, white Jesus, you understand? And now they growing up deciding. You got to guide your kids. You know what I'm saying? You got to raise your children. You know what they like, you know what they're good at. I know I got kids that, scholars in school, I'm good at it. And I know I got a couple that ain't so good. So I got to guide them in a direction where they get the most out of life, get, the benefits, the most benefits. You can't just let them decide, or I learned this from Deuteronomy and YAHANNA, or they'll eat candy all day, or run in the street, you know what I'm saying?
Somebody else decide. That's a ridiculous notion. Let a child decide what they're going to do. That child grows up to be an adult. That eats candy all day. That does anything that they want to do that's fun.
You can't do nothing but OnlyFans.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Good. Yeah.
If you got some parents, but if your parents are high all day and drugged out, then of course you will learn nothing at all because your mother learned nothing, and your generational curse just continues until someone of courage steps up in your family. Okay, but if I could show you who you get it from, because all of us, let me tell you, so many times we do these stories, and I know out there people like this woman that says she's going to. So many of you think this is part of the black experience. OnlyFans, getting high, hip hop, violence, crime. You think that's part of the black experience. You think it's the black experience to go on OnlyFans, to use your body to get money. No. Every problem that we have, you can trace back to the influence of white people. You can trace back to the influence of the oppressor. There is nothing that we do that's wrong. And you cannot directly trace back to the person we look up to. That's why the Most High God said the stars of heaven are going to be falling to the earth. Because we look up to our oppressor. And he sells drugs, so we sell drugs. The mafia commits crime, so we'll commit crime. They're selfish, so we're selfish. You get my text message, you guys? I'm going to show you. You got women going on OnlyFans, using their body to make money. The guy is going to show you where you get that from right now. You on the phone with somebody else? You got it? He's talking? He's working the thing out with him. Salaki. I need something up on the screen real fast if I could, all right? I just want to show everyone where we get that, where we get OnlyFans from. And why your mama is going on OnlyFans and Blue Face's mother, and basketball player's mother going on OnlyFans. It is not a new thing in the earth for a woman to act like a whore to make money. That's old. That's a very old thing. It's not something invented by us. This is former First Lady. Melania Trump. Have you heard of Melania Trump, everyone? Let me show you Melania Trump. Children to turn their heads. Here's the first lady. Okay. What back up there? Can they see it or is it? You can see it's solid. That's the first one, and that's a chain one. Yeah. This one was the full dress. Naked, but I mean, not really a tail. More of a hair. Melania showing her daily hair. Yeah. That's a bunkum. Melania showing her bunkum. Melania bunkum. Her daily hair. We call it a tail here from my tribe. But it is a bunkum. Her daily hair. Anyway, it's naked as hell. And it's, you can go and keep it. You have to that's one you can go and show. I don't want to show that for righteousness. We all fit that. We all fit that. Now you tell me. Oh, you know. See the damn thing? Hey, I know I'm getting this girl. You. That shit's breaking. That's like that, people in the comments say that stuff. I don't listen to nothing anybody say. But you know. All right. My point is, if you get this from our press, don't look at yourself like this. You love Melania Trump. You love Marilyn Monroe. You love Playboy. You love Kansas. We love how we have good families. If we're not in the truth, we can do what white people would do to get money. It's like Melania. It's like the first lady, all right? Go ahead. Anything else? Please.
One of the 3 Palestinian students shot in Vermont is paralyzed from the shooting, his mother said.
Commander YAHANNA did that show, I think, a week or 2 or something ago, my yacht. There was some Palestinian men, they out there with their nice rags on their heads, like having a wonderful time. Some oppressor comes up and unalive them. He didn't unalive them, but the one who made it, I think, is paralyzed now from the next one. And that's a terrible thing. And that's why every Palestinian just works hard so that Israelites do the I.S.U.P.K is the next government. Because otherwise, there will be no peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians without black people creating that country, without Mexicans creating peace on earth. Having the Palestinians, the Arabs, the Europeans, haven't they had enough time to try to make this world a better place? Give us a turn. Every day, you turn the news on, it's ridiculous. I'm coming down here in the car, coming here. The Israelis bombed the last bakery in Palestine that people could come to get bread, to get fed. They bombed it late last night. Right now, the Palestinians are climbing through the rubble and the rock, trying to find bags of flour to take to their homes to try to survive. White people are terrible at being in charge. That's just that. Yeah, right. They're horrible at it. Give us a chance. What did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump, when he won the election, said to black people, why don't you give the Republicans a chance? How much worse can it get? Yeah. Well, white people, Arab people, this is what I have to ask you. Why don't you let black people run the earth? Right. How much worse can it get? Yeah. What do you got to lose? What do you got to lose? Let a Mexican run your country. Yeah. Let a Guatemalan run your country. Let a Haitian run your land. What do you have to lose? We will fix the war in the Middle East. We'll fix it. Yeah. We'll give the Palestinians their own land. The Bible says that, man. The Bible says that every man will return to his own land. There is a land that God gave the Palestinians. The problem is only black people can make sure you get that land. Yeah. That's just a fact. No act will ever bring Palestine their own homeland. No one will ever do that. Because your Arab leaders are paid by the Israelis. Am I saying something that's not true? Palestinians out there, you type in. All of your Arab leaders are the Russians, they're working for the Americans. Now, you Palestinians, listen, you tell me why. You know it's true. An Arab free Palestine. How can a Jewish person free Palestine? They're corrupt. They take bribes and they're selfish. Blacks and Latinos will absolutely bring peace to the Middle East. There will never be war again. They will never fight again. There will never be any oppression. The world finally will be at peace once black people rule the world, once Hispanics rule the world. You Palestinians, I want you to join us in making sure that black people rule the world. I want you to join us. I want you to support us. I want you to make videos saying, we need black people to be in charge of the Middle East. We need black people to be in charge of Europe. We're the kind people of the world. We're the merciful souls of this world. Give us the reins of leadership. There will be no more bombings. There'll be no hatred. There'll be no hunger if niggers rule the world. There'll be no hunger if SPICs rule the world. There'll be no famine. There'll be no strife. But as long as you govern yourself, man, you're going to fight it out. You're going to hate each other.
I think of that Palestinian woman who just drove her car into our school, I.S.U.P.K, Indianapolis. And she cried afterwards, said, I only did it because the babies are dying every night and I see them die every night and I want to take my own life. But if she was smart, she would be there saying, please, y'all got to hurry up and rule. The babies are dying. I see them every night. We need black people to rule. That's what she would have been saying. If you Palestinians love your babies and you want them to live and you want them to be well and you want everybody to prosper, what the general's saying is right. You need blacks and Hispanics to rule this earth, man. This earth needs to be taken back by our black king yesterday if you want peace, if you love your babies.
Damn sure right. Let me see what Carrie and Google is trying to say. Next week at this, I hope that the journal will speak about the football player, Von Miller, choking his white Edomite girlfriend that told the 911 officer he beat her up, then recanted. Guy, what you know about that? You hear that, Carrie McGoogle? The guy said that story is not correct. He said his woman is a sister. So we'll have Officer Yediah, he'll look into the whole story, Carrie McGoogle. And we absolutely will cover. We'll cover it next week or this week or in the week. We'll cover it. If you brothers and sisters have stories that you want us to go over, man, type it in. Tell somebody about it. We'll go into those stories, all right? Aya Rib of Mataza. Is that right, Maya?
Mataza'a.
Mataza'a. I see you, sister. D. Shawnee Small, giving us the salute. Yahweh Shamar I.S.U.P.K. That's an old salute, man. The UPK has had since 1969. It's Hebrew. And may the Lord watch over you in the name of Yahweh Shai. Somebody give me that in Spanish. Give me our women's salute in Spanish, Dr. Carr. If you're out there, let me know, all right? Or any other, or there's a sister out there that speaks Espanol, that hablas Espanol. You can type it in as well, all right? You die in that story. Also, I'm waiting to see if I hear a Palestinian that fights for black people to rule the Middle East, to rule the world. I want to hear you on it. We need your support. We need you coming up to us, giving us donations, and telling the CNN and telling the news organizations that the only way to fix the problems in the Middle East is if the black people in America rule the Middle East, is if the Mexicans rule the Middle East, is if the Haitians rule the Middle East. Man, you got to fight for it, man. You got to get out there and fight so black people can rule the planet Earth. You got to give us your support, and you got to tell your leaders in the news media that you want black people to rule your countries. You got to do it, or else the babies are going to die. Or else those poor Palestinian babies will not live to see another day because you didn't fight to make sure that niggers rule the Middle East. You got to do it.
Many years ago, an Egyptian named Gumnon Nasir.
That's what he did.
He made an announcement and proclaimed. He said he will never accept Jewish people because how could the Jews leave out of here black and then return white. He made that statement, and it was national. It went national in one of his speeches, man. You understand? So we need that kind of support. And now just tweak it a little bit. We want them, not only should they return back to their land, but they should rule this earth and make all the decisions of the earth. And then finally, all people can have peace.
That's it. That's all we really want, man.
Yeah.
All we want is peace on earth. But we know how to achieve the peace that you are unable to achieve. You got to see that by now. You Arabs and white people cannot get along. You're too violent. You white people and Arabs are just too violent. You need peaceful people from Brooklyn, from Harlem, from Queens, from North Philly, from South Central Los Angeles, from the Rio Grande Valley, from Negro. What's the place over there in Acuna? Piedras Negras, I believe that's the name of it. Is that it? You need peaceful people from those places to rule Palestine. Okay. Because you tried to have peace, I mean, since the damn Crusades. You got to stop. You got to stop doing that. You can't get along. Okay. You're too violent. You don't know how to come together. You don't know how to forgive each other, Arabs and white people. Stop your gang banging. Right. You Arabs and you white people, all you do is gang bang. Right. You've been doing it forever.
Bunch of thugs.
Bunch of damn thugs. Shooting each other all day, killing the babies in the street. Put the guns down.
When does it stop?
When will the violence? Oh, damn it. Put the weapons down and love each other. You got to love each other. Good. We'll teach you how to love each other. We're going to get some brothers from South and Central Los Angeles. We're going to get the Dull Hall. There's some brothers from Florence and Normandy down there in Los Angeles. And they're going to go over to the Middle East. And they're going to teach you Arabs and white people how to be nice to each other. How to be kind to one another. We're going to get some brothers from Chicago, from the Wild Hunnets, from 63rd Street, 60th Street. And they're going to teach you white people in the land of Israel to be nice, to stop this violence.
It's time to break the generational curse. Break the generational curse. The Israelis, you hate the Arabs, and so you take their lives. And then the Arabs, of course, you mad one day, you decide to take the Israelis' lives. Now you're taking each other lives. When does it end? When our brothers and sisters come into the I.S.U.P.K, we teach them to break the generational curse of our families. And that way we can serve Christ, serve the Most High in purity and be right. And we the only ones that's doing that, man. But we try to teach the world. You understand? And you Israelis, you Arabs, you know, you're no different. You got to learn that lesson too. You got to learn that lesson too. And that's why the right people got to rule so you can be taught right. So
that's the truth. That's just the truth. I don't know what else to do. You die, please.
So I made up on the TikTok comments. You got some errors in the comments that agree with everything you were talking about.
Give him a hand. What's his name? Palau. Palau and Masad. Give Palau and Masad a hand. We care about the babies. Palau and Masad, they care about the children.
Right.
The children are the future.
God.
Okay, and we got to do better as a people. And we're going to help you Arabs and white people have a better future. All right? We'll help you have a good future. Good job, Palau and Masad. I appreciate you too. All right, next question.
Pentagon says U.S. warships, commercial vessel under attack in Red Sea.
You see that, Maya? You see that? U.S. warships under attack. Who's attacking it?
The Pentagon said Sunday U.S. warships and multiple commercial vessels are under attack in the Red Sea. The development signifies a serious escalation in a series of maritime attacks in the Middle East linked to the Israel-Hamas war.
And these are merchant ships? Is that what you just said? What's the commerce?
Maritime attacks.
Maritime attacks usually means commercial ships, right? Maritime. And that's not good, brothers and sisters, if you want this world to continue, because that is exactly what happened at the beginning of World War II. In the beginning of World War II, German U-boats began to attack the merchant ships to stop the flow of supplies coming from America into England. So they begin to just destroy German U-boats, meaning what they used to call U-boats are actually submarines, right? U-boats mean underwater boats, right? And they would attack all of the merchant ships. And brother, they were attacking them and destroying, I think, 75% of them, because they wanted to stop America from sending Great Britain supplies, because Great Britain was at war with Germany. And when they begin to attack those commercial ships, that's the prelude to them attacking the military ships. That's how it starts. Because since they're not military ships, you can sink one without it being necessarily an act of war. You get my point? It could just be considered a crime. You understand? Like, you sunk a ship. Since it's not a military ship, they could call it a crime according to their rules of engagement. If you attack a military ship, it's an act of war. All right. That's how World War II started. This is the prelude to the Third World War. It's happening right in front of you. It's happening. We are at the beginning of the Third World War, and it is happening true to form to every other war that has ever happened. It starts like this. It starts with a small disagreement. Also, I saw something on the news today where they released women and children from the Israelis that were being held hostage by Hamas. Hamas, or the Palestinians, released the women and the children, or at least a great number of them. And you know what the women and children said, so-called? The women said that they were raped. Damn it. The women said that they were abused. That's what they actually said, that they were abused, right? And you know, the Israelis came on the news today, and they said, you've abused our women. You've been abusing our women. Who out there supports the abuse of women? That is World War I. That's how it started. That's how the Vietnamese War started. They begin to say, you know, they ripped the skirt off of one of our wives. They abused our woman. When people start talking about another country abusing a woman, that is how wars start. Go do your research. I've done it. That's how the Vietnamese War started. That's how World War I started. It starts with, you know, some duke, some Ferdinand Duke gets assassinated. And somehow some woman got, you know, they went up her skirt. They grabbed her butt. That makes the working man get all angry. You know, the factory worker, the brother who drinks a beer down at the bar. When he hears about a woman getting assaulted, he's ready to go invade that country. That's how they get the simpletons of the masses behind the war effort, by saying some woman got assaulted. It's on the news today. Go turn the news on. All you're going to hear is these women who were released, they were sexually assaulted. We got to do something about it, y'all. And that's how you idiots who drink beer in a bar will get angry enough to go ahead and sign up and go fight over there in the Middle East. The Third World War is about to happen. It's about to happen. You have got to prepare for it. And unlike, you know, what, you know, Joe Rogan and your silly preppers are telling you on the news, there's no way to prepare for it of your own power. There's nothing you could do of your own power to stop destruction designed by God. There is a supernatural defense to surviving the Third World War. They're going to get dragged out of that bomb shelter. You go into the into space in a space station, you're going to be dragged out of that space station. This is a supernatural judgment.
Right. You can go deep as you want in that water, and some underwater cavern you done got stationed. We coming to get you.
Let's believe. There's a nigga swimming down there to come get you out that space station. I think his name is Captain Akkad Abirine.
Got it, white guy. Yes.
Knock, knock, knock.
Like, who is knocking?
That's a guy. If I was you, I'd be spared all of that. I don't want to know that, man. You know, I would get right with the Lord. Okay, you got to get right with the Most High. What does that mean? If you're Black and Latino, you got to change your life. You got to come into the Israelite school of UPK. You have to follow our prudent and wise instructions. You got to keep the commandments of God. You got to change yourself. because you want to live. If you're an Arab or a Palestinian, you have to fall under the leadership and guidance of Blacks and Latinos. You have to do it. You have to do it. Your life is in peril. I'm just telling you out of kindness. That's all. All right, next. If you're ready, let's get it on.
So Israel is giving Malika Andrews and Stephen A. hell because once it's actually brought up with the Miller situation, Malika Andrews and Stephen A. Smith and all of the hosts of ESPN got together about what allegedly would happen with Von Miller. They have not addressed what happened with the Oklahoma City's devil player named Josh Giddey, who is 21 years old, who's caught with a 15-year-old girl.
And what are his stats? Josh,
he was averaging 15 on over.
Yeah,
I missed it.
that was a good one you thought.
He was.
Tell him again. On and off the court, he averaged 15. That was a terrible white man. So Malika Andrews, so you know, Maya, she's a reporter on ESPN. Now she's famous because whenever a black man has even the hint of some type of scandal concerning a woman or domestic violence, she jumps on it and condemns the black man without any evidence before the case is carried out, anything. And she slams and slanders the black man, and people start to notice how biased she is against black men, right? In essence, she's the black woman conservative, trying to show white people that she is willing to go against her own people to make white people happy. She's a baby Candace Owens. That's Malika Andrews. Her and Candace Owens are fighting for the same job at Fox News. I can guarantee it. Before you know it, Malika Andrews will get hired by Fox News. What's her name? Candace Owens probably lost her opportunity because she recently came against the Israelis. So she probably will not get a Fox News job. But Malika Andrews is stepping up to try to get hired by Fox News. Well, Stephen A. Smith came against her because he even began to say, come on.
He tried to defend her.
Oh, he
everybody was like getting on her, right? So there was a young brother that was drafted by Charlotte Horner, Brandon Miller, that she brought up like something that happened with him in his past, and he wasn't even involved in. They said he was involved with with somebody with a firearm, and he wasn't even there. And on the day that young brother got drafted, she still brought that controversy up. It was proven it wasn't him. He wasn't involved, but she still went out of her way to slander him. And if I may, sir, just to add to the nonsense with Malika Andrews and Stephen A. How they're quick to talk about this and condemn, Brandon Miller and Von Miller, and I talk about Josh Giddey. While they sent Kyrie Irving home.
What do you do?
They sent Kyrie Irving home over a retweet, and Ja Morant is sitting at home right now suspended and committed no crime because he had a legal firearm that he showed on this.
Ja Morant still is not playing basketball?
He has about 26 or 7 more games left.
They fined him 26 games for having a legal gun? Damn, I didn't know that, Maya. Which once again shows you really these suspensions are just based on what will white people think, it makes them happy. Because it's a delicate balance with sports in America, Maya. It's the same way it was for the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire had blacks and Latinos as slaves fighting in the Colosseum, right? So they were vaunted for their physical prowess and for their ability to fight. At the same time, you didn't want the white Roman to feel inferior. So it's like a delicate dance. He's great. He can jump higher. He can fight. He's physically better. But I'm still the one paying the bills. I'm still the one whose tickets you need. And so the Roman Empire always made them slaves, made them nothing, but yet cheered their physical abilities. And America does the same thing. America knows that the players are 75 to 80% black, but the people who pay the tickets and who watch it online are 80% white. So what do? White people have to clap for your achievements, but never feel like you're better than them. And that's why they do things like this to black and Latino athletes. It's to keep that delicate balance of they're great, but they're not better than the white man sitting at home watching on the couch. Yeah. And they have to do that. So things like this have to happen. If one of them steps out of line, if one of them does anything that might make a white man sitting in a bar feel like we think we're better than him, then they have to punish you. So if we're going to give you the money and give you the applause, you better be a good boy. Because you can never let that short white man sitting in a bar think that you think you're better than him. And you damn sure can't be doing anything, that seems too masculine, that seems like, that you think you're the masculine male figure. That's important in the minds of white men. In the minds of white men, somehow they still think that they're the more masculine man, though you're bigger, stronger, taller, and faster. This is how. Because you stay in line at their pleasure. You make sure that you do nothing that is wrong in their eyes. John Morant did nothing wrong. He committed no crime at all. He showed a gun in a country where guns are legal. And everybody has a gun. Do I have to go on YouTube and show you all the gun sites on YouTube? Do I have to show you a 5-year-old girl killing a deer? You know I can do that. Show it to me. Show me a 5-year-old girl killing a deer. All right. Show me 1,000. This is 1,000 times. Guns are legal in America. Legal. There are 12 million guns in America. Legal guns. You can buy it like you buy a phone. It's nothing. Ja Morant showed a gun. He got suspended from his job. On camera? Let me show you something here. Show you 100 videos, okay, of a 5-year-old killing something. A child is going to kill something. There's a gun, and they're going to use that gun to take the life of an animal. Whenever you're ready, fast forward to the child.
Without seeing a deer.
But on the morning of November 11th,
the news is vaunting the achievement. She did it in one shot. She's a little girl. That's a gun in her hand. Y'all realize that? She ain't use it to show nobody. She took it out to the woods and killed a deer. She unalived 2 deer. Unalived 2 deer. She gonna get suspended from school or something? Suspended from daycare? Will they suspend her from kindergarten? White people, stop being threatened by white people, by black people. Stop it. Come on, you're all right. You don't have to suspend everybody. I still ain't sure about that Ray Rice thing, my kids don't remember that. I still gotta ask Commander General YAHANNA about that. Because as far as I could tell, she hit him and he defended himself. As far as I could tell. Now, I don't know, I'm no lawyer, and I gotta get Commander General YAHANNA's breakdown on it. But I think the woman came and punched him. He or she, of course, left herself open for the counter, for the counter right hand. And he dropped her. It looked like self-defense. Was it, gentlemanly? No. Was it merciful? No. I don't know if it's a crime to hit someone that's hitting you. Now, you got to ask your lawyers about that one. You die.
My basic report, I was so heavy on why everyone is really giving Stephen A. Smith hell, because he's not saying anything about the Doc situation. But when Dana White, the Edomite that owned the UFC, when he went out and gave his wife the 2-piece in Las Vegas in the MGM, he went on national television and said, Dana White is my friend. We don't know the whole story.
Stephen A. Smith did that. Stephen A. Smith is not known to be a man of integrity, okay? No. That's going into the one I wanted to get into about Charleston White. Okay. let me this is going into, are we ready to do Charleston White or is it too early? Okay, what else do we have besides Charleston White? Let's do a few more. But remember, the Stephen A. White story, keep this in your brains out there, people. The Stephen A. White story, people are mad at Stephen A. White, Stephen A. Smith, because he is not fair with black people. They're mad at Malika Andrews for the same thing. This is the exact same story as Charleston White and Cam Newton and Deion Sanders. All of these things are the same thing. Also, I need a song for you to play in a second. The song is called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised" by Gil Scott-Heron. You're going to play a few minutes of that, or a minute of that, all right? Because all of these things are connected. Puff Diddy, Charleston White, Deion Sanders, and Stephen A. Smith. They're all connected. And Frank Sinatra, all connected. Give me another one that's the same story. Oprah, all connected, all right? Before we get into it, we'll do it about 10:15 or 10:30, whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Derek Chauvin, stabbing suspect reveals intent to kill disgraced officer was in honor of Black Lives Matter movement.
Ooh, man, let me tell you what the brother said. You know, not that I condone anything like that, but let's give him a hand just to already in prison. Because let me tell you something. Prison is a terrible place, right? Prison is a terrible place. And according to this story, what Mathumia just bring out, right, is that the brother who stabbed, I can't say stabbed. Yeah, I said it just now. The brother who assaulted Derek Chauvin, you know, Derek Chauvin is the one that put his knee on George Floyd's back. He's in prison, of course, for unaliving George Floyd. A Mexican brother saw him, brother, in that commissary line, in that lunchroom, and decided to hit him up, but good, 22 times. Derek Chauvin lived, which means these weren't real penetrations; these were scrapes and nicks and things like that. If you ever got I can't say the S word. If you ever got a charge with a piercing, any little scrape, they call it S word. Right? If it's just a scrape, a nick, right? They call it an S. I can't say it because of this TikTok, all right? But you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, he hit him up 22 times, right? And he said he did it to support the Black Lives Matter movement. That's what he said. Now, this brother is Mexican, and I understand that his heart was in the right place. This brother was not in the truth, Maya. No. He didn't know the real way to support Black people. But the brother was trying in his own way, and he doesn't know better. And we should all give him kindness and understand that he was trying to do the right thing for his Black brothers and sisters. He just didn't know actually how to, all right? And that's why we should give him a hand, give him another hand, all right? All right. Because he was trying, man. And maybe there was extenuating circumstances. Maybe he's saying that, but maybe once he talked to his lawyer, he'll realize that really Derek Chauvin was threatening him and was actually trying to assault him. God. Maybe even that weapon actually belonged to Derek Chauvin. God. All of that is quite a possibility. And of course, he's talking. He should have never said this. He should have shut his mouth and only spoke through his attorney. You brothers out there fighting cases, I know you got a good heart. And I know you want to say, when you get a lawyer, they will tell you, don't say things like this. Don't do this. Don't talk. So if you're the family, Kayate, what is mouth? Boca? Boca, Yashikar, what does it mean to shut your mouth? Kayate boca or something like that. Shut your mouth, brother. Don't tell anybody anything. More than likely, Derek Chauvin tried to assault you. Right. You took the weapon from Derek Chauvin and used it against him, but he was trying to poke you. Why? Because Derek Chauvin is a proven racist. And Derek Chauvin was trying to attack him. That's what probably happened once they look into the story. Sounds right. Sounds like that probably happened. Cállate la boca. Cállate la boca, Yashikar. Shut your mouth. Let your lawyer speak for you. But I understand your heart is in the right place, and give him another hand. All right, you died.
Eastern states are more likely to be exposed to extreme weather events and overall population.
Yeah, I mean, Mayak, I don't know what I can tell you about her. This is called climate racism. You know that's a real thing, Mayak. You can go to college and learn climate racism. It is hotter in black communities, down on you more, in a black neighborhood. Yeah. This is not hyperbole. This is not black tough talk, UPK talk. This is a real study. They also explain it like in a Hurricane Katrina, where in black and Latino neighborhoods, if there's a flood, you're not the logical reason for it. They begin to explain the carnal reason is because of where these neighborhoods are built. They're usually built in a low flood plains, like in Houston. That's why all those black people were in Houston fighting to get inside that church, and that white man drowning because their neighborhoods are below the floodplain because it's the cheaper land. And they chased you out of the best neighborhoods back in the 60s. They ran you out of your neighborhoods with a cross brand, and racism from police and even crime are just happening to you. Those things happen so they can take your neighborhood from you. So they can get your neighborhood and take it. Well, that happened back in the 60s. So now we run out of this neighborhood because we're getting beat up and getting oppressed. We run down into this neighborhood down bottom, down low. And when there's a flood, everybody drowns. What happens in the northern cities? You said northeast or southeast? South. That's Arizona, Mayak, where it's 115 degrees. The homeless people out there are unalived on the sidewalks, frying on the sidewalks in Arizona. Why? Because in black communities, they cut down the trees. I remember when it happened in my neighborhood growing up, Mayak. We had trees, and you come outside and the city is just cutting down every tree. And they give you some reason, like it's because of the power lines or the phone lines, and they just cut down every tree in the ghetto. And then the cement gets so hot, the asphalt on the roofs gets so hot, and of course you can't afford an air conditioner. And now your grandmama's dead. And it's called climate racism. What is it spiritually? It's the curse from the Lord our God. We're cursed. Cursed shall thou be in the city, cursed shall thou be in the field. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy womb, cursed shall be the fruit of thy labor. Cursed shall thou be when thou goest out, and when thou comest in, forevermore. That's in the Bible. We're cursed. I would have you end this curse in the name of Jesus Christ by changing, by becoming a people worth saving, by becoming a people worth being alive. But if not, your very neighborhood is going to burn you to death. That's what's going to happen. Because you live in this neighborhood, you're going to die. The heat is going to affect you in a very negative way until you'd be unalived, Maya. Well, before you bring this up, I cannot go another week without somebody explaining this to me. Your daughter, you got to help me tonight. What in the hell is this? Ooh, that food is good. Ooh, that's delicious. Ooh, in the F is that? I'm on my phone, this has been happening in about 3 weeks. And some black woman is just, ooh, thank you, so-and-so. Ooh, it's so good. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And she's like acting like a video game. She does this. But the Command General YAHANNA about it. I said, what the hell is this happening here? And me and him are looking at it like, maybe the brothers like to, this is what the General YAHANNA said. He said, maybe the sister is trying to get a man. So she knows the brothers only want to have relations with video game characters. So then the woman goes on the thing and just goes, oh, that's so good. But now this is what I don't get. I can tell that people are like feeding her somehow. Like somehow people are typing like, oh, let's get to that after this, okay? But I just had to say it because every week I forget for somebody to tell me what in the hell that is. We're going to finish the stories. But at the end of this, you're going to break this down. Okay, please. Okay, now that I said it, then at least it's out and somebody can help All right, go ahead. Taj Rice, Barack, Fahma, Young Man Jaheen, YAHANNA, ice cream so good. That's what the woman says. Ice cream so good. That's what they say. They go, oh, ice cream so good. Oh, ice cream so good. Oh, ice cream so good. But a woman ain't eating no ice cream, man. But if somehow people are feeding her ice cream, somehow they giving her ice cream virtually, and she just sit there and she just eat the make-believe ice cream. Oh, ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. Listen, I can't get down this road. Okay, because this, I know once I start this, that's it. Because I don't understand. I need to understand things, but I don't understand things. Okay, we're getting to that. She acts like the game Sims. Now I heard of that, but I've never seen Sims. Okay, all right. We'll get into that 1 second. Yagadar in Deshaun County, all right? Solid. And Zataj Rice. And then give me some videos of the broads up there doing if you get. Go ahead, because we got to get into Stephen A. Smith and the Malik Andrews too, and that Negro that talks a lot. Charleston, what? Go ahead.
Migrants in Chicago attacked by we need jobs.
See, my yacht already going down there. That's how I start my yacht. Before you know it, 3 hours went by. I go, what the hell is this? What's she eating? Where's ice cream? What's she licking? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Migrants in Chicago attacked Biden for ignoring them. We need job permits too.
Yeah, this is a lot of ignorant Judites in Chicago. A lot of ignorant Judites in Chicago and New York are somehow mad at the migrants because the migrants are getting homeless shelter and they're getting housing. And of course, Judites in Chicago and in New York, when I say Judites, I mean black people, are angry at the immigrants and giving them low-income housing. Let me ask you a question, black people. For you black people out there that are angry at the migrants because they're getting free beds in a homeless shelter and because they're getting to live in projects and because they're getting city funding to help them in their poverty, let me ask you a question. You've been here for 400 years. If there were no migrants, would the city give the money to black people? Huh? Who wants to answer that question online? Because clearly the Mexicans are stealing all the money in New York, they're stealing all the money in Chicago. All I want to know is this question. The money that America is spending on the immigrants, the housing, the food, the housing programs. If there were no immigrants, would America give that money to black people? Let's see if someone types it up on the screen. Because constantly, black people in the world will say, you can't give this money to the immigrants. We're American citizens. You don't give us this money. You don't give us housing. You don't give us free things, but you're spending that money on those immigrants. If they don't give the money to the immigrants, will they give the money to black people? What are you looking for, you guys? Can I see this in the chat room? Unless you need this. If you need this, let me know. Go ahead, take your time. Let me see if someone answers the question online. So Deshaun County said, hell no. What about getting mad with the gentrification? Hell no. Brown Hornets, hell, 1975, hell no. Adolphus Last, never. T. Will Williams, never. Black Dazzle, absolutely not. So what in the hell are you complaining about? If they don't give the money to the immigrants, guess what? They'll spend it on the space program again. So they'll spend it so they can go up to Saturn. They'll spend it on the military. Where's my Alexa at? Alexa, how much money does the United States government spend
In 2021, the U.S. government spent $801 billion on the military,
Baba
which
did
is a decrease of 1.4% from 2020.
$800 billion in a year, Mayak. Do you want your brain to get around that? Because I don't think your brain is there. Okay, it's a 1% decrease from the year. We should be thankful for that.
Good.
In 1 year, $800 billion. What are you mad because the immigrants are getting a free lunch? Because they're getting soup and sandwiches? Because they're getting a project apartment? You see, you hate who you're told to hate. You don't hate the military. You don't hate the space program. The white man says there's aliens. I wonder why there's aliens now. All of a sudden there's aliens everywhere, Maya. Aliens all over the sky. Let me think. What if there are aliens? Then we need to spend some money on fighting these aliens, don't we, Maya? We got to get to the bottom of this.
Makes sense.
We might need to put some more money into the military.
Yeah.
We down 1%. We might need to increase it because we got to find out where these aliens is coming from. You mad at a Mexican little woman crawling over here across the damn river because they're giving her money? Well, if they stop giving it to her, will they give it to your daughter? No. They haven't been giving you money for 400 years. You had to protest and burn down cities to get civil rights. You think they'll give you money? They're giving the Mexicans money because right now, in this current moment, there is political expedience to give Mexicans a crumb. In 2 years, that expedience will be gone. There's been that same expedience to give you projects. Schools. Where in the hell do you think public schools came from? Black people had to fight and beg to get public schools. They had to go through the Supreme Court to get public schools. Four little black girls had to try to go to a high school, and that's every once in a while. The political parties are fighting over us, and because they're fighting over us, one side will give us a penny to make the other side angry. That's where we got public schools, where we got projects from as black people. That's where we got welfare from as black people. Then it stopped. In a minute, there will be no help for the Mexicans for a year. They might get to eat. Why are you angry at them? Be angry at the military. Be angry at the space program. Be angry at them. I gotta go, Maya. All right, next story. Let's do it.
Recently over the weekend, sir.
Now, I didn't watch any of these videos. So I don't know if anybody else has seen these. Show me the controversy. Show me, I'm gonna let them play. Just show me what in the hell, why this matters and what's going on with this, all right?
I don't know if I can play certainly,
Take it, do your thing.
I can, break down what's going on. Charleston White. Charleston White's controversy.
Well, I forgot one thing. This Saturday, Mayak, General Kathumgabar is leading men out to a homeless shelter to go feed the immigrants in New York City, because the immigrants in New York are so hated by the oppressors in New York, hated by them. So Commanding General YAHANNA is sending General Kathumgabar and a crew of men out to New York to feed the immigrants out in New York City. And don't worry, we're paying for it. So you don't have to get angry and write your congressman and get mad at the mayor. Commanding General YAHANNA is paying for it.
Yeah.
So you can relax. This Saturday where it will be, so you can help those brothers feed those immigrants and extend to them our hospitality. All right? Go ahead. No problem.
I'm queuing up right now. So they had their Camden and his podcast this past weekend. He had Charles. Hilarious.
Get out of here.
Hilarious.
Go ahead.
And the clip I'm getting ready to play was something that, a question that you proposed to Israel. Charles White's harsh comments about Will Smith, calling Will Smith sodomite, female dog, and he hates Beyonce.
Go ahead.
He's a lot, so You would look right now, sir.
But even though Deion Sanders had, I would suggest you say in that statement. I ain't gonna say per se fuck Deion, but look, let's leave that part out.
I'm saying it.
That no, but even though Deion Sanders had to make a professional decision to go chase a bag that Jackson State didn't necessarily have, let's not forget about the other HBCU coaches that's good.
Deion knew they didn't have the bag when he took that on. It was already an agreement that we know we go struggle. He even agreed to give portions of that to that facility. He already knew this. The white folk just came and do what they always do. Come get the nigga and take the attention that he would go bring on the HBCU. Now this big old light that could have been on these HBCU is now on this one white school that's 92% white. Well, and I ain't really saying fuck Deion. I'm telling black people to say fuck Deion.
They won't.
Well, we took our love and our support to Colorado and we forgot about all these HBCUs that's winning or losing.
So let me ask you this. If you was in Deion Sanders' situation, you would have stayed at Jackson State?
No.
You clap it up for him, man. Now, this is Charleston White. He's very popular on the internet, Charleston White, right? Charleston White, of course, he says outlandish things, okay, and he's very popular on the internet. Now, here's what you have to understand. I'm going to try to make you understand this. This is difficult to understand when you're poor, okay? Now, but just give this a shot, right? When you're poor. Charleston White, Deion Sanders, the Colorado football team, the black HBCU football team, Cam Newton, Stephen A. Smith, Oprah Winfrey, P. Diddy are all entertainers. And none of this bullshit means anything. This is nothing. This occupies your life when you're a commoner. Charleston White is doing a performance. Do you understand? It's a performance. It's 870s. And give me Andy Kaufman wrestling. Look up on your phone. Andy Kaufman wrestling women and speaking about women. Andy Kaufman was a comedian. And he would go out to wrestling matches and challenge women to wrestle him. And he would say, women ain't nothing. I hate women. I can't stand women. I'll beat any woman up. And everybody got so angry about it. And women would come try to wrestle him. And he'd knock them out and throw women all across the ring. And he got so much publicity for saying something that people would pay attention to that was outlandish. Yeah. Charleston White is a comedian, brothers. That's it. You don't have to live your life based on his advice. Right? I know you think you do, right? You think, let me tell you what you did. You voted based on who Puff Daddy told you to vote for. Puff Daddy said to vote for Barack Obama. I've never understood why a singer or a rapper gives good political advice. That one used to boggle my mind. Now, if I want some rap, I'll go to Puff Daddy. I don't know if he chooses my governor. I don't know what in rap makes him qualified to choose my governor. But guess what? Frank Sinatra got John Kennedy elected in the 1963 election. Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe came out and sung "Happy Birthday, Mr. President." And John Kennedy got elected because Marilyn Monroe sung for him. And Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. did benefits for him. Common people want celebrities to make your most important decisions. They can't do that for you. They sing for a living. They're not theologians. They're not economists. They're not civil rights leaders. They dance and do comedy. Why in the hell would you let Deion Sanders or Cam Newton choose who you support politically? How in the hell could they know? Brothers, I love you so much, but sports is entertainment now. It is not important now. It's entertainment. Can you watch it? Hell yeah, for entertainment. Just like you can play a video game for entertainment. Just like you can go see a play. Just like you can watch sports. It is not politically important. Their opinion about political issues means nothing because they're not politicians. They're not economists. They're not reverends or moral leaders. They're comedians. Charleston White does comedy venues. Do I have to look that up, Nayak? I have never done it. I could do it right here. Can you tell me if Charleston White is performing someplace in a comedy venue near you? He's a comedian. What are you going to do? Base your opinion on politics and black universities based on Charleston White? Or will you love a university because of the football team? Is that what you'll do? So the football team is how you decide what is a good college. Lord, Mayak, I'm trying to help. But this is difficult to understand. Why? Because the poor have nothing in life but entertainment. They don't have anything else. Which is why, brothers, I'm going to try to give you one more thing. You have got to be more ambitious for yourself. Be ambitious. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. This is Charleston White. Sean got on. What the F does that mean? Sean Cotton, Jesus Christ. Sean Cotton presents Charleston White and Friends. See, he's a comedian. I don't need his help politically. Good. Listen, I might go to the show and laugh at the brother. It's funny. There's nothing wrong with that. I might watch a football game. I don't determine who's governor or president based on it. That it's two different things. And I've never understood, since I've been in the truth, on why you give a damn about what some celebrity says. You should care about Cam Newton's opinion on throwing a football. Cam Newton could probably teach you how to throw a football. That now you're talking. Now Cam Newton says this and throw it like this. Catch it like that. What in the hell do you care what Cam Newton says about politics? You die.
They won't let Cam throw football. Like Cam is getting white ball just like Cam did. But Josh Giddey can play every 15 on the.
Here we go. Because it's about politics. Josh Giddey is that one that's being with the kinders, with the children, the 15-year-olds. He's playing basketball. Cam Newton cannot play basketball for some political reason. You know, because I'm sure he's doing something they don't like to do. Is that right, you die? Oh, right. He had the podcast. You got the dreadlocks and the oh, your phone says low battery right here. Let me show you something. You might think this is a new problem. It's not. Once again, if you want to look up Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe, that is how John Kennedy became president. You know who else was very instrumental in getting Richard Nixon? Who knows who Richard Nixon is? You know him, right? Who was super instrumental in getting Richard Nixon elected? Ray Charles. Ray Charles was a big supporter of the Republican Party and Richard Nixon. And that's why in the middle of the civil rights movement, he made a song about Georgia and how beautiful Georgia was in the middle of the civil rights movement while people were getting hung in Georgia. He said, Georgia, sung a whole song about Georgia. Show me Ray Charles with Richard Nixon, if that's what you need. If you need, I would go to Ray Charles about music, not about his presidential choice. What the hell do I care if nigga can't even see? He gonna tell me who to vote for? Why? Give me Ray. You see that? This is old, you guys. This has been done forever. He was trying to get black people to vote for Richard Nixon. So he brings blind ass Ray Charles over there because people will vote for who the piano player tells them to vote for. Give me give me the song. All right. There's an old song I listen to virtually every Thursday when I'm preparing for the New York class down there in headquarters. I listen to this, I listen to 10 of these songs, and I listen to the song by It's called I Found Out on My Way to Harlem by Gregory Porter. Just to get my mind all Harlemed up, and Miles Davis, just so I can just breathe into Harlem, into my lungs. This is the song I listen to. Listen very carefully. This is an old song. Go ahead. Go play it. Got it.
You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised.
Said sound went out, and I don't see this video on the YouTube at least. So
Could they even hear it? Could anybody out there hear it? For time's sake, I'll just break it down for them. All right. You want to put that online? You want to go listen to that? We were playing the song just now in the room just now. All right. Did anyone hear me? They said no sound. Sound went out. Did anyone hear the song? Not a damn soul. We played a little bit if we could, all right?
I can't tell what point it went out.
You sure? Should we play a little more? Let me know if y'all heard enough of it.
NBC will not.
You better rewind. Check the comments out just in case. Go ahead. Play it again.
You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be. You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nub. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised.
Y'all give it a hand right here. Listen. Bill Scott here, and he was a poet back then. trying to teach black people something that you just cannot learn if you're not in the Israelite school of UPK. The revolution will not be televised. You won't be able to go to spokesmen and people who do commercials and comedians and entertainers and singers and change the lives of black people. It can never happen. Those people cannot create the change that you're looking for. You're going to have to do it. It doesn't matter if Deion Sanders stayed at the HBCU, what would happen? Who knows? All of you know, because in 1963, everyone went to a HBCU. There was no other choice. Everyone you've ever met who was a Black history hero went to a HBCU. What did they do? Come on. Come on. At a time when you only could go to a black college, there was no option. That's all. Black colleges had all the money. Every intelligent black person who could go to college went to a HBCU because it was before integration. So everyone went to a black college. What did they do when they got there? They fought to go to white colleges. That's what they did. They protested in the street and fought to go to a white college. They protested until they could force their way into schools that didn't even want them there. Who did that? HBCU people did that. What difference does it make who plays on a football team? Who cares? If you all played football at HBCU, what do you think would happen? The liberation of black people? Are you out of your goddamn mind? 75% of the NFL is black. Are we free? All of the NBA is black. All of the millionaires in the NBA, NFL, and football in Espanol, soccer players, Brazilians, Mexicans, they're all black and Latino. Has change happened on the earth, Mayak? With all these football players and basketball players and soccer players, you know why? Because the revolution will not be televised. Nothing that happens in the celebrity world changes the real world. It does not change this life. Puff Daddy doesn't change this life. Cam Newton, Charleston White, Jay-Z, forget about him, Maya. He's all of our disciple. Anything he does, or decision he makes, or business he buys, or team he buys, or record label he is in control of, changes nothing about black people. The stars of heaven are falling to the earth. You won't be able to look up to celebrities to change your life. You never have been able to. The time is coming where finally you're going to realize this. This is something we're going to have to do ourselves. If you play football out there, keep playing football. That's all. If you want to teach somebody to play football, teach them. I don't need your help with raising up the 12 tribes of Israel. Right. I'll be fine. I think Commander General YAHANNA, he's pretty good at it. He doesn't play football. When it comes to football playing, I'm sure General YAHANNA will ask you your opinion. But when it comes to delivering blacks and Latinos, I think Commander General YAHANNA, I think that's his game. I think that's the game he plays. Yeah. Everyone understands, right? Solid. Any questions? Calvin said, man, you tripping. All right, Calvin, I can excuse my broken English. It ain't no Mexicans in the NFL. Listen, football. Well, there are Mexicans in the NFL, Calvin. When I said football, I was speaking about soccer, Calvin. That's what I was talking about. But there also are Mexicans in the NFL. Exactly. And there are an abundance of Mexicans who play what we call soccer, what they call football, Calvin. All right, it's all right. You don't know. Deion Sanders just left his wife after 12 years. Is that true? You died? We're looking into that. I wouldn't be surprised he's not in the truth. And he's not a man of God, Maya. Deion Sanders is not a man of God, right? Who else is just like this? Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson. They are, come on, entertainers. That's it. Tariq Nasheed is an entertainer. Umar Johnson is an entertainer. That's it. They're doing saying stuff, funny, happy, nice, all blackety black, making you feel good about yourself. They're not men of God. They're entertainers. You like watching their videos? Watch them. Watch the NBA. Watch the NFL. My God, don't live your life based on what they tell you. Don't do that. Damn, I got a mechanic, my yacht. I don't get marriage advice from him. Who in the hell does that? Who in the hell goes, hey, mechanic, how's my transmission? Is it good? You change my transmission? You check that timing belt? Listen, could you help me raise my children? Who in the F would do that? But you go to a rapper to tell you who you should vote for, to tell you about God, a rapper? I don't know what else I can do. Okay, this is something people have been trying to do. Let me help you. Do what the hell we tell you to do. Don't listen to anybody else. Don't listen to Charleston White, Cam Newton, Deion Sanders, Jay-Z, Nas, any of the Fat Boys, any of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, any Rakim or Big Daddy Kane, NBA Young Boy, Young Jeezy, give me some more influential leaders of the black race. KRS-One, Steve Harvey, Oprah Winfrey, she's a goddess, my yacht. You got to do what she tell you to do. Why? Because she went to school for journalism and did a talk show. So I guess you let Maury Povich make all your goddamn decisions too. Oprah Winfrey had a talk show. So that means she tells black women what they should read, who they should marry, because the bitch had a talk show in the 90s. Don't listen to them. Listen to us. Advice, wisdom is our business. This is the business we're in. This is what we've devoted our lives to. They play football. That's all I can do for you, young brothers and sisters. Sexy Red. You listen to her. Yeah, I forgot about that, Maya. She's a well of wisdom too, isn't she, Adaya? I hear she teaches women, how to be women. I don't know. Adaya, go ahead. What do you want to say about it? Sexy Red. Maury Povich. He's another one. I never had nobody to look up to until I got in the I.S.U.P.K. under Commanding General YAHANNA Tahar Rice. I believe that's what it is. Calvin, this is to Calvin. He had a lot of mouth earlier. Calvin, this is I.S.U.P.K. Buffalo talking to Calvin. Calvin, our people are great in every sport, entertainment. Hold your peace. You heard that, Calvin. All right, good to go. Where are we at in time? 15 minutes. Okay, what you got? Oh, boy. Go ahead.
This is called the NPC challenge.
What does NPC? Hey, there it is. NPC challenge. What does NPC mean?
Okay. When you play video games, you have like these NPCs.
They're not up on the screen, you die. Just to let you know.
Okay,
they're not. Yeah, let them see.
So video games, you would command me out of yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
Video games, you have these NPCs. So this is the popular trend on TikTok and the vocab
But what does NPC mean?
Okay.
No, it's not right.
Non-clear character.
Non-clear?
Non-playable character.
NPC.
NPC means non-playable character. So the character you can't play in the game that assists you or you want to question or talk to. So what happens is this system and others that get on TikTok. Now the ice cream and the sandwiches and stuff that you see them begging for, that's a form of currency. They're doing it for money.
Okay, when they're eating the ice cream, is someone giving them money? Okay, so every time they go, ice cream is good, that's like a donation that just came in. Is it the same amount?
You can add up. One level on Ruby Rose up on earlier is $60,000. And
that ain't from the ice cream. That's from the ice cream?
Some of them make a lot of money because this one right here also goes into the greater topic. She also has an OnlyFans where she does that in the slot.
In naked.
On a rod?
Naked.
With a rod? Or just
buy her dance. You don't know.
Good.
You don't know.
Okay. Okay. Why do they give money for the ice cream and licking?
A lot of brothers in sexual abuse.
Okay, so it's just that the tongue is just they send some money because of the tongue. Okay.
I don't know. I'm getting that. Okay, but make me understand. Okay, hold up. Okay, let's play it. let's play it first, sir, because maybe people out there don't know what the hell it is either. Okay, let's play. Give me. This is a good one. Give me a couple of them. Give me a few of them just to make sure everybody understands what it is. All right. Can I get a water warrior? I appreciate it. Some ice, please. You can play that one. Play that. Like show them the whole movements and all that, and then just play another one. Let's play this. Let's play it so we can get. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Okay, we'll play a couple minutes just to give you a gist of the whole thing. And this is an NPC. She switched right.
This is Kai, money gun, I got your name. Wow, a lot of gift for you. Yes. Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Oh, take it, baby. This is so cute. Yes. Go crazy, go crazy. Ooh. Yes. Yes.
Right, is she impersonating something? All that, yes. Oh, I'm a cow. Is she? I mean, this is an impersonation of an actual video game character, or is this pretending to be any video game character?
She's repeating the request that people are commenting in the chat.
Break that. Where somebody is saying yes, and that's what she's saying.
No, she's saying yes. But there are comments in the chat where people are asking her to say certain things.
So she might be reading the comment, be a cowgirl, ride a, be on a bull.
Somebody is typing yes, or say yes. Because they wanted to say yes, like for sexual deviances.
I got you.
Oh, a man? All right, go ahead and play.
Hee-haw, yes. You gotta feel like a cowgirl. Let me write it down. Yes. Oh, thank you, baby. This is so cute. Cal, money gun, I got your name. Wow, a lot of gift for you. Yes, that's a great vibe.
Fast forward. Show them another one. It's a compilation, right?
Thank you. Mine is scary.
I love the smell of roses.
Times.
Rose. I love the smell of roses.
Hot dog. It's so big. Yummy hot dog. It's so big. No, don't throw the football at me. I can't catch it. Yummy.
You actually hustle. You gotta know. I've been on social media since I was 17 years old. Thank you for the heart. I was a high fashion model at 17 years old. I know how the industry, social media, all of it works.
Okay, hold on. So I can see this is sexual in some way. So is this like a sexual desire of men to have sex with the video game woman? Okay, then they're like, are you playing what's the game Sims anyway? What the hell is that?
Okay, Sims is a simulation game that's popular amongst a lot of our people. It's a game where you control like people. Like it's a toned down version of GTA. Run a lot of places. Like you're simulating like house chores or taking care of a family or whatever. If I can expound a little further, deviancy like that, stems from not just that, from video games and from Twitch. Twitch is a whole nother animal, like where besides TikTok, where they go in there and they do these things. Where they go in there and they cosplay and they go to these conventions, and then they get to, act out their fantasy. I have a nephew right now that is 26 years old. He is a full-blown furry. He does the same thing.
In a fur teddy bear outfit.
Now this tie into, I guess, the anime pornos and all that.
Man, okay, so let me ask you a question about this. So they want the broad to act like she's in the video game because they're attracted to the video game characters. And so she pretends to be the object of their desire, which is, meaning they want to have sex with the video game woman, with the damn the computer character. So she's pretending to be the computer character. They give her money to continue to be it, because are they masturbating to the woman that's doing it while she's doing it?
It's like Siri come to life, I guess.
Oh no, Siri.
Excuse me.
Siri, don't do that.
Assaulting Siri.
Insulting there? Siri, don't
And
do
now they
that.
pushing this old AI thing
Hold on.
hard.
So
AI about to come in the line where you can create. I think they tell me you can create videos and have people say things and it don't be a real video.
Okay, what can I do for you?
And all that shit is sexual.
Give me 1 second. Call me in about 1 hour, all right? All right, you should look at that. Okay, this is the man.
He breaks character. People start messing with him while he's
Okay,
while he's doing this.
Okay, let's see.
Want to see you flex, dude? Hey, thanks for the roses. 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 I'll make sure I give those to my uncle. I haven't visited his grave for a while. Hey, thanks for the roses. I'll make sure I give those to Peter. He's supposed to teach me everything. Shit, I'll be. Hey, thanks for those. I'll make sure I give those to Peter. He's supposed to teach me everything. Bro. Hey, thanks for the gummies. Hey, fuck nigga, what you said? What you said, fuck nigga? Hey, what you said, fuck nigga? You said don't stoop to that low. What you said, fuck nigga? Hey, come here. Come here. Let me knock your teeth out, nigga. Bitch ass boy. Bitch ass boy. Come here. Let me do my nerdy shit in peace before I beat your ass, nigga.
Let me get my
What's wrong with you? These niggas.
Let me do my nerdy shit in peace. See, now you get, because that's, I would like to understand the psychology of it, the demon behind it. Okay, if you're a nerd, what they used to call a nerd, you live your life through the computer. So in essence, you play so many video games that you develop a sexual fetish for the women on the game. And so now, okay, this is what I need. Let's say you're talking to a woman and she's not acting like a video game. She's just a straight up and down woman. Is it like, I ain't really attracted to her, I kind of need her to act like the game so I can get aroused? Is that what they're going through?
Not only that, I know a brother personally that went through this to where his lady, when she left, said that he would make her dress up as a certain character from Final Fantasy. Get it on.
In Final Fantasy's video game.
He would make her, man, that's a rough deal, man. There's only one solution to this. You sisters out there, these brothers don't want to have sex with you. This is what we got to do. Brothers in the UPK, you got to have sex with more women. You got to get more wives. Because we the last brothers that want some tail on this planet Earth, my y'all. Give yourselves a hand. Really, it's our obligation, my y'all. Because a flesh and blood woman can't get no penis. You're going to have to step it up, man.
Hey, listen, we taking applications. Listen, we'll Mario.
We're going to have to marry more.
Mario and Luigi, you did that.
You brothers who like a flesh and blood woman, you're going to have to marry more women. Because it seems like a woman can't get a man because she's real. Because she's like an actual flesh and blood woman. And he really and let me tell you something, you brothers out there that's suffering from this, and I'm going to help you with this, right? For a second, it won't work. But really, here's your problem, right? You are lazy, and you've developed this laziness from sex coming too easy for you, right? When I say sex, I mean masturbation. And because it's so easy, you have now developed, you're sexualized to it. And once you get sexualized to a thing, it's very difficult to break it. This is where generations of LGBT people come from. Because your uncle will get you at a certain age and he will give you an orgasm before you understand your body, before you know what orgasms are. And before you know it, you can only have an orgasm like this. It happens so many times with women. With women, they get sexualized at such a young age that before you know it, they don't know how to have real sex. They don't know how to have sex in a normal way. Let me give you a woman that goes through this. There are certain women, brother, that can only have sexual relationships. Meaning, if you are their friend, they're going to have sex with you. If you're a woman friend, they're going to have sex with you. They're going to have sex with anyone in their sphere. You understand? Like whoever, we're friends on the job. We're going to have sex. Oh, these are my girlfriends I go out with at night. You're going to have sex with your girlfriend. Oh, the man on my job. It's supposed to be a brother just sitting on my job that I work with. She's got to have sex with him because she cannot have a relationship that's not sexual because this has happened to her at a young age. You brothers with this masturbation in these video games, your brain is locked into quick sex that has no preparation, has no ambition. Ambition is a powerful thing. It's like, when you want a woman and you got to get out there and go get it. It's ambition. It's like listen, she's going to say no. I got to get my heart up to speak to her. I got to get my courage up to even walk over there because the bitch is going to say no. And guess what? She does say no. And you got to go. Forget that. Move on to the next one. Doing this 10 times. Give a shout out to young man, my young. Give him a hand. The young brother. I had a picture. Tazalaya put it on her Facebook page. I took my young brother, my young, out to his high school dance, my young. He went out to that high school dance. So he said some ridiculous shit to me. I meant to check him over. He's in the car. Oh, brother, he got the leather jacket on. He rocking. He get in the car. I said, damn, Mom, you look like me back in the day when I was chasing tail. You look like me. He said, you chase tail bald? He said that to me. To me. I damn near fainted. I said, nigga, I wasn't always bald. I used to chase some tail, man. He said, you chase tail bald? Yes, I did, nigga. Chased that, caught it too.
Yeah, right.
Caught it, man.
Caught it well.
I ain't get bald, but I had some hair one time. Like, damn, I was bald forever.
Bald men can't get a woman?
No. In his mind, I can't get a woman because I'm bald. Listen, my young had to get up and go to that dance, huh? Get up and get dressed, look in the damn mirror, get himself together, get rejected, talk to him, get his courage all up to just speak to a damn woman, just to go talk to her. Brother, because you haven't been through that, but you still had an orgasm, now that's the only way you can have an orgasm. And women who crave male attention become video game characters to get your attention. Listen, man, UPK brothers, you got to get more wives. You got to just, these brothers in the world, they're not going to want women. They want to masturbate. They do not want women. They don't want them at all. Because guess what? They're not going to meet these women. These old sim women, they're not going to go to their house. They're going to do this right here and never go to the bitch's house ever. Never meet her. Never talk to her. This is the end of the relationship. It goes this far. They ain't going to never say, so, what's up? Where you at? I mean, what are we doing? What's up with you? Never, Mayak. Which means, Officer Yediah, Mathumya. What's your name again right here? Y'all need more ribs. You got to get some more women, brother. You got to go out and get some from these broads. They out there wanting to give it to somebody. Jakes in the world want to play video games. We don't play no effing games. We don't play no games in here. Everyone understands. Anything else, you die. All right. With that said, the water the commander, General YAHANNA, give it up to him. General Hazayan, General Mayak, Officer Yediah, Officer Ibad, Officer Mathumya. We'll be back here next week to tell you the truth about your world and what's happening in it. Kwam Yasha.
Kwam Yasha.
This a Batman tune. I promise you. This shit lit, cuz. This shit lit. Alright? Run that joint.
Niggas looking for the light. Me and my niggas prepared for the dog. Yeah. So we gon' get it on for the last days, nigga. You already know what it is. 140 for the drummer.
They in the building. we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. They don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the field, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. It's a problem, tell them pop on. I die for, I let my colors fly, boy. For a nigga take me, they a drop dead. AR, clean them up like a mop pig. Say cool, he bad, he really so tough. They like, damn, look what he did to Billy go rough. Little bitch, think she Kiki Palmer, silly hoe. She know I'm that bull, but I ain't from Philly though. From the city where they say about that river like petty poops. Know them niggas plotting, gotta deal with me. Can't catch me slipping, got to steal with me. Just left Alabama, bought a chopper from some hillbilly move. He made my feel the blade. Leave them all bruised, come through like a plague. Rebel off the leash like a dog out the cage. Call me Johnny Blaze off One West May. Watch your step get stretched like a limousine. So my brother bring that blade back wet. That's my enemy. Little nigga, this that call need to talk. Niggas know I got blood in my cup. I just sip it like it's grenadine. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war and see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. It don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the build, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. Tell them niggas good night, here come the bitch. Look, told them niggas get right or get lit. U.P.K. bad man, I been to your flesh. Hellboy, rip the soul out of dead man. Shit, got the rate, the power. I been the showstopper. Yeah, they might hate, but I know they gon' watch. Zone on lock, and you know the flow prop. Iced out, got the drip out of David Jones lock. Know I got the plan, they say that you the man. No shit, Sherlock, I'm the one you heard about. Burn down the building, let them all watch. Throw that One West up, then I swerve. Sick with this shit, I do not need a detox. He don't watch a step, blow him out them Reeboks. We taking over, I'm sending the word out. Can't see me, little nigga, I put you in a bird box. Look, it's One West practical, gladiator, maximum. Creep on them slow, but they Glock fire rapid. All I want is more power, more straps to blow. Ain't got excuse for no cow, he gon' have to go. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out. Earn your stripes, dog. You with us or not? We can get it on when it's on. It don't never stop. First you get that power, gotta hold it down. Watch your step, boy. You on holy ground. They in the building, we in the spot. We can go to war, let's see who make it out.
Back row.
This shit gon' ride.
You'll never see another nigga like this. Used to have that white bitch popping on the night shift. Now I'm One Westward, sharper than an ice pick. On you rappers' necks and it's feeling like some vice grips. Yeah, that's light shit. Send my bro a kite quick. Times of war, we ain't forget about you. Keep your light lit. Rappers can't see. Most of them scared to witness. Go on, close your eyes. There's one right here for the trenches. Bad bitches, natural hair or extensions. Hood niggas that'll probably grip like some dentures. Runners on them fences. 23 and 1 out. Praying that that commissary hit before it run out. Bitches on the gram, dog filter with their tongue out. Couldn't stay home because they found the dugout. Closed casket, burner in the low jacket. My co-captain, riding on these whole rappers. My hoes fabulous. Now I don't mean that derogatory, but I'm a player and just know my women riding for me. I avoided Maury. I got 2 jets. If I can't make it do for them, then I'm useless. Sit down that roof, Chris, with a couple of bosses. After the war, just to count our losses. It's not many. You see a smile on my face, but I'm not friendly. Gun on my waist, sipping white Henny. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know light. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on the swerve in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in this world been my whole life, It's so melodic. When I be dropping this ebonics, this ghetto phonics, it got me on the level supersonic, my bomb atomic. And you know where you can find me, somewhere probably golden this paper origami. My name is pure as the Dasani, my wave is like a tsunami. I went from 0 to 100, feeling like Ricky Bobby. I made a deal with the Reaper. Got a couple wives, they some keepers. Talk a lot of shit, but you can't walk a mile in my sneakers. Bitches go to Miami, come home and change features. Now she got a BBL, her ass fatter. Trying to show up all them niggas that laughed at her. Now when they see her, they only wanna fuck her. They just wanna touch her, they don't wanna cuff her. They just wanna come and kick it with her like a punter. Turned her to a runner, now it's all aboard the train. Fenty on her face, but it's not concealing the pain, it's a shame. So I'm in the hood like some rap snacks. I know niggas kill you and your mama for a scat pack. Dark tint, matte black, they do it for half that. Had you like 90s Missy in a fucking trash bag. I'm from Philly, we don't do bank accounts, just cash app. I spit a verse and I just watch the time slow. This that God flow, this that shit that rappers die for. This that uncut Tahoe Wall straight from Pablo Escobar. I be at the bar like Moscato. They think it's effort, but no, this that block work. Make the countermeasures, take pleasures, making an op hurt. Light is in the sky, cause every verse is a concert. My mind work at speed y'all can't fathom. Listen to the words of a champion. The king, the streets need another anthem. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Waiting on the storm in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know life. Gotta got my heart with my bow tie. Living in this world in my whole life, my whole life.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. All black is the uniform. Soldiers dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for them. Try me on my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for them. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas dying for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks. They call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose. Nigga. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Hey, Sean Israel, what's going on, man? Priest Captain Gohar here, standing with Officer Thabawan. We coming from Hollywood, California. Just off the BBC interview, letting everybody know that the I.S.U.P.K is going to take over, man. But check it out, this is what I want you to do, right? Command Junior Hannah just dropped a new YouTube channel. The most controversial man in America, man. Subscribe to his channel, America on Fire, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Salam.
Yeah, those are messed up, no. Bad news is to beat your home, nigga. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, get on his ass real quick one time. 144, baby.
They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said, of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, me whole car. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Wait up, let me make a call right quick. I'ma start another war. I was hurting when she left, but I don't care about anymore. I need a Vaseline like my Nina Papa bar. Took a Zoc, watch the dark. Matter of fact, like the dark. Any problem, let them go. We gon' snap they soul like Shane Shaw. Put them out of service, keep them tools like Miss Harvey. Try to hope it's way too late. I'm headed straight to the safe. Throw that one up like a trophy. I'm that nigga, ain't no debate. Told them boys we taking notes. Call them up like set the date. This shit a piece of cake. Yeah, my bitches came from Whole Foods. Told them put on that top 3. Then bring me my house shoes. Don't make excuses, make moves. These niggas ungrateful, gotta show them UPK rules. I'm making like I can't lose. They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they crank that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole part. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the fart. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this Lord, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Yeah, I just got off the call. I'ma start another war. Spit a plate up with my niggas, get your knife and your fart. They ain't locked in with the cow, then with the speaking to me fart. Yeah, I just took the floor. Ain't no cowards in my campaign. They can't stop the campaign. Tell them bring the champagne. They know I'm a champion. They can see the outcome. Get them niggas bad, got them tied down and out there. You can't do with the step, but niggas been down since day one. We run up the bands, bitch like Dylan. They say you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they crank that beat, I read that bitch just like a horse. Yeah, about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, we whole start. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this low, so that bitch is either or. I told you niggas, you ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our car. And I just made the call. We gon' start another war. Yeah.
Exposing lies with the truth. The only men worthy to teach from the Bible. The I.S.U.P.K. We raising our people from the dust. We are the true Hebrew Israelites. Kwame SHALAM. Let a Hebrew speak. Let a Hebrew speak with General Hazayan.
You know what? You got nasty taste in your mouth, and you gotta spit it out. That's how God feels about everybody that is not an Israelite.
And Captain Akkad.
And crack and heroin and abortion clinics and Christianity is inequity, man.
Let a Hebrew speak. Christianity is a lie. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. The white man is the devil. Talk the truth.
To be careful, not making mistakes.
Let a established since 1969. Hebrew speak. We raising our people from the dust. Talk the truth. General Hazayan. Talk the truth. That's right. Cry aloud. Captain Akkad. Talk the truth. Let a Hebrew speak. Tune in every Mondays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Let a Hebrew speak.
That's right. I don't know you. I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you a black man like me. That's right. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General YAHANNA, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man he made man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
I.S.U.P.K presents As Ye the Prophets weekly podcast.
Every race in the movie.
You are not to trust. You're not to trust your trust, and we are not to trust the other.
Send in your questions to AskYeTheProphets@gmail.com or Ask Ye the Prophets on Facebook. And your questions will be answered live every Wednesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shalom.
He speaketh of his own.
The white man made himself the Egyptians and the Israelites. And the Persians. Every race in the movie.
Baby, no listen to no fake news, them can't. Could do all it out and them never fear news. Notice I just be a bad bitch, I get forward from with you. But the one you have to be good girl then. Lazy. She never did a pictures, R-rated. Never did a pictures, half naked. Me never did a piggy R-ratings, halfway, that's why me give R-ratings. She never did a pictures, half naked. Never did a pictures, R-rated. Me never did a piggy R-ratings, halfway, that's why me give R-ratings. I know every girl a white material. I know every girl forget the juice in a me seed bag. I know every girl me trust to cook my food, nor boil my tea, not tea, put the milk in a the cereal. Me like a catty when medieval, when we wash for cook for clean and no fuss. When she hear me get a new girl, I know that me mean when me say me fight me demon. Multiple wife legally, no illegal. Yeah, straight, me go crazy. I know every catty can be my first lady. I know every press plus body done pay for plus Tatiana no picking and no mercy. When me say, oh luxury dolly for nurse baby, a trouble when luxury dolly turn old lady. So big up every girl with old lazy. Your body big, but why your mommy donate it? I rate it. Never did a fi dress half naked. Me never did a fi give her be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She never did a fi dress half naked. Never did a fi dress her rated. Me never did a fi give her be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She now wait pan money for reach her and donation. She make reach her man donation. One run job and run, but he waste scallop to her for leave her man, but she stay strong. She know say them are no friends, them are haters. Them sleep with every man in the acre. Can't get nobody to stay long and want the advice for relation. Baby no listen to no fake yo. Them can't keep a man cause them never stay true. Could do all it out and them never pay yours. Never shut them out and them wicked and cruel, eh? Baga man a rush, but them just a get yours. Everything them have, them did a fear blows. Instagram live, them mute for the views. Maybe that I know you though. Sure, I rate it. Never did a big dress half naked. Me never did a biggie or be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings. She never did a big dress half naked. Never did a big dress her rated. Me never did a biggie or be things halfway. That's why me give her ratings.
A Palestinian committed a terrorist attack in America last night and is getting no news coverage.
I haven't been in yet. I just got here.
Of course I did it on purpose. You think I'm crazy? No, I am not. Because seriously, this is at least what I can do. Because I'm gonna kill myself if I don't do something with watching children genocide every freaking night. We get up in morning, evening, just seeing people dying. Yes, of course. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here because if I don't do anything, I'm gonna really have a heart attack sitting in my freaking chair. I can't. This is at least I'm not hurting anyone. I'm just freaking getting my anger out. I can't. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Maybe, yeah. Maybe you should do something. Country support freaking Israel, the number one country supporting the genocide. Maybe you have to do something about it, stand up for the right side, and really look at the freaking right freaking news. Maybe you should do this.
Yes, sir.
Guys, I'm sorry. I wish I could do more for my country.
These
But
brothers in the building, brothers
I
in the
never
school.
heard of God.
We are not associated with the white Jews or the Caucasian Jews or none of that over there. I'd like to see her face if I could.
No. Well, she's not letting me freaking fix my hijab, my cover.
Yep. Y'all could hear me good?
Can't say.
It coming through strong?
Coming, so yeah, can't.
Most time. Then get a mic check. Nathan, let me see if we're hearing you. I don't know if your audio coming through. I think it might have a jam up with your audio, Nathan. You could hear me? Might be a little jam up. All right, bear with us when we're taking one last break. We'll be right back. Give us 2 minutes. We're gonna be right back. Let's just try to sort the situation out here. Give us 2 minutes, all right? 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Yeah, you know what it is. 140 for the rebel, busy man shit, nigga. They take their head over, nigga.
I pray where Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps and I can't let no holder lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, oh they lies is hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Suckle up and stay alert, another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't demon, it's an exorcism, watch I bless the nigga. You took that open blood, then you know I'm gonna get active with you. Fuck the opposition, I see vision, let me paint the picture. Rappers claim they spit and I ain't listening, is effective. If revenge was a woman, now I scope that bitch like Jacob. So time war, we gon' run the summer, it's gon' be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. Ask who run this shit, but that question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me cookies with the oil. I'ma get them crackers, hell, should've never kidnapped my family. I can't just do that, bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas, pray you understand me. I might put a switch on this Glock and call it young baby. How you real tricking on them dots? You a bird feeder, claiming he a demon. What's a demon to a cold leader? What he saying something, I ain't hear. This shit like it ain't on who got this gun, it's on who gon' up that fight first. I turn a bad situation to a game changer. Bring soldiers from the dead, just raised up the chain. Bring shots, I'ma look like Aaron Jones when I run it. Never bite the hand that feeds you, you'll never get that hand back. He bitch about 10%, I don't wanna hear none of that. He dropping sword, fuck him, just make sure you get that cover back. Look around, he ain't with us, probably cause he never was. Now my chin like you with the angels for your brothers. Everybody wanna be Richard Porter, God kill him like Alpo. Play if he want, it's laying in the trunk like Lee Malvo. A certified woman's ass nigga, I am not a toy. Hey, out with that hollow son, yeah, this the rim accord. Feel like Gullah Jack when I'm in Fayetteville, you feel your boy. Still up on my bread, still I think that's all that I do. The way I get it, boy, lost, they gon' start to call him Elroy. Fuck his game, pop out on them demons like I'm hell, boy.
It's gonna come on. All right, how it's sounding now? How we going with it now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, let's reboot the whole thing up. Yeah.
There's your thumb.
How y'all feeling? Yo, Tawab?
Good. Yeah.
Inside. Let's make sure I'm coming through nice and bright. Can't get lost in the shadows over here. All right. So tonight
We're gonna be holding it down for Command General YAHANNA again, hardest working man in Israel. Give him my hand. You know what I mean? Putting on, massive cookouts. Just came back from Houston, doing something major. I mean, you could probably leave it short and put it on the table. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't know how it's gonna look over. You could try it. Try it like that. But I'm thinking if it's short and on the table or close to the table, it might be all right. Okay. And then I think they have Florida coming up. What's that? December
21st to the 23rd.
The 21st to the 23rd down there in Florida. You know what I mean? The boot down there, man. They used to call that the swing state when Al Gore and George Bush was fighting for elections. They used to call that the swing state. They ain't swinging no more. We setting that record straight.
Yeah.
We setting that record fully straight. You know what I mean? So we go into it tonight. Of course, the usual suspects. We are Captain I.S.U.P.K holding it down. You know what I mean? Give him a hand. You know, right now we are so happy all on deck. Give him a hand. We're not from Trinidad. You know what I mean? Brothers going to join in shortly as well. Y'all don't forget Hanukkah as well. Hanukkah this coming Thursday, December 7th. December 7th at sundown, man. The beginning of a week-long celebration, a week-long party. You're all busy partying in the world and going to funerals the day after. You know what I mean? Hanukkah, we celebrate the funerals of our enemies. You know what I mean? Who slaughtered us, took our gold, to spoil us. And the Lord put the spirit on some brothers and, went and defend the thing. You know what I mean?
Yes. So just to add, you know how to celebrate Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
You know how to celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, man.
No Christmas, no Kwanzaa. You know, you get some old made-up holiday. Right. You're celebrating a whole Play-Doh holiday. Unwrap the quarter. It's twisted up. Just you're smoothing it out. You're too hard too. You know what I mean? You ain't got to celebrate no made-up holiday. You could now for sure, you know what I mean, do something that's really yours. You know what I mean? You could do something that's really yours. Let me see if I could get you all added in here. So I think we have a couple brothers coming on. Hold on, let's see how I do this thing. Yeah, bear with me 1 second. So tonight we're going into to a few stories. We have some good ones, including Mr. I'll call him Mr. Hell. You might want to clean the lens on that. Just see if it could rock just a little bit with a cloth or a paper towel or something. That's nicer, yeah. Right, we are Mr. Kissinger. I don't know if you already know who the hell that is, but this devil boy, I had to call him the architect. That's his name.
Mashak, I might blame you for messing my first computer up.
Listen,
I remember you give me something like some big write-up or something that he do. I forget what it was. I was on that computer. That computer just shut down.
That's why it shut down. Hell, footprints in the database. Yeah, I mean, like this. He was the U.S. State Secretary, and boy, he wrote something called the Securities Memorandum, National Security State Security Memorandum, the NSSM, I think 200 or some shit like that. You could Google that and see, and it was all about destroying third world countries. You know what I mean? It was all about destroying third world countries, and put the whole population control. They credit him as being such a statesman. But another side of him that hardly ever gets talked about is the amount of wars and preludes and precursors and justifications to wars this oppressor done, penned in the spirit of homeland security and the betterment of America. We have Kazak coming in. We have Yeah, also, soon I should have Officer Owadi in as well. I think Kahan coming. A few other brothers gonna be coming through as well. You know what I mean? Like this oppressor here, boy, Kissinger is, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. He is the oppressor of oppressors. I might need that second light. Yeah, just one of them. So I might need that. I don't know how we gonna do it. Which is a good one? That one? Yeah, I might need that second light somewhere. If it could plug in like right there, maybe. Yeah, somewhere to face this way. You know what I mean? Yeah, that Kissinger. Unless that one could plug in and face you, and this one come back on me. Check this ball bar. This ball don't look right. Yeah, like that oppressor boy. I mean, he done did atrocities, and they let him go quietly.
Right.
Super quietly. You know what I mean? Added to that, you know, of course, you have the Didster, you have the Diddy. Gotta take that. Yeah, the Didster, yeah, the Doodle, the Didographer, right? Diddy did it, right? And T.I. just, you know, just dominating this week, boy. That's trending on everything. I mean, they acting like, you know, the world is theirs. They ain't giving nobody no space on the internet for nothing. You know what I mean? This was the week for the, you know, the sexual deviancy and the underage and the pedophiles and stuff. The NBA player get caught in some NBA some underage relationship, and that nigga said, "Oh, that devil." I can't say nigga because people gonna get confused. You know what I mean? Still playing ball. It ain't coming on. You probably try it in a different club or something. If not, if it's too much trouble, then just leave it. But I know one of them do work. Right? So yeah, we're gonna get into it for sure. And of course, if there's any other any stories that, you know, you all out there know about and want us to cover, just type it in the chat. You know, we're gonna give our perspective on it. You know what I mean? As according to the Lord and according to black men, we're gonna give the black perspective on this thing. And put some polish on it. Right. I mean, put some kiwi, you know, old school kiwi polish. We're gonna put some polish in it. Yeah, man. So black in this light won't talk to you. You know what I mean? So went out again. Yeah, you might want to mess with that. You could just leave that alone. You could just leave that alone and just, you know, put that on somewhere else, some other one on the side or something. Yeah. All right. So where you all want to start? Where you all want to start?
And if you want to start with Derek Chauvin stabbing.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Oh God.
At number 5.
Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutors say.
Damn, 22 times? That nigga got shoulders out. He got
big out.
Yeah, I mean, he gained it in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you all heard too. I think, okay, this happened after I had listened to Fox News. Fox News, I think they have some documentary coming out. They're saying about this whole matter with George Floyd. All right, 2 things they're saying. One, they were saying that that George Floyd they were saying that the kneeling causes death, right? They were trying to say that he had other medical issues. You understand? And what you call it again? And also to but what's this? What happened was what's that again? They were saying the cops on them were saying that they were taught that kneeling technique. You understand? Mashak, you there? I take Mashak freeze. So what, you there?
Yes. Yeah, I can't say, I hear you.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying pertaining to George Floyd before the situation happened. Right? So start it over one more time.
Cancer. Yes. Freeze up a little bit. Right. Inmate who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times is charged with attempted murder, prosecutor says. Right? Derek Chauvin was stabbed in prison 22 times by a former gang leader and one time FBI informant who told investigators he targeted the ex-Minneapolis police officer because of his notoriety for killing George Floyd, federal prosecutors said Friday.
Right, which makes it sound like almost along the point where John Mahama was trying to bring out. You know what I mean? You in this prison next to this man who just killed unalive a brother by putting his knee on his neck and was so cool with it. You know what I mean? How could you feel safe in a prison with him? How can you? You can't feel safe with that. You understand? You cannot feel safe with that. Come on.
Right. John Tuska was charged with attempted murder a week after the November 24th attack at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona. He told the correctional officers he would have killed Chauvin had they not responded so quickly, prosecutors said.
I mean, like he basically he was saved. Derek Chauvin was saved. You know what I mean? Or else, you know what I mean, he'd have been, you know what I mean, unalive because of this situation.
Right.
Like the Lord, like you don't want to play with the Lord, man. You know what I mean? And his children. You want to play with the Lord and his children. You do something to his kids. I say his kids, meaning the Lord's chosen people, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. He is coming to see you. You understand? He's coming to see you. That's what you're seeing going on right now across there in Israel, in the Middle East. You understand? With this, with these wars that's about to jump off, because the Lord is coming to see these other nations for how they treated us, for how they unalive us, for what they did to us in slavery, in the Caribbean, in America, throughout this whole entire what they have done to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The Lord is going to visit. He's going to visit.
That's right.
These heathens. All right? Any more?
Now, cancer, right? Tuska, who is serving a 30-year sentence for crimes committed while a member of the Mexican mafia prison gang, told investigators he thought about attacking Chauvin for a month because he is a high-profile inmate, but denied wanting to kill him, and prosecutor said.
You understand? So it's, you know what I mean, we not how to put it, we're not supporting anything to do with this whole situation. All we're saying is you messed with the Lord people, he coming and see you. You understand?
That's right.
You unalive his people, he is coming to see you. You understand? America, you're next. You all could go buy how many guns you want. Go buy all the guns up in the store. Go buy all the bullets. The Lord coming to visit America very soon for what they did to God's chosen people.
Right.
Copy back?
Yeah, I hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hoping.
Yeah, and they're live.
I heard boom. It all went black. I see it coming.
Yeah. So that was it with the Derek Chauvin. You know what I mean?
So somebody poke him up?
Yeah, somebody poke him up. Ex-mafia member. You know what I mean? And as I was saying too, I don't know if you heard, but Fox was saying that one of them reporters coming out with a documentary on the whole situation, right? And they was trying to say that that George Floyd died because he had some heart issues, not because of the knee in his neck. He died because of some heart issues. And they were saying that the cops and them, they were trained to do that maneuver that Derek Chauvin was doing. They trained them to do it. And they had cops coming on there saying that, you know what I mean, we were trained to do it. So, you know what I mean, what they call it, the captain or whoever came on there on the stand and was saying that they never trained their cops to do such maneuvers. They were saying that was a lie.
They had to say that. They had to say that to help with the lawsuits and shit.
Yeah,
they had to take liability off the damn cops.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's really what it is. They need to just they're taking liability off the off the officers. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
that's
because
really what it is.
Yeah, more than likely, I don't know if you remember that situation with the camera that we had in DC with Weinstein.
With Weinstein, yep.
Right. The next week, the cops on them had a memorandum for the cops on them on how they will deal with people, civilians that was taping, that had their own like personal camera, taping in public.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, because they knew that, you know what I mean, he was wrong for doing it.
And they thought we didn't know the law. I think just
Yeah.
after the concert, you was talking about that incident in DC here where some devil accused the camper threatening to take his life and cut his head off.
Mm-hmm.
And he went and tell the cops, so we up here saying we're gonna cut his head off. The cop came back. Of course, Jungle Thumb, he was in charge of the camp at the time. He told the cop, no, that shit is a lie. Ain't nobody say nothing like that. So he started to ask, he said, well, is it on tape? He said, yeah, it's on tape, but this is our camera. We're not giving it. So the cop, he decided now, little 4'11" Hobbit cop, he decided no, he gonna try to flex on us. And he proceeded to, take the camera. Now, Fact was the cameraman, and he's wrestling now Fact for that camera, brother. And to try to show that he's so big and tough and he could wrestle this big nigga. You know what I mean? And brother, there was some freelance DC photographers out there, and they snapped the whole thing. I mean, real like frame by frame. I'm gonna look at the picture and post that shit up, brother. Man, General Katham got to blazing on that cop and called him a thief, and he's stealing personal property, and you can't seize it. And General Katham started to run it down till he pointing up in his face. No, don't nobody gonna do this now. Don't do this now. Yeah, I mean, the Lord was with him in that moment. I can't guarantee it's gonna be with you.
Yes,
he started to tell the cop the law, because the cop tried to say that we could seize the camera. It's like, no, you could only seize that in such and such circumstances when it's such and such type of crime. Other than that, you had a damn near like subpoena to get a warrant for this shit.
Yeah,
brother. Listen, Commander YAHANNA put that whole that particular district in the DCPD on notice. Come to find out, this particular cop, he himself is Jewish.
Yep.
And he hated us, and they have him as some specific task force to watch us. All the time we thinking he just on the regular beat walking around. There's a specific task force that was watching us, and he's Jewish. We found this out, I think, a couple of weeks later. You know what I mean? And he was wrong. And what Nafak was saying is the next week, DCPD issued something for all the police saying you cannot take people's personal property. A warning to all the damn cops off of what happened with us. You know what I mean? So big up Nafak for that thing there too, bro.
Yeah.
We was young and sure. I think it was 500. I want to kill him. I want to jump off, but I'm like, by the neck and started shaking. I'm talking about the situation, of course, not the cop. But brother, I learned something that day.
He gets some good spikes, and he has.
Of course, he just had them spike armbands. We stood on business that day. We stand on business.
Yeah, right.
But that's what they do to cover themselves with liability. You know what I mean? That's what they do to cover themselves with liability. So now they're of course going to say that that George Floyd was, you know, he was this, he was that, he was, you know, an addict, he had fentanyl or whatever else. Nothing had to do with his situation, you know, having a knee on your neck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if that's the case, I just need somebody who is healthy with no heart problems and not a drug addict to lay on the floor in the courtroom and let Chauvin put his knee on his neck and let's see how long he survived. Right?
Yeah, for the same amount of minutes.
For the same amount of minutes, and kneel down on it and put your full, you know, knee into it. And let's see if anything happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead.
If I may too, sir. And this is Kawakan, the water, sir. It's real ironic because the same people that label the I.S.U.P.K as a hate group are the same people that are in league with the state of Israel as they train the United States police forces in these very tactics. If you go online right now and you look up how the state of Israel, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, and how many Israeli intelligence organizations, they train the United States police departments, all the major ones. This came under fire in Baltimore specifically after the Freddie Gray incident. And then it came under fire again after the George Floyd incident. And these very same tactics that are used by the United States police departments in these major cities, they're taught by the Israeli police forces. But a lot of people don't know that the United States, because Israel is one of the most, probably the top trained military and police force in the face of the earth. And of course, it's because they have so many enemies, because they have done so much crime on the earth. So just like a criminal that does so much crime, you need extra protection. And so they have their intelligence gathering organizations are so efficient, and their defense forces are very well trained to the point that they have a partnership with the United States law enforcement, with Israel trains the United States. In particular, this incident with George Floyd, with Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes. That is a Israeli Defense Force technique, trained Israelis to the United States Police Department. And the same people that called us a hate group, they support that movement. They support these type of tactics. So once again, everything I'm saying, you can go online and you can verify this yourself. I have a video coming out soon, sir, about this.
Listen,
I'm still going down the rabbit hole.
It need
Shaggy, I some
not the rabbit hole. God damn. What's the not the damn rabbit hole.
The wormhole.
But listen, this is the article right here. It says the ADL considered scrapping its U.S. police training trips to Israel and decided not to.
Right.
After defending the programs at the height of the 2020 anti-brutality protests, the anti-racism organization is now admitting that an internal memo questioned their ethicality. What the hell is that word? Just question them being racist. That's all it is.
Exactly. That's it.
Just being racist, and which is again why we can't cry for Palestine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because what they train the police departments over here on how to deal with us, they're not putting the knees on the necks of the school shooters.
Right.
They're not putting the knees on the necks of the random, incel, disgruntled white boys.
Right.
They're not doing that. They're doing that to us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see if I get some more. Hold on. In the summer of 2020, with protests against racism and abusive policing swirling in the United States. Swirling, like the swirl, like the white and black swirl.
I caught that, sir.
The Anti-Defamation League defended its programs in Israel, training American police officers from critics who said they imparted violent, militarized tactics. I can't feel sorry for Palestine when you, in essence, Israel was doing that to us.
Yes,
It's like a Cold War by proxy. The Tel Aviv Police Department, the Tel Aviv, the what's the other? Is Mossad or
Mossad?
Mossad, CIA. In other words, they were the ones doing it to us. Right. It says to link Israel as a state to U.S. police misconduct is bizarre. God damn.
Yeah, right.
It's bizarre, is a bizarre excuse for the centuries-long history of racism and injustice that has been a part of American history, really since our founding. George Salim, the group's senior advisor, senior vice president of programs, told the Jewish Telegraphic Agency in that July. Now, he is, of course, saying, you can't blame us for centuries of racism that was done to black people.
Right.
You paid for the boats, though. You paid for the boats.
Right.
You funded the whole thing. The insurance companies that insured the slave ships was yours.
Right.
That's right.
You can't, just because we now finding out you are training the police. Why are you not training us to defend ourselves against criminals? Why is the Jewish what's this, the Israeli police, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force? Why the IDF isn't coming into our neighborhoods, our ghettos and barrios, and saying, listen, man, you always like to identify with us and say how you know, as black people, you know, we identify with your plight. So why not come and train us to keep drugs out of our community, to keep racism out of our community? Why not come and, so now, if anything, we putting our foot on somebody's neck.
Right.
But you, I'd say you identify with us, but then you go train the people who oppress us. Don't identify with us. You identify, every beast love his like.
Right.
You train who you like, because that's the same.
Right.
You know what I mean? You the same.
So like it, sir.
Go ahead,
And okay, what you just read is so heavy, sir, because this cat, he's willing to throw America underneath the bus to defend Israel. Well, really, what he really just did is implicated Israel and America's crimes. Because he knows America is racist since its foundation, and America is racist, and it's the liberation of justice and it's law enforcement. But you still have organizations like the Anti-Defamation League and other pro-Israeli organizations that fund American law enforcement. Like you knowingly, you awarely know that the United States law enforcement is racist. You just admitted it, but you still now fund them to receive this training instead of cutting off funding
because they're racist.
Right. Because you're racist.
No, meaning like they should cut it off.
Right.
Because
they're racist.
They realize the police force is racist. They should be like, you know what? We can't train you all because we know what happens when somebody is racist and has skill. We experience the shit. So they should say, we ain't training you.
Exactly.
Because you are racist.
Right.
Or put them in the what do you call that, the book that they have us in, and saying that we and that same Anti-Defamation League say that we racist or something like that.
Yeah, it's called the hate group with the ACLU.
Yeah, so why not put the American police force in there and say there's a racist hate group too?
Right.
They put them in there.
No.
You know what I mean? Label them like you label us.
No.
Because from what he's saying here, as I say, Cap, as we just read there, is basically they know that the organization, this whole police organization, is racist to black people, Hispanics and Native Indians. They know. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Listen, like you so right, like, okay, look at this last one. In fact, Salim had recently authored an internal memo recommending that the group end the police training trips, both because of the criticism the trips engendered, and because the ADL could not say that all of the criticism was false. That's the only reason they consider ending it. Right? They say because of the criticism it engendered, meaning it gained too much flack. A lot of people is now blaming us.
Right.
And we can't totally say it's false. We can't totally say, you're lying. Right. Fake news. We can't say that because they got the receipts that we really training you all to be racist.
Yeah.
So now, listen, if you wonder why we really can't feel sorry for Palestine, I mean,
That's
what I mean?
crazy.
Like they're doing this to us, having coffee in the morning, waking up from a night having sex with their wife, kissing the kids goodbye.
Right.
They're doing this to us on a normal situation.
Yeah.
What happening with you and Hamas and Palestine and Israel? You're in a conflict. And that's just, what happens in war. But imagine this is happening to us every day, and you training them to do this. I can't really feel sorry for Palestine.
Right.
I can't. I don't know how to.
Right.
I'm busy trying to get this thing off my neck.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Let me tell you, the plot against us is very thick, and we really can't see it.
Yeah.
Right. We busy taping cell phones to the damn roof for some dumb challenge. Every couple of years is some nasty hoe challenge. A few years ago, you had the silhouette challenge. Y'all remember that shit? The whole silhouette challenge. Now you got the nasty hoe challenge. And meanwhile, these cops is going on trips. They ain't doing a Zoom. They ain't doing a Zoom call and showing you how to do the thing. Them cops going on vacation to Tel Aviv to learn how to put a Negro in a coffin. I need some trips. I need some trips.
So like I said, these cats, I got a personal grievance against these cats because they falsely called the I.S.U.P.K a hate group when we haven't attacked or harmed anybody. We support known racists, and you know what? You support terrorism. This Israeli ambassador in the United States, her name is Judith Varney Shore. And she went on a national Israeli pro-Jewish conference. And she sat on a panel, it was about 2 years ago, at the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, the protests and all that. And she said out of her mouth that the greatest threat to the state of Israel are Black youth here in America. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Hamas. She didn't say the greatest threat to the state of Israel was Gaza or Iran or any nation that has nuclear weapons or that are kidnapping your people. She said our children, our teenagers are the greatest threat to their state. She knows something and they know something that you all want to deny and you want to ignore. And the I.S.U.P.K under Commander General YAHANNA has been telling you since 1969. The real Jews are Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And that's why our children are a threat to you, because our children are taking back their identity and who they really are. And the thing is, they understand we all can't be Jews. They understand that. They have a word called the Goyim. The Goyim are the non-Jews, the heathen, the Gentiles. So clearly, the Jewish man knows we can't all be Jews together, like the way you try to spin it. Well, there are some Black Jews, and there's some of you Jews. Nah, there's the Jews, and then there's everybody else, and that's why
there's the Jews, and then there's you.
There's you,
right? That's like use, and use. There's the Jews, and then there's use.
That's a T-shirt. There's the Jews, and then there's you. And that's why. So, like, go ahead, Captain.
No, I had to cut you up. And somehow the only Black ones be the rich ones of us. I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That they accept is the ones with money.
Right. Kawakan, sir. Like you said, all the examples of so-called black Jewish people, they're all celebrities. But meanwhile, you look at our black teenagers and our black youth, our black children as the problem. How are our children a threat to your state all the way across the damn ocean? Because what we've been saying is the most important thing on the face of the earth. It's more powerful than nuclear bombs. It's more powerful, the water, sir. It's more powerful than all these different threats that you claim to exist. You know the God of the Bible, the God of the Jews, he's our God. And the moment our children, our people take back our culture, he's going to be an enemy to our enemies. And you oppressors have been an enemy to the real Jews. Did it with your ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, by calling the I.S.U.P.K a hate group. You did it by funding racist police departments in the United States. And you continue to do it by lying on the priests and prophets and mocking what happens to our people and our suffering. You have a bigger problem than our children. The God of the Bible, Yahweh, is your biggest threat.
That's right. That's right. That's right. God damn, listen, because Shapat said, what was her name again?
Judith Varney Shaw.
Judith Varney Shaw. If you're watching this this picture up here, this is her here in the middle with the black frame glasses, second from the left, right? And she's in this Israeli American Council, and their theme that year was to celebrate Israel. And this was the words at the bottom of this picture is a direct quote from her.
Right.
The major problem with Israel is with the young generation of the black community, not Hamas.
Right. Right.
Not the Palestinians, brother.
Right.
The young generation. What the fuck, Chief? It's like, what Chief Keef do? What Chief Keef? I'm a gorilla in a coop. I mean, who the fuck is you? What Chief Keef do to you?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, what
YK
what YK Osiris do to you? What did ride around with 2 bricks?
Right, yeah.
Oh, you the plug. Riding around with 2 bricks. What he do to you? I forget his name. What Kodak Black do to you?
Right.
But with the young generation, and listen, if I could get one scripture on that real quick too, please. This year, biblically, the so-called small hat, because we mentioned Kissinger 2 seconds later, I heard boom, we was off the air.
Right.
I'm trying to preserve the rest of this tape. But these small hats are known as Amalek in the Bible. All right. They're known as Amalek biblically in the Bible. And what she's saying here is right in line. Spirit of her people.
Right.
Yeah. In where is it? Is it Exodus?
Yeah, I just went over that recently. That's not
Exodus or Deuteronomy? Give me the hindmost. Where it says the hindmost. Give me that. This is recorded in our records. Give me Deuteronomy 25. And let's start at around 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt.
Right. This is the Lord talking to Israel, and he's saying, remember what Amalek did unto you by the way when you came around from Egypt. Around that way when you came out of Egypt, remember what Amalek did. Amalek did something to you that was really distasteful and heinous, and it was really not the move of an honorable man. Right?
How he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee.
Right, he met us on the way out of Egypt after Egypt done fall. Egypt done fall. We came out. Amalek went to the back of our caravan, the back of our Exodus then, and smote the hindmost. Meaning what? He took the sword to those of us who was in the back of the caravan.
Right.
He took the sword to them. And brother, it was a lot of people, like it wasn't, you know, a small number.
Right.
It could easily be 1.something million people coming out of there. And Amalek, his army went around to the back and started attacking from the back. And this is who they attacked. Go ahead.
Even all that were feeble behind thee.
All that were what?
That were feeble behind thee.
All that were feeble, meaning the old, the sick, the young, the people who can't fight. They didn't go to the front of the army where our warriors were and our leaders were. They came around to the back because, of course, it would be protecting those who in the back. You would meet an army head on. You ain't coming around with no sneaky ass shit to go, you know, backdoor somebody.
Right.
Go ahead.
Kawakan. When thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God.
You understand? And it's the same thing she's saying here. She's saying the major problem, not one of the major problems.
Right.
The major problem with the state of Israel is the young generation. Who would be what? Where would the young generation be if we were moving as a people? Would they be in front leading? No, they would be to the back. They would be to the back. They would be to the hindmost part. And that's who they are attacking. And let me tell you something. They are attacking in the spirit as well. Our music is ran. The music today, the music scene is dominated by the young of us. But who's signing the checks for Sexy Red to be on the stage twerking pregnant?
Right.
What's her name? Judith?
Judith Shaw.
Judith Van Nuys Shaw. That's who's signing her check. You want to know how Sexy Red come out of the woodworks that quick and get endorsed by Drake that quick? Because Judith Van Nuys Shaw said the young generation is the problem. So now we have to attack them from the hindmost. We had to go and get more Sexy Reds, more, you know, every young entertainer who you look at and be like, man, they're effing up the culture, they're doing this, they're doing that. Don't blame them young people, man.
Right.
Blame them.
Right.
Blame Judith Van Nuys Shaw and the Israeli Council trying to celebrate Israel. This is them destroying us in the spirit. It's the same thing they did before.
Right.
Amalek is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
That's right.
And the Lord did not forget. So you don't fear the Lord if this is what you do.
Right.
You don't fear the Lord at all if this is what you do. You will have some sort of conscience where this thing was done to me. I can't do this to nobody else.
Right.
This was done to me. I can't do it to nobody else. I've been put in internment camps. I've been marginalized by a nation of people. I wouldn't do that to nobody else. But brother, that's a hell of a statement to make.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a statement to make. Like, good night. The major problem with Israel. That's why Hamas attack y'all, because y'all focus on us.
Oh, yeah.
The border.
That's right.
You still have been what Van Nuys is the major problem with Israel. She told y'all to look at these niggas, and Hamas was able to skydive into Tel Aviv.
Right.
It's crazy.
And you know what's so crazy too? The same scripture you pull is the same scripture Netanyahu used to go after Hamas and unalive them. You understand? The same scripture you use, the exact same one. You understand?
He if he don't pay the world off when the dust settles, that he is going before the Hague. Yeah, I'm telling you that. He is going before the Hague. He's going in Stockholm, Sweden. He is going to answer for war crime.
Yeah.
If he does not make good from the river to the sea, if he doesn't make good on them threats and get that oil money to pay the world off, brother, he is going to be dragged before Geneva. I'm trying to tell you, because this is not 1950, where the media is closed off behind United Nations doors and you only hearing whatever the mainstream paper would print, or what the CNN of the day would print.
Right.
The social media right now is your record, is your testimony. You can pull an Instagram clip of you in court. You understand? Every idle word he's saying getting recorded.
Oh God. Meshach, if he had a pay, then Bush, what's the next one name? Obama, and Trump, they had to pay too.
Right.
I'm telling you, whatever he doing, America did 10 times over. And none of them presidents pay for that dramas. The most they're gonna do, I think he gonna lose his job, but they ain't dragging him before. I'm gonna be shocked if they drag him before Geneva.
Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. If he don't pay them off,
yeah.
If he don't achieve what he wants to achieve now and fully pay them off, it's going to be a hard sell for him to just continue. Because okay, back then when Israel started taking the land from Palestine, this was in what 1968, I think, when they had that final war. Even the United Nations and Britain was against it.
They call it the neck bar or some stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it was the final war for the East or something like that. They call it. At that point, the world wasn't informed as it is now. Have massive protests and shit over that. Brother, you have the major countries of the world, each of them their capital being overrun by pro-Palestinian protesters today.
Right.
Brother, if Netanyahu does not pay Paulie and them, if he don't pay Paulie and them, it's going to be a problem, Mark. I'm trying to tell you. Like he has to see this thing through now. It has to go through.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like before where you could just do stuff and nobody's seeing it.
Right.
Like now everything is flat out in the open, it happening. I mean, damn. Yeah, it's going to be more problems for them than they could handle.
Yeah, and it could see just looking at all of this too, like, boy, the oppressor, he's on a different level for sure. Because as you're saying, like for people to be in that situation where they were dealt like that with Hitler, and now to come and basically do almost the same thing that what Hitler was doing to them.
Right.
Just they ain't using oven, now they're using what? Bombs. You see them bombs and them joint drop on your, you get hit with one of that, you is ash. You know what I mean? You burnt beyond recognition. You understand? And you doing that to, you know what I mean, to children and women. Up to now, you in here, well, statistics on how many Hamas fighters they kill. Yeah, no statistics on how much Hamas fighters they kill. All they hear is women and children getting killed.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I know you doing, huh?
Yeah. Soft targets.
Yeah, I know you doing that to people. And I don't know if you could get this too. They said the Israel have a word for when they fighting in a war. They fought against Lebanon, right? And I think it was Hezbollah on them, and Hezbollah on them was giving them it. And a general in the Israeli army said, you know what? Let's just wipe out a whole city, a whole state, and they wipe it out, and they have a name for it in the Israel army. They name it after that general. Where if they in some situation like what they're in right now,
right,
they just kill people.
And they do it extreme.
Yeah, they're extreme with it. So now, with that type of horror, they expect the people who are alive to turn on the people who they're actually fighting on, or the people who are actually the enemies to give in to what they're doing.
Is in essence is the equivalent of what Esau does to us over here, which again, backing up more that article that Kazak just brought out, where over here you had the buck breaking, and you have how they would get a brother and beat him, silly, like what they did to that brother Rodney King.
Yeah.
So now the sheer shock and awe from seeing something like that, you are going to taper everybody in your house. Right. You're going to taper them off.
Yeah.
Go in them streets, don't do this, don't do that, go the other way, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the same type of effect. I ain't finding the word, brother, but I do understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, I forget. I saw a documentary on it. I forget the name, but it's named after
the
an
one
Israeli
who
general.
carried it out.
Yeah, who actually carried out, like, he, you know what I mean, he leveled a state or a city out. You know what I mean, kill innocent people. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like, you doing that after what happened to your people, what Hitler did to your people. Like, you're supposed to come out having, you know what I mean, more sympathy for people. You understand? But you come out, you know what I mean, the same and even worse. Nah. You're on a different evil. You know what I mean? That different level of evil you're talking about there.
Yeah.
And the Lord will how to meet you. You know what I mean? The Lord will how to meet you.
Yep. Yeah, they're in something here now that they had to see it through.
Yeah.
If you don't see it through, is the one of them is damn near like if signing a deal with the devil was a person, this is them. Because if they do not see this through, brother, they're gonna have to pay the devil. They're gonna really have to pay the devil if they don't see this through. Because, brother, you think they're gonna get all that support afterwards if they don't see this through and pay these people off? All them statements they make. You listen, and after the Gulf War, the surviving children that grew up, they didn't have Instagram and TikTok and all. They had to rely on stories and news clippings. These kids now watching on their phone what you doing to them. When they get 18, what the hell you think will happen? They had to see this thing. They have to. They have to. You can watch video now.
Yeah, all kind.
Yeah, I mean, but we the problem though.
Yeah,
we the problem.
And you know, crazy about it also too. I want to hone in on it too long too, but I was watching this host on YouTube, and he was saying that Israel right now is showing specific reporters and news people 43-minute long video of the horrors that took place right on October 7th. Right now, remember there was talking about how Hamas chopped off like 40 baby heads.
That's what they were saying.
He didn't see none of that. None of that was on the video.
Right.
None of that was on the video. Remember they were saying that Hamas burnt civilians up.
Come on.
Right. You knew who was burnt up? The Hamas fighters and them. Because Israel was the military was basically hitting them with fine maybe mortar. You understand? And was killing, because at first they say it was 1,400 Israeli. Then they brought it on to 1,200 Israeli, 200 fighters. But there was burnt beyond recognition, and it took time to figure out who there was. You understand? Which lets you know whatever was coming out in the news early on, all that was propaganda. All of it was propaganda. And what they're saying is, once you see the tape once, they're not showing you it again. So basically what you're doing is, you will leave out of there thinking, but hold up, did they cut baby's head off? You will be questioning what you just see, because it's so horrific that once you leave out of there, you will be thinking about things you never seen. You understand what I'm saying? And they're playing, they're playing on people's psyche. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like they're doing real psychological warfare. This is psychological warfare. You know what I mean? They're playing in the media. Like yeah.
The game right now is news. That's the game. And if you could play that game well, you'll control a whole lot.
Yeah.
You will control a whole lot. You know what I mean? So I don't know if
I understand too. I think in the news, I think it was the New York Times. They said that Israel knew about this a year ago. They knew about what Hamas was planning a year ago.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it because it's been ongoing. It's been a tit for tat with them.
Yeah.
You know, over that what's it, the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
Yeah.
The Al-Aqsa Temple or something like that. Yeah. It's been a tit for tat with them. You know what I mean? So I definitely wouldn't doubt it. But one thing I would not doubt is that I can't cry for Palestine. I can't cry for Palestine. I can't cry for, you know, I can't cry for you all. I can't. That's that's your problem. That's your got that. Just don't involve us in your nonsense. Yeah. Y'all want to touch on Kissinger real quick while we have some time?
Yeah, man.
Let's get some Henry. So somebody pull up Henry Kissinger, brother. Listen, I heard about Henry Kissinger in 2005 for the very first time. And brother, I was utterly amazed at the extent of how evil a human being could be. I did not understand it, brother. I was a young brother in a Caribbean island who understood sea, salt, and sand, and cool breeze, and carnival, and enjoying life, and coconut water, and eating abominations, and crab and dumpling, and bacon shark, and thought life was just, whatever. Brother, I came across Henry Kissinger.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's heaven.
A hippie's heaven. A hippie's paradise. It's paradise. Very nice. You know what I mean? And I came across this dude called Henry Kissinger, brother. And I could not believe what I was reading. I thought the shit was made up until I had to find seal on his memorandum, the U.S. seal. And brother, this Henry Kissinger, I mean, he is a white man's white man.
Yeah.
He's Secretary of State. They say while he was in D.C., while he was in his office, he was slinging rod all over the damn place. Like, he is a white man's white man, brother. They say his roster is so long. You could go look up all the Instagram models of the day, because it wasn't doctors and lawyers. It was just high-powered women who was, up. Let's think Marilyn Monroe, but all the women who was like the actors, the this, the that, this one daughter, he was just, running through everybody. And it wasn't normal. Huh?
I say you serious?
Yeah.
Well, no, I understand.
This guy. Go ahead.
I tend to say he served for like 10 presidents.
Brother, he's still serving. Yeah. He's still serving, when we get to that memorandum. I mean, the memorandum is long, and once again, them days I know nothing, so I'm reading through the whole thing, and I could not believe what the hell I was reading. If anybody could pull it up, first pull up something on Kissinger. Just pull up anything on Kissinger, and then give me the NS. It's called the NSSM 200. M200 is the National State or National Secretary Security Memorandum 200. All right, but just pull up something on Kissinger just to let everybody know who he was. That's an initial thing about this guy here. But this guy here, and I believe he's Amalek.
Oh, he's Jewish.
I know it, brother. His whole
I was about to ask that, Cap.
Yeah,
I was about to ask that.
Kissinger is his name. Oh, his name is okay.
Heinz
Alfred Kissinger. You don't know if he's Jewish or he's German.
He's German.
He can't decide. He's like the best of both worlds. He don't know. He don't know. His name is Heinz in case they're asking for his papers. And in case he had to go to the damn synagogue, he can pass.
Right.
He good on both sides.
Right.
He good in any hood.
Right.
Henry Kissinger, brother. This devil here he's the architect.
Yeah.
You see, like in Matrix, they had the Oracle, and what's the one in the end? They went to meet with all the TVs. He's the architect too.
The engine,
something. Yeah. But brother, this devil here wrote a paper.
Yeah, oh God.
And I damn near we saw schools act. I wrote a paper on the paper. I'm like, I'm how to bring this shit out.
Oh God.
Damn.
Go
ahead, go ahead.
So I guess I could read a little piece
Yeah, please.
It say Kissinger legacy is a polarizing subject in America politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is considered by many scholars as a ultra realist who successfully reshaped foreign policies in America. Interests.
Right. So just hold on, pause right there. Pause right there. It's saying by many political scholars, he's considered, if there's a polarized view of him, because many people have him as a brilliant mind, and he's just so brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's another side. Go ahead, Art.
Mm-hmm. Right? He is considered by many scholars as an unrealist who successfully reshaped foreign policy in American interests, prevented nuclear proliferation, as well as a conflict between the United States and Soviet Union. Right? He is therefore often ranked as one of the most effective secretaries of state in American history.
Mm-hmm.
However, he also widely denounced as having abandoned American values due to his adherence to real politic, which include overlooking human rights violations by allies.
No, that's a lie. He did not abandon American interests. That is America's interest.
Mm-hmm.
That is America's interest.
Right.
Like America gonna act now like, oh, well, we didn't agree with that part. We like him because he stopped nuclear proliferation. And listen, nuclear proliferation, they're writing it like he stopped the whole nuclear movement. Right. What he did was make sure other countries didn't have nuclear. He helped to make sure other countries didn't have it, and America and certain other countries had it.
Or slow them down.
Slow them down, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's what he did. But then, and this is the thing people need to understand about men at the end of the day. Every like woman, every woman wants a man. I need a man, a strong man, this, that, I need a man. In order for you to enjoy his presence, you're going to have to also enjoy his discipline. Yeah. You're going to have to enjoy his point of view on things. Okay. They like Kissinger for what he did. Mm-hmm. And then they want to act like they didn't like how he so-called violated human rights. Right. In order for some people to eat, some people can't eat. You go to a restaurant, guess who's not eating? The chef and the waiters. Right. While you get to eat, they have to serve. He understands that. And I'm not explaining it to give him, to seem like he's right. I'm just explaining to you how people think. And this is how you're going to have to think if you're going to rule a place. Right. He made sure, brother, that America was good in the hood for about 50 to 100 years. Yeah. He made sure of it. He was the Secretary of State. I think it was under Nixon and another one, Gerald Ford, and served as a political advisor way after. Mm-hmm. And that securities memorandum is adhered to today. Yeah. Please read some of it in the beginning now. So Slacky, so what, was there any more you wanted to bring out on it?
Last, that's
about it. Listen, listen, you're gonna hear some more. Go ahead,
NSSM 200, the National Security Study Memorandum 200, was reworked and adopted as official United States policy through NSDM 314 by President Gerald Ford on November 26, 1975. It was initially classified for over a decade, but was obtained by researchers in the early 1990s. The memorandum and subsequent policies developed from the report were observed as a way the United States could use human population control to limit the political power of undeveloped nations, ensure the easy extraction of foreign national resources, prevent young anti-establishment individuals from being born, and to protect American businesses abroad from interference from nations seeking to support their growing populations.
Otherwise known as Planned Parenthood,
yep.
Abortion, contraception. Y'all think contraception is to stop STIs and STDs? It's called contraception, meaning like the opposite of conception.
Right.
Brother, this devil here in the Securities Memorandum, right? He wrote it in 74 as a, proposed policy. They adopted it and made it state legit documentation in 75. He said America is 6% of the world's population, but uses over 70, I think, or 80% of the world's natural resources. Therefore, as time goes on and populations grow, in order for America to survive, they have to limit the population of developing countries so that they would not need so much of their resources, and that America could get their resources. Brother, and begins to list these countries that they're targeting to limit their population, cause political instability, bankrupt some countries so that America gets to live in the future. This is who runs in the world. This is who is in charge. This is who is making policies. And you want me to vote? You want me to align to a political party?
Right.
Brother, when Christ come back, you get in as much rice as I say you could get.
Right.
That's what
Right.
you get.
Right.
You could only fish for 2 scales a day, not a whole fish. You catch the fish, I'm giving you 2 rows of scales.
That's it.
You bring the fish, I'm doing this here. That's what you get in this. You get in this. That's what you get in that. Right. Like this oppressor here, brother. I mean, he understood the survival of his people, and he did not care about anybody else. And that's important to understand. And again, he's Amalek.
Yeah.
He's Amalek, and the countries he lists are predominantly, ridiculously predominantly, black and brown.
Right.
Ridiculously predominantly black and brown. You muted Nathak.
Now I understand where Ben Wattenberg, that Jewish writer, get all his stuff from. That book, the call, the bird dirt.
The birth dirt. I was about to speak on that, sir. The birth dirt.
You know what I mean? That's where he get that from, because this was in 1974. His book came out in 1980 something.
Yeah.
Which lets you know that they were in league. They knew that, you know what I mean, that the population, their growth as a people was dwindling.
Yep.
And because their growth dwindling, they're trying to, it's almost like you in a hole, and instead of trying to climb out the hole, you're pulling everything in the hole with you. You're putting everything in the hole with you. If I can't survive, then the earth and everything on it cannot survive too. You understand?
That's it. And listen, from this is where you get all that pretty political talk about reducing the carbon footprint. And reducing, that's pretty talk, but it's really learn to live, with the slimmest of means so that they could live fat. That's really what it is. If I could read something here, hold on. Right? They have something called LDCs and MDCs. LDCs is the least developed countries, and I think the MDCs is the major developing countries, right? It says growing populations will have a serious impact on the need for food, especially in the poorest, fastest growing LDCs, least developed countries. While under normal weather conditions and assuming food production growth in line with recent trends, total world agricultural production could expand faster than population. There will nevertheless be serious problems in food distribution and financing, making shortages, even at today's poor nutrition levels, probable in many of the larger, more populous LDC regions. Even today, 10 to 20 million people die each year due directly or indirectly to malnutrition. Even more serious is the consequence of major crop failures which are likely to occur from time to time. The most serious consequence for the short and middle term is the possibility of massive famines in certain parts of the world, especially the poorest regions. World needs for food rise by 2.5% or more a year, making a modest allowance for improved diets and nutrition at a time when readily available fertilizer and well-watered land is already largely being used. Therefore, additions to food production must come mainly from higher yields. Now, all that pretty talk, you would think he's talking about increasing production with fertilizer and getting higher yields. He's talking about reducing the need for food so that those countries could give us their food. Us meaning, of course, him. That's really what he wants. Now, from that, guess what you had coming out? IMF, World Bank, and all them type of things. All them type of things, the policies that today where, you know, they're growing their food, but they can't sell it locally.
Yeah.
The government is subsidizing imports. No, not the crop. Subsidizing the crop would encourage farming.
Right. Yeah.
Subsidizing ingredients and mechanical needs like tractors and that would encourage farming. But when you subsidize imports, you making the imported food cheaper than the farm food. So you're killing the local agricultural thing. So like I did a brief stint. I did a brief stint on a farm.
Yeah, explain that to them.
Before I found Command Johnny YAHANNA, I was going to be an agricultural mogul.
Yeah.
I was going to sell peas and pimentos and chicken. I wanted to be a farmer known throughout the Caribbean. Listen, my dumb ass went into KFC and said, listen, man, I got some lettuce back here. I'll tell you straight up. And say, listen, I could give you 40 lettuce every other weekend. I need a contract. Right. I was thinking big back then. I didn't know I was a nigga. These Indians was looking at me like, yeah, all right, nigga. Like, we gonna buy from you. Right. Brother, they stifle each what they call LDC, local agricultural section.
Right. Yeah, a good country to look at is Jamaica. They did that to Jamaica and killed the economy.
Listen, they do it all. Trinidad, they do it all. They do it to Brazil. They do it to Barbados. They do it to Guyana. They do it to Venezuela, brother. And these is places, Puerto Rico, forget about it. Puerto Rico is known for rich land that's good for agriculture. How is it people starving in a country that's hot, that you can grow food in year round?
Yep.
It's because they're making it cheaper to buy the imported food than buy from the farmers who grow in it. Now, this is the other thing that it goes hand in hand with. In order to fight that, you're going to have a nation.
Yeah.
Because if you have a nation and you understand race relations, you would know that even though buying from John is more expensive than buying from the Elamite importer or the Chinese importer, if John owns 10 and they own 5, I'll buy from John. Let's buy from John and let's eat less. If the Chinese import would give me 20, I'll buy 10 from John and find a way to get everybody to be satisfied with that. So, because John had to live. Because if John live, we live. But if the Chinese live and them East Indians live, who have the import companies, we die. And what happened in all these countries over time that had strong agricultural presence, the agricultural sector shrank and shrank and shrank until right now it's non-existent.
Right. Yeah. And that's so heavy too, Captain. Now sitting on looking at it too, because and to show how to game us up by telling us that they're giving us independence in what, 1962.
Right.
Look at from 1962 and they did that across the Caribbean. So in the 60s, in the 1960s, the Caribbean, they say claim that they give them what, independence. And now you have to depend on the same people that give you independence. And it's because, as what you're explaining, is because the farmer, they subsidize whatever was coming in. And because they basically tell the country, you will have to borrow from the IMF. So now once you borrow from the IMF telling you who you're gonna buy your goods from, what to develop on the island, what to do, you know what I mean, with your people. And before you know it, you know what I mean, your people, you know what I mean, starving. You know what I mean? Your country bankrupt, and you're further selling your country down, you know what I mean, basically down, you know what I mean, down the drain, basically.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It was a carefully crafted plan. And
Yeah.
I think the memorandum is long. It's a long read. It's a big ass document. But if you have time, go through the thing on your own, brother. This plan was, I think, a 50 to 100-year plan.
Yeah,
it wasn't something that it was supposed to be enacted within 10 years. He understood what he needed for his children to survive, and for his children to survive, my children can't eat.
That's it.
He understood that thing. He understood that thing. So you out there busy trying to make peace and share a table with these people. These people don't want you to eat.
Yeah.
They don't want you. Let me get a little bit more. It says key insights. Now, this is just little snapshots of the memorandum. The U.S. economy will require large and increasing amounts of minerals from abroad, especially from less developed countries. Now, the Bible said one of the curses of Esau is that the land will not yield to him. So he will live by the sword. He will work the land, and the land will not give to him. So knowing that, he has to go to other countries and drop the sword and take what they have. You understand? That's America.
Or
go ahead.
Or go and get slaves, like what he did, to work the land so that he could eat.
Yep. Listen, but even with the slaves, even after that, that's after colonization and colonialization. And colonialization was what? It was predicated on what? Raping the resources of those lands. So now to get the resources, they make the empire, and now they could come and set up another empire.
Yep.
You get the point? Like, that's their mindset from the jump. Let me get a little bit more here. Hold on. It says populations with a high proportion of growth. The young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs, because of the same thing they like to say about us. You can't afford to have so many kids. They get mad with black men for having so many kids because to them, they look at you having 5, 6, 7, 8 kids is food they can't eat.
Yeah.
That's how they look at it. Like, what the hell is he thinking? That's why they say it's disgusting. So all that food over there, and they just got to eat this one old dry food or whatever they eat. And that's not my fault.
Yeah.
They're saying the young people who are in much higher proportions in many LDCs are likely to be more volatile, unstable, prone to extremes, alienation, and violence than an older population. So he's saying, like what not Judith too, but Hillary Clinton, super predecessor. That's again the same trope. That these young people, you got to stop them because they this that. We ain't shooting up the schools. We not shooting up the schools. We not running off to war and killing everybody in the war. We not doing none of that. Right? So these young people can more readily be persuaded to attack the legal institutions of government or real property of the establishment, imperialist, multinational corporations, or other, often foreign, influences blamed for their troubles. But he wrote it again, chapter 5, implications of population pressures for national security. All this is in his memorandum. So he writing it as if once we put this in and they see that we eating all their food, the young generation is going to rise up. And they're going to start to blame us for all their, what he said, for all their troubles. As if it's misplaced blame. So he wants to now stifle the young generation because they're smart enough to know who the damn devil is. That's why, listen, when comes to wrong, I ain't got to die to me the devil. I heard that. I heard that there, brother. Yeah. So because of this now, they have to now do this population control. And really, population control is words for just attacking countries and making sure they can't reproduce, they can't sustain themselves, they can't stand up, they don't have a military, no force, no defense. So when we come for your oil, when we come for your bananas, when we come for your youth, when we come for your skilled people, there's nobody to stop you. Yeah. There's nobody to stop you. Remember a few shows ago, SWAP was bringing out where did you went SWAP? Dominican or Guyana, where you're telling us about the mine.
Yeah. Gold mine, Dominican Republic. So no, we're not touching on that because like the fishing industry. When you watch the fishing industry, like how you make it, this bringing real light to show you how they clamp certain areas with that fishing thing. Because now, as you say, you could go and fish. But now, if I clamp out your fishing industry, like in Dominican Republic, like the whole pathway, you know, where fishing could take place, they more or less kind of block it off and have it like a tourist destination where, you know, you can't really go and fish there. So now, you know, trying to go and fish is like, you know, you're breaking our law because now it's like the whole beachfront area is like for tourist attraction.
Right.
So that.
Listen, that's all these is in their plans are. Is to starve these countries so they could eat more. And this is who they're honoring this week. Henry Kissinger, statesman or this or that. This is the epitome of a devil's devil. And he's one of them you would never really hear about, you don't know about. There's another one called Henry Carville or Creville, a bald-headed one, look like an alien. He's a political advisor, brother. And he advised Bush, was it Bush or Clinton? One of them. He was a heavy political advisor. And I only heard about him because in Trinidad, the East Indian political group called the UNC, the United Nationals Congress, they contracted him to help them win the election. And his policies was create panic, raise crime, and destabilize what people know as regular life. I know now if I'm gonna remember, and so I'm gonna remember. Do you all remember there was a time in Trinidad that bombs was going off all over the country in trash cans?
Yeah.
Listen, it was happening so much. An entertainer made a song, "Watch Out for the Bombs." It was happening so much. That was him. All that was him. Like these oppressors they don't play when it comes to fighting for a chair.
Yeah.
They don't play fight when it comes to fighting for power. Ain't no the best man win and good fight, brother. If they could sneak in your bed at night and slit your throat, they would.
Yeah,
they would.
Like you trying to play by the books.
No.
They ain't playing by the books.
For what?
Yeah.
For what? We'll write the book.
Yeah.
we write in the book you trying to play by.
And what you're breaking down too, it's so like it's so biblical. It's the reason why Commander always says that if you want to learn about America, the policies, go read Exodus with Egypt, because that same thing is in Egypt where the Pharaoh told the midwives to do what? If it's a boy baby, unalive it.
Right.
You understand? To try and decrease our population. Right. Now the Esau, he comes smooth with the words and he try to put things in policies, and it seems as if, as what Captain Meshach saying, as if it's to help the entire earth, when it's not. They're just playing on words. They're just using the language. You understand? And now, you know what I mean? Now you wondering why it is the black farmers, you know what I mean, it becoming prehistoric. You understand? Just now you gotta put, you know what I mean, the last black farmer in some museum, so you know what I mean, so you can know that this, yes, we had some black farmers in the days. You understand? Now you understand. You know what I mean?
You right off, because in any one of these countries, lesser developed countries, or even if you want, if you don't want to go as far, if you're in America, you go into certain places of America in the South, And in the I wouldn't say that's the Midwest. We're like Oklahoma, Texas. They call that the suburb. That's like the middle, right?
The Midwest. Yeah.
Right, that would be like the middle.
Mm.
And you like look and see how much, any kind of farming or any kind of thing that's going on. It's making a resurgence now. And that's the proof of how much, they know that if you got land and you could eat off that land, there's nothing they could really do to stop you.
I think this is add to what you're saying too. And I think you could look it up to see if I'm wrong too. I think they were saying one of them, either Bill Gates was buying out all them land or sponsoring most of them white farmers, them Caucasian farmers. It's not black farmers. Because black farmers, remember, they had they came to drive the tractors all the way down to Washington D.C. and was protesting because the money that the government was giving, they wasn't getting.
They wasn't getting none.
Yeah, the white farmers was getting it because they know it's almost like they know that they have to look out for their people, and if they don't, you understand? Yeah, I mean, because of their woman barrenness, they're gonna be in some problems.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yep, they for sure know that. You're interested in something?
Yes, like Kamikaze, sir, and Slacky, this is what you and Captain Doc is bringing out, and also SWAP too. Okay, this is one of my just my favorite type of topics. In particular, this cat right here. There's a book called The Devil's Chessboard. Hey, Kamikaze, you can read it. It's talking about the formation of the CIA. Allen Dulles, that's the Dulles Airport. Named after him, Allen Dulles. How he worked hand in hand later on with Henry Kissinger. But okay, so in another book, of course, Ben Wattenberg, the Birth Dearth. Captain, I thought since you brought it up that time on the show, I've been just watching. I ain't had enough bread to buy the book yet. It's a lot to spend on a book. But I've been watching as many lectures and videos surrounding from Ben Wattenberg surrounding that topic.
What was it called? The
Birth Dearth.
Damn.
You know, I can't pronounce the word good. Salakia. You know what I mean? My accent, you know what I mean? It's not allowing me.
Yeah, like they don't want Negroes to read that shit. Yeah, that's a book these devils going to book. I see that.
No,
I'm not buying
right. Yeah, no.
Mashak, you'll see it, and as Kazak saying, the money they're asking for it, Negroes not spending money on that. And the new Jordans coming out. Oh hell no. Man.
But so just watching some lectures by that same devil that wrote The Birth Dearth, Ben Wattenberg. Okay, if anybody that's watching, just to bring it to perspective, if any of you ever heard people say the earth is overpopulated, that comes from Henry Kissinger. The earth, Commander YAHANNA said it many times, the earth is not overpopulated. There is so much land that is uninhabited. There's so much resources, but because the oppressor is such a greedy bastard, it's too many of us. And that's why
Salak, if I mean to cut you off, I just want people to see this. This is the book. It's called The Book. That's the price of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be for real.
That's an installment right there.
Yeah,
that's a damn.
Really good.
Go ahead, Axel.
No sweat, sir. If you ever heard the idea, and it's usually you always hear this from like Captain Shaw was bringing out the whole environmental crisis and the carbon footprint and the greenhouse gases and the earth is overpopulated. This is Henry Kissinger's policy that has evolved into things that have become more acceptable ways of saying what they've always been saying.
Yeah.
If you ever noticed, and once again, I've been watching the lectures since since you mentioned that book, I went and I know I can buy the book, so I've been watching lectures from the cat. I was like, let me get as much as I can.
Right.
If you anytime overpopulation is mentioned, just pay attention to who they always show.
Yeah.
What parts of the world map do they show? And Captain Mashak, you said it. The 13 countries, Henry Kissinger, he lists the countries for you. It's always non-European countries. Like you need to tell me the Earth is overpopulated, and so to bring the population down, we got to somehow stop the Africans from having kids, the East Indians, Mexicans, Colombians, Brazilians,
right?
But none of the European countries. If this is a world issue, how come we're not addressing this as a world, as a world community? It's never European populations that have to control their birth rate.
No,
it's always everybody else. And he mentions that in the 13 nations he lists. And I I was reading 2 of those nations too, sir. Chickens Come Home to Roost are part of BRICS, and one of them is still trying to get in BRICS right now. Brazil and India, and Pakistan is trying to get in BRICS.
Yeah.
And so that whole idea of the earth is overpopulated and we got to stop having kids, you go to Planned Parenthood and you've been convinced to believe that it's best, it's irresponsible for you to have so many children. They tell you it's irresponsible for a black man or a Hispanic man to have so many children when a Jewish man has a family of 10 kids in New York. Easily. A Dutch Amish man has a family of 14 kids. But it's irresponsible for you as a black or Hispanic man to have many kids because we are the undesired population. That's a part of his policy. And it goes hand in hand with the eugenics, the Planned Parenthood. You have to get rid of your baby.
Right.
You have to get rid of your baby. You have to get rid of your legacy because if you read some of the NSM, was it
NSSM 200?
The NSSM 200. It tells you he wants to control the populations of these nations because these are the nations they're exploiting.
The resources. They say all the resources that America would need in the future is in these countries. All the minerals, the oils, the natural resources. So if them countries get to grow, their demand for those resources is going to increase too. And if they get to grow, they could trade them resources without us. So he knew that he wrote this in 74.
Yeah.
Don't think he sat in on January 1st, 1974 and wrote this.
Nah,
he was studying this shit since 55.
Exactly.
He was studying in the 50s and was like, hold up. Nah, if we gonna live, blah, 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 XYZ, XYZ. Like he wanna live till 90. This is a young picture of him here. I'll show you a picture of this devil out. He wanna live beyond that. And your little 2-year-old has to die.
Right. So like I said, just to go back into the Jewish devil we read about earlier, Judah Varnai. Okay, Henry Kissinger was the Secretary of State when Richard Nixon said, we have a war on drugs. And then we found out from his advisor, Ehrlichman, that it was never a war on drugs.
Right.
It was a strategic attack against the black community to destabilize the black community and the anti-war left, but particularly the black community.
Right.
So the same reason why that Jewish woman, Judith Shore, said the black youth are the biggest problem in Israel is exactly why they targeted the black community in the war on drugs, and why they targeted Mexico and Colombia and Brazil is because our people are the ones they're robbing. And just like any criminal, it's wise to look out for the, for the get back from the people you're robbing. Another thing too, sir, the more we have kids, like Captain I brought up, the more chance we have of the army. So it's like to keep the population down of your enemies, you control the fighting force. This is like I'm gonna do a couple TikTok videos on this, sir, because like I said, you brought up something that I just been currently studying, but it's all tying together. And really it just goes back to the oppressor is the devil.
That's
man.
it.
They're the devil. You can't even fathom how much they plot against you behind closed doors. All the think tanks in DC, since Henry Kissinger was in office and out of office, he was involved in.
Yeah.
Even when he was out of office, since the 60s all the way to 2010s, this man was involved almost 70 years. This man was involved in all the decisions that are made in the United States about you and how to destroy you. Like, oh man, it makes me just sick to my stomach.
They credit him as the Secretary of State.
Yeah,
like they're saying if you want to pattern, if you want to be Secretary of State, you pattern him.
Right.
That's how they credit him because of what he came up with. And he could come up with that because he comes from a people who understand. That's how they are.
Yeah.
That's how they are. He's Jewish.
Yeah,
and he understands something. He gonna say it, and they're gonna color it up and make it nice,
right?
So that it doesn't sound as like a death sentence.
Yeah.
SM 200 is a death sentence for the next 50 to 100 years. You know what I mean? If I could get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick, please. Let me get Daniel 8 and 25 real quick. And then if I could, let me get Psalms 83.
Daniel chapter 8, verse 25.
Go ahead.
And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
And through his policy, he will cause craft to prosper in his hand. That's Henry Kissinger, man.
Right.
That's the United States. That's every political party, everyone who comes out. It's their policies. Their craft prospers in their hand.
Right.
It fully prospers. It gets where it needs to go. Because, of course, brother, without that paper, the future of America was grim. He was either born in the great pause him there. He was either born in the Great Depression or shortly after.
Right.
All right. But he was around that time. He was close enough around that time.
Right.
Where not only being told the effects of the Great Depression, he could feel it.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
He was 90 years old. I think 90 years old he lived to. 100.
100, yeah.
2023. So he was born in 1923, which was right after the Great Depression or just around the time of it. Before. So he grew up in it.
Yeah.
And guess what he saw? I'm guaranteed. Guess what he saw?
Black people
prospering during the Great Depression. Because during the Great Depression, while America was suffering, you had Tulsa, Oklahoma. You had Roseville. You had all these different pockets of black communities that prospered because of segregation.
Right.
Right? When they had the Great Dust Bowl, you could look up the Great Dust Bowl, where all that Southern American agricultural land was hard as rock. You couldn't sow nothing. And dust everywhere because no rain was falling. Brother, black people was not suffering like how they were suffering.
Right.
And he grew up in that timing. He was around. He would have grown up in that timing and at least be around to hear the stories or feel it himself. So he knew in order for him to eat, somebody else can't eat because he not eating and somebody else eating. So how can I switch this around? I'm gonna become Secretary of State and write a securities memorandum that gonna make sure all your kids don't eat. I'm putting kids on all y'all. Y'all talking about Alonzo? This nigga is Alonzo. This nigga had everybody in Pelican Bay.
It's like my folk make sure all your kids
that's it. This is him, and this is who they celebrate at. And okay, this week, America really lost if you want to talk about founding fathers. This dude here, he definitely put them in position with this memorandum. And the shit was classified for a decade. And then it came out, brother. I remember seeing this as brother. I saw this in Trinidad and I could not believe it. I could not believe this shit. I put the shit out in stages. It was so goddamn big. Them days, ain't nobody had no printer in the house. You went down to the internet cafe. I don't know if you know things.
Yeah.
Down to the internet cafe with a budget. I gotta make them scroll through pages and say, no, I want to have that already.
Yeah, right.
No, print from here. And in the next 20 pages. You're gonna get 5 more free. And I print that shit out. I read through that shit, brother. I could not believe what the hell I was reading at. I could not believe that a human being could be so evil.
Right.
It could not be, once again, in the world, you have a warped sense of reality. You don't understand how the world really operates.
Yeah.
You really don't understand. And it's basic. You go to a restaurant to eat. You eating, the people who bring in your food, they don't get to eat. Exactly. That's life.
Right.
In the kingdom, we'll eat, you'll bring the food.
That's right.
The Bible says the gates of heaven, the gates of the kingdom will be opened day and night, so that the Gentiles will bring their forces in. We ain't gonna have to go get you. You're gonna come quickly. You're gonna come with the quickness. You're gonna come with the camels and the elephants loaded with resources.
Right.
Because y'all know if SWAP don't get his quota of oil for the month, he's going to send, a plague down to you all that's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Right. It's going to be absolutely rough. I'm trying to tell you.
For real.
It's bad. It's going to be bad. Any more on this thing here?
Yeah, Kamakan, sir.
Go ahead.
Kamakan. Salaki. And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Go ahead.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace shall destroy many.
And by what?
And by peace shall destroy many.
And he wrote this memorandum, and you read it through. If you ain't careful, you would start thinking, he's a visionary.
Yeah.
Problem coming, and he showed us how to stop the problem. Brother, he is planning to raid your kitchen and starve your children. If you could see what they're doing on a national scale in your household, you would be totally different with these people. If you could just apply that to your household, all these policies, if you could say, well, hold on, let's see how that works here. Who doesn't eat here if that happens? Oh, no, I can't go for that. I can't go for that. Keep going.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
And that's what he's doing. Like in those countries, he listed a lot of countries. A lot of them are heathen countries. Israelites are also listed in those countries too. Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, the whole Caribbean territory is listed. The entire Caribbean territory is listed. Everything. You stand up against the Prince of Princes. You now vaunt yourself against Christ, the King of Kings and the Lords of Lords. You will be broken without hand.
Yeah,
and that's coming. That's coming.
That's right.
That is absolutely coming. And it's so. Listen, they try to starve us. Meanwhile, their children running amok. Their children running amok. If anybody needs starving, it's your kids don't need to eat a meal. Who fed Derek Chauvin? Give him food. Who gave Darren Wilson food? Darren Wilson is the cop that slaughtered Michael Brown. Who gave Joe Pantaleno food? Pantaleno is the cop that strangled Eric Garner. Who gave him food? Who gave them cops that broke Freddie Gray's back? Who fed them? If anybody needs starving, your people need starving. Your plates need to be broken and your tables need to be flipped. Like, that's crazy.
So that the trigger finger gonna be so weak.
So weak. They can't pull nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think you're freeze out there. Oh my, you're good to go. All right, so where we going? We right up on the time.
There's one thing that's to summarize it. Exodus 1:10. And where it basically explain how these heathens is dealing with us. You know what I mean?
The book of Exodus, chapter 1 and verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest
Come on,
they
on what?
multiply.
Come on what?
Deal wisely with them.
That's this memorandum. That's them dealing wisely with us. Just like Pharaoh and the Egyptian dealt wisely with us. Or try to. Right, read on.
Lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when they falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies.
Right, and that's what they're scared of.
And fight against.
They're scared that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we multiply to the point where we basically could overrun him. You understand? And that's the fear that the so-called oppressor. That's why that book, The Bird Dirt, that all that is in there. It's what you call for lack of a better term, white male fear. You understand? Black people, you know what I mean, overpopulating them, Hispanics and Native Indians, all
Right.
together, overpopulating them.
Right.
And when they go to war, which they plan, which they not in plan, which they've been doing since America came into inception, you understand? They don't want that when they go to war, that they have, you know what I mean, millions of blacks and Hispanics now that's overrunning their country that they're going to have to deal with.
Right.
So now, guess what? We're going to have to put things in place like Planned Parenthood. You understand? We're going to have to put things in place like war on drugs. We're going to have to put things in place where we're going to have to lock these men up who don't want to support their kids. You understand? They're going to find ways to destroy us, right? Wisely. And your people will be in the streets protesting for more police to come in and police your community, because they're dealing wisely with us.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. They're trying to slow down our population. They're trying to get, you know what I mean, get us to a level where the birth rate is less. Or I should say not the birth rate. Yeah, the birth rate is less every year. It's sad going on every year. You understand? So now families, when we used to have like, you know what I mean, you talk to your uncles or your aunts and them, they have like what, 5, 6 siblings. Now is 1, 2. You tell somebody you have 4 kids or 3 kids, they're like, what? And that's
yeah, they act like you birth a nation.
Yeah, like
they act like you birth a nation. And listen, that just to piggyback on that, the older generation, when they had them 8 and 9 kids, usually 4 or 5 of them died.
Yeah.
So the 8 and 9 is surviving, which means they would have had 12 or 13.
Yeah.
But there was a couple that died. So the 8 uncles you got, them is the ones that survive.
Yeah.
That's the natural way of doing things. You make more, you make more. Be fruitful and multiply. This long nose bastard here. So like, go ahead now. Like I ain't gonna get on it.
No, but that's basically it. Like they want to deal wisely with us. So now you know what I mean, you in America, you believe you're American, you reading this, and you're not even seeing that he talking about you. Because in your mind, you're American.
Right.
That's to show how wise they dealt with us. Now you up in the White House thinking you accomplished something for your people when you accomplish nothing. You just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You just was dealt wisely with. That's all.
Yeah. We really don't. We really don't know.
Last part.
Go ahead.
The last part, because I can drive that driving it home too now, right? And it say, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Yeah.
Damn.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's them. That's them. And listen, this is why the Bible is so important for us. And we are to take that shit back and fully claim it, because they have it and they is butchering the thing. Right.
Yeah.
They use this to justify all the things they do. But boy, you said drive them out of the land from the river to the sea. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pick up West Philly for Life 1992. West Philly for Life say, in other words, they're telling us that we will owe nothing and be happy.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where Christian church comes in. No, you own nothing and you're happy. Yeah, yeah, hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Hold on. What's Philly for Life said, if I may, don't forget about T.I. and P. Diddy. Yeah, we're gonna touch on that right now. So he put some names up in here. Klaus Schwab, Herzog. Herzog was that Israeli president. I think that was at the time of that war. That Isaac Herzog, I think he was the president at the time in 68 or 67 when they fully took the thing over. Right? Klaus Schwab for the World Economic Forum. You know what I mean? And of course, they these are the names of some of them officers who you know took the lives of our people. You know what I mean? Rakar Kassad said, hold on. It's a good point earlier. Rakar Kassad said, my dad and them was 14, meaning like he's one of 14 kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he recently also said they was buying up land in Louisiana for all them you know, the same thing I was talking about now, in fact, with Bill Gates buying up all the land for white people. You know what I mean? Like we don't understand that the game that they're really playing with us. You know what I mean? We don't understand. While Diddy making people walk to Brooklyn or wherever for cheesecake, this devil here making a 50-year plan to make sure your children don't eat. 50 years. Insane.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, like all the person now say one at 14. Well, my father is one at 13.
God damn. Shit, because actually his one is 1 of 20. 20 to 3.
Damn.
Shit, goddamn. It's listen, and listen, this was a time before all these medical advancements and this and that. And now with all this technology, it's less.
And they say black women dying or either they dying or the baby dying more. No. They're having a serious problem with that. I think that is in North Carolina right here.
I think it's worldwide. I think it's worldwide. It's wherever our people are. You see, a black woman is not, you know, I think it's 2 to 3 times more likely to die in childbirth or suffer complications. And it's not anything genetic. It's because the handlers. Because we're being handled by our oppressor. That's why. You know what I mean? Rakar Yassad said they would have been 16, but 2 died. Exactly what I'm saying. Like, that's how it was, you know, back then. You know what I mean? People making children. You make a whole ton of children. And that's normal. And you know, nobody suffers, nobody dies. But these oppressors, they definitely can't live with seeing you live. That's the problem. They could be living, but seeing you live, they could only live if you suffering and worse off than them. Then they could feel comfortable. But if you living and they living, something wrong. Something's wrong. You know what I mean? They just get to spend about 5 minutes on Diddy and King Harris. That's staying on business, nigga. That's staying on my business. Damn. T.I. Yikes. That's rough. That's an absolute rough one. You know what I mean? This is all I'm gonna say. Be better parents. Be better parents. Be more disciplined and really love your kids. Like really love your kids and know that one day they're going to be an adult. And they have to be better than you, not have access to things better than you necessarily, but they have to be a better person than you were. That's right. Because T.I.'s son has access to much more things than he did. But is he a better person? I don't know. I can't say that part. We have to be better parents. We have to be. You have to give your children something that you didn't have in their spirit, in their education, in the way they carry themselves, in the way they interact with other people, in the way they interact, how they interact with the oppressor, how they interact with people of your own nation. You got to give your children something else. You, the king of Atlanta, and your child is not acting like a prince. And what wasn't he the one who daughter he would go to the gynecologist thing with the daughter, but the daughter is like, F that, I want to go home.
Yeah. Make sure she was still a virgin.
Why he had to go make sure?
Because he know.
Because he know. King say, I know you, nigga.
Yeah, right.
I gotta even make his mouth like King. He said, I know you. I know you.
Let's take off his shoe. There's a.
It's actually the captain. Like you gotta have a certain protection for your children at the same time. Like you gotta know what you make. You gotta know, okay, listen, you had to be a certain way because I know once if you go the other way, it's gonna be bad for you. Yeah. Like it's really a time to be a better parent, right? And more so, even these celebrities are showing us that they don't have the answers, right? That they don't know nothing about nothing, and they can't really. You can't look to them for any sort of guidance or example. And I think right now with the internet, our people today are heavily influenced by what celebrities do themselves. Right. You know what I mean? Beyonce make a song to the left. A lot of sisters put a man to the left. Meanwhile, she going home to Jay-Z right after. That the other one, Keke Palmer. Yeah. After the thing came out, she said, I don't need no nigga. Had a whole tour. She was performing in concerts. Sisters was throwing their man away. Now she going back with the nigga. The twin girl, the Maury girl. TMR. I'm outside. Kick the brother out. Now she back with him.
We gonna be all right.
We gonna be all right. That's what she tweet. She tweet a post with her and him together saying we gonna be all right. But you sisters now done destroy your marriage. You know what I mean? You cannot follow after these celebrities.
That's right.
You absolutely cannot.
And it's almost to the point where these entertainers, they had to know that people kids look up to them. It's almost like a mentor. And especially, like a father and a son, type relationship. I mean, as Jeremiah was saying, like to a child, a father is the hero. Like it's Superman, it's Batman, everything to them. You know what I mean? A child trip and fall is daddy the calling for. You know what I mean? You is the one that they look up to. So you have a responsibility, you know what I mean, to make sure this child has everything it needs to survive if you leave this earth today or tomorrow.
Yep.
You understand? But these celebrities, you know what I mean, think that money will help you survive, which ain't money helping you survive. It's that wisdom, that Bible. You know what I mean? How you're going to live, you know what I mean? That's going to, you know what I mean, help you, you know what I mean, through life, not money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Money will help you pay them bills, but money ain't going to stop you from getting AIDS.
Exactly.
Go ask, you know what I mean? What's his name? The basketball player. Magic. Yeah, it didn't stop him from getting AIDS. You know what I mean? Money ain't gonna stop you from getting cancer. Money ain't gonna stop you from getting, you know what I mean, the Lord's judgment, in other words. Right. You understand? And we as parents, we're gonna have that responsibility. Right. And you know what I mean, sacrifice.
Right. Yeah. If I could too, now, let me just get a scripture here. Give me Ecclesiastes 7:12. Like, and that's what you was just bringing out. And it's a lesson for us all for sure. Like let them be the circus, man. Let them, whatever. They like him and his son, they're gonna have a reality show next week.
Yeah.
About them having bust-ups and fighting, and we looking at them hanging on to their every word, thinking that's how it's supposed to be, and that ain't how it's supposed to be, man. At the end of the day, tomorrow, T.I. son could cut that old crazy hair, pour on a suit, and be running a record company. Or he could go to school and get funded to become a lawyer. What's your situation? You can't follow after them. You can't, be caught up with their, epitome of the best Negro life in America. No, that ain't gonna work. Same with P. Diddy. Go ahead.
Come on. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 12. For wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense.
Right. Money is a defense. Like what Nathak was saying, bringing out there, a lot of people going to misinterpret it and think, oh, so that means you can't go get money. You should get all you could get. Money is a defense. It's a defense to a whole ton of things. Was the politician who left Texas and went to Mexico when they had the Ted Cruz. Family up and jump on a plane and went to Cabo or Cancun while Texas was under ice. Money is a defense act.
Right.
It could defend you. Wisdom is a defense too. Go ahead.
But the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it.
That's what Nathak was bringing up. Wisdom is what's really going to give you life to them that have it. You could have money and no wisdom, you're going to die.
That's right.
That's right.
You are going to die. And like the general was bringing out, if T.I. doesn't correct that boy and shape him right, that boy is, he has a bad future ahead of him.
Right.
You know what I mean? And added to that, there are people who only respect that young boy because of his father.
Yeah.
And when his father is no longer around, will he still have that type of respect? And that's what you're going to have to start to teach your kid. You got to teach your kids to walk in your shoes further than you walk. It can't be the minute you're not around, they prey on a victim to the outside and from themselves. You could be preying on your own self, which is what this young boy can't seem to get. He's victimizing his own goddamn self. He can't control himself. He have emotional issues, problems going on. You could tell he's disturbed.
Right.
You know what I mean? You could absolutely tell he's disturbed. Listen, be better parents, man.
Right.
COVID should have taught you that. COVID-19, you were stuck in the house, and for the first time in your life, you realize I actually have a responsibility. most of you by 8:30, load off my shoulders. But you stuck in that house with them kids, and you talking about math and science and ELA. I was like, what the hell is ELA? It's ELA. Goddamn, ELA? I don't know what the hell that is. You stuck in there with them kids, you realize you really have a responsibility.
Right.
And when you're young, people serve you. As you grow older, now you start serving everybody else. You get married, your marriage is a service. You serving, you're a man, you're in service to your woman, not where she's over you, but you have a responsibility to rule over her, correct her, reward her, help her, lay your life down for her. She has a reward. She has a duty to serve you.
Right.
Both of you all have a duty to serve them kids.
Right.
It's all about that. So you don't have that. You're going to get what you see happening with T.I. and with Diddy.
Yeah.
Same thing with Diddy. Wait until the problems with them kids come out. He was on Ellen, brother, a few years ago, and Ellen asked him about his daughters because he has two twin daughters, right? Two twins. He has a pair of twins. Niggas talk. He got two twins.
Yeah.
He got two twins. That's a white man.
Yeah.
He's like, so he got four?
Right, 4.
No, I said 2 twins. I don't get it, Jack. He got two twins, right? He got two twins. Right? It's two of y'all too. He got two twins. And she's like, well, how old are they? And he's like, they're 15 going on 16. And she asked him, are they dating yet? And he lost it up. He's like, hell no, they ain't dating. And she's like, well, they got to be, they're 15 and 16. I'm sure they got boyfriends. She's like, they ain't got no boyfriends. You could go look it up. I ain't gonna play nothing from Ellen because I don't know if they're gonna flag this shit. But he had a problem even fathoming his young girls having boyfriends because what he does to Cassie.
Yeah.
Right.
I got news for you, Diddy.
Yo.
Twins? You better put them under 24-hour surveillance.
Yeah.
You got to get a eunuch to be their security. Because this security guard might, he might go 2 for 2.
Yeah.
2 for Tuesday. 2 for Tuesday. Yeah, and go and one.
Yeah,
and one. And one.
Yeah.
I got news for you, Diddy. I got news for you. You think, old dog that has waxen old in wickedness. Now the things have come to light for Kissinger, Diddy, T.I. It's going to be a bad year for you all 2024. I'm going to tell you that. The sharks is out. Blood is in the water. Y'all settling? You should have go to court. Should have go to court and get found guilty. And
Man, he put on that 30 million quick. Them other sisters is like, hold up now.
Right.
He got it.
Listen, the brother who Tazariak interviewed a few years ago, the Hassan Campbell.
Yeah,
remember he was one of them who was molested from Bambata, Africa Bambata. He lost it. He lost it. He went in front of some projects down there where they say, African Bambata, and the people was from in New York.
Oh, that's when I got shot.
And yeah, he was cursing everybody out. He's like, y'all care about Cassie? What about my pain? I mean, he had a full mental breakdown. Somebody came out and eventually popped him in the shoulder, shot him.
Who?
The same brother. His name is Hassan Campbell. I don't know if you remember a few years ago in Tazariak did the whole thing with the child molestation.
Yeah.
He interviewed one brother. Yeah, they call him Poppy. Poppy says,
Yeah, I know. He have a YouTube thing too.
Yeah, since that he has a whole YouTube where people watch him ridiculously.
Yeah.
But that brother is going through a ton of pain, and I watched the video he did after, where he was like, I went through something. I lost it. I really lost it, and it took that. Like the tape where he yelling. This brother had a demon, and he wanted to die. He really wanted to go there. People saying it's fake, is this, is that. I ain't know too much about that.
Right.
He came out after and said, y'all don't understand what it's like to be a man and have another man go in here. Like he started to talk about the shit. He's still battling that type of shit. You get the point?
Right.
He's still battling that. And he's like, when he saw that shit happen and everybody talking about Cassie and feeling sorry for Cassie, meanwhile, he was talking about Africa Bambata, and he's saying, y'all protected Jungle Brothers. Y'all protected Africa Bambata.
Right.
Y'all all know these musical men and these rappers is raping people, and y'all ain't saying shit.
Right.
He's like, y'all had to come out and face me. Now he crazy out of his mind. He losing it, but that's the type of damage you're doing to people.
Yeah.
That is the type of damage you're doing to people. Like you got these Cassie only known because she's famous. Think about the ones who get thrown away.
Right.
Never make it to making the band, never get a record. Sitting down home somewhere, cutting themselves, harming themselves, just getting high, just abusing themselves because they can't get over the trauma. Right. It's hard. You down here, it's impossible to get it. You gotta become brand new.
Yeah.
The only way you shaking that shit is you gotta come in the truth. Right. You had that old person just had to totally die. You had damn near like you go into witness protection.
Yeah.
And you had to lose who the hell you was. You never answer to this name no more. This is your new ID. This is where you live. Right. That's that. You brand new. You can't even to the point where somebody call you that old name. You start to panic because hold on. You're gonna have to go there with the shit out because you destroying people doing that thing. You're destroying people. Listen. They say, innocent until proven guilty, but Diddy did it.
Yeah.
Whatever they say that he did, he did it. He did it, and he need all the judgment that's coming to him. Yeah, he absolutely did that thing. Don't get caught up in Hollywood.
Right.
That's right.
Don't get caught up with Kissinger and them. Pay your tithes, man. Come on down to the Passover, $200 per adult, April 20th, 2024. Get it in, pay that Passover fee tonight.
Right.
Pay that thing tonight. The Bible says where you lay your treasure, there's where your heart is. If you ain't paying no tithes, I already know where your love is. You ain't paying that tithes, you ain't supporting the truth. You find that 200, hard to pay for Passover, but you was glittered in foil paper for Beyonce at $1,300 a pop. I know where you at. I know exactly where the hell you at. You wrapping yourself in foil going on. You won't break my soul.
Yeah, right.
You won't break in the rain. You in the rain with some foil. You won't break my soul. You won't break my you won't break my soul. And you can't afford $200. I know where your heart is, man. I know where your heart is. Get a credit card, man. You max out the credit card for so much other bullshit. Right. Get that thing, send that money in, man, so we could lock down this thing, a whole week of events, man. Now, if I'm going to be rocking it down there in Durham Fjord, we're going to be putting together outstanding Passover. We also rally. We also got a lit rally up, man. That's one of the baddest venues I've ever seen, man. So this year is going to be even greater. It's going to be, but it feels like, damn, Pastor. That stank face, like, damn, 2024 was something else. Right. You know what I mean? Let's get that thing in, man. You know what I mean? We are kind of up this Wednesday. Everybody lock in, tap in with your camp leader, get down to them schools. Let's get together like how we always do for Hanukkah, man. You know what I mean? We're going to be rocking it out, moving, rolling out. Florida cookout December 21st to 23rd?
21st to 23rd, yeah.
21st to 23rd down there in Florida. Go down there, check out YAHANNA, Rakabia, Kazak Thamar, all them brothers down there. What's the other Levite brother? What's his name down there? Thawashab, Itazab. Yeah, go check out all them brothers down there, man. Slack if I forget anybody else's name, you know what I mean? I apologize, but go check out all them brothers down there, man. You know what I mean? Coming up strong in the thing and you get right. You know what I mean? So another issue, another installment of what do these niggas say? What are these niggas talking about on a Saturday night? Talking about you, nigga. Yeah, right. That's what we talking about. Yeah, I mean, so big up Captain Back. Always coming through as usual. Yeah, Officer Kazak, I'm mad on the inside. You can look at the camera. like them old school sitcoms. Life goes on. That's how we do things. We are Officer so happy. You know, we holding it up for the shit. Rocking it out, you know what I mean? Officer Arawadi in the building. Arawadi, get in that camera right there. Yeah, you sure you could. All right, don't sweat. Y'all know what Arawadi look like. That's the loudest. That's the most decent Negro ever. You know what I mean? My God. Lord allow, we're gonna be back here same time next week, Saturday, same time, same channel. We're gonna be rocking this thing out, man. Y'all make sure support the truth. You know what I mean? Send them tithes in. Lord allow, see all you all at Passover, man. Right. Shalom. Thumb.
Yeah. On 44 shit, you know what I mean? Busy man. Look, when that shit drop, you step all the way on their neck, step on their neck and their head with that shit.
Fine, I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like I'm Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to God. They don't know how I fed it, nice, but he don't show them skills, how I show them skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. They mad, up to solid, circle tight, yeah, vacuum seal. No, they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rank from there, I got real soldiers, kill for me, nigga, watch yourself. They say you been in beast mode lately, you is 9-step. When you dropping that fire, press the smash, they inquiring. They can't stop what's coming, but I see them conspiring. Cross the line, them I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it. Got it out the mud, straight to glory. They don't know how I feel. He nice, but he don't show them skills how I show them skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel how I work the wheel. Oh, I got a man, circle tight, yeah, back and seal. I heard they want my life. I ain't worried, I got Ray for real. Take over in effect, yeah, I'm fully focused. You might not see it on me, just know it's women, that bitch fully loaded. Ooh, yeah, we up and rolling. Told them I need major motion. Think I'm joking, I'ma school them niggas like they baby Jody. Got it out the dust, now I'm too clean, don't know why they hate me. What you want out life, dog? Guns and butter, baby boy. U.P.K top, dog. Certified road runner. I'ma turn that eco-line into a damn tank. I got chopper stash in that attic like they had Frank. They had that shit on lock till I snapped on them like bolt cutters. You cannot play both sides, gotta choose your colors. See him throwing that one up with that W, that's my blood, bro. Fine in. I ain't show no mercy, I'm gonna show them boy what time it is. I pop out like I'm Samuel. I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it. Got it out the dust, straight to glory. They don't know how I feel. He nice, but he don't show the skills how I show the skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel how I work the wheel. Ooh, I got a made, circle tight, yeah, back and seal. Said they want my life, I ain't worried, I got Ray for real.
Shalom, Israel. This is Officer Abraham of the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. And I want to invite everybody this year to come out to the All Black Party because I'm hosting the All Black Party.
You said you hosting it?
Yeah,
I'm hosting it though.
No, I'm the host.
No, they said I was the host.
No, I'm the host.
Also, you host.
Look, look. Me and Shaw as hosting the All Black Party. Everybody come out, you understand, to the All Black Party this year at the Passover, man. Be there, be square. What you got to say to him, Shaw?
Yeah, I already know what's going on. If you thought last year was epic and more turned up, guess what? We got more drinking up. You feel me? We got more music. You feel me? We got more people. Right. That we've been recruiting all this time. They're gonna be walled off, but you want to pay your Passover fee when you think about stepping in there. Feel me?
Shalom.
I believe in the truth. The truth made me a man. And I raised my son in Israelite customs. I gave him scriptures, but I told him not to teach. He finds an Israelite group, not one West. Starts going to classes with them, and they're staying out late. And I didn't protest. 2 months ago, they tried taking him to their camp spot. They make him buy strong drink, and they try to make him teach. Respectfully, he declined. He kept his honor. So they beat him like an animal. When I went to the hospital, his nose is broken. His jaw is wired shut. He couldn't even weep through the pain. But I wept. Why did I weep? He's the future of my house. A dutiful son. And I will never believe in the truth again.
This is Officer Abraham of the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. And I want to invite everybody this year to come out to the All Black Party because I'm hosting the All Black Party.
You said you hosting it?
Yeah,
I'm hosting it though.
No, I'm the host.
No, they said I was the host.
No, I'm the host.
Also, you host.
Look, look. Me and Shaw as hosting the All Black Party.
Everybody come out, you understand, to the all-black party this year at the Passover, man. Be there, be square. What you got to say to them, Shaw?
Yeah, I already know what's going on. If you thought last year was epic and more turned up, guess what? We got more drinking up. You feel me? We got more music. You feel me? We got more people. Right. We've been recruiting all this time. It's gonna be walled off, but you want to pay your Passover fee when you think about stepping in there. Feel me?
Shalom.
Yeah. On 44 shit, you know what I mean? Busy man. Look, when that shit drop, you step all the way on their neck, step on their neck and they head with that shit.
Friday, I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like a Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to God. They don't know how I did it, nice, but he don't show them skills, how I show them skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. They mad, up to solid, circle tight, yeah, that can feel. No, they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rank for it, I got real soldiers, kill for me, nigga, watch yourself. They said you been in beast mode lately, you is not still. When you dropping that fire, precious smash, they inquiring. They can't stop what's coming, but I see them conspiring. Cross the line, them firing. This bitch here, finna break the skin on guidance. I don't trust you, circle small. You can keep your features. Me and my niggas don't keep no secrets. And it feel like Jeepers Creepers. Say they want some smoke, dog. Try to blow these chimney strings. Coming like we, you can't even count. These niggas don't run it like we run it. Bitch, don't even start. Bitch, I'm with my niggas till the end, till them do us part. If you wanna leave, you can leave, bitch. Bless your heart, find it. I ain't show no mercy, we gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like a Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the mud, straight to God. They don't know how I feel. He nice, but he don't show them skills, how I show them skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. Oh, I got a man, circle tight, yeah, back and still. I heard they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rate for real. Take over in effect, yeah, I'm fully focused. You might not see it on me, you know it's women, that bitch fully loaded. Yeah, we up and rolling. Told them I need major motion. Think I'm joking, I'ma school them niggas like they baby Jody. Got it out the dust, now too clean, don't know why they hate me. What you want out life, dog? Guns and butter, baby boy, U.P.K top, dog. Certified road runner, I'ma turn that E-Line into a damn tank. I got choppers stashed in the attic like they air front. They had that shit on lock till I snapped on them like bolt cutters. You cannot play both sides, gotta choose your colors. See him throwing that one up with that W, that's my blood, bro. Fine in, I ain't show no mercy, I'm gon' show them boy what time it is. I pop out like a Samuel, I got time to kill. Haters thought I died, I survived. They don't know how I did it, got it out the gut, straight to God. They don't know how I feel. He nice, but he don't show the skills, how I show the skills. He ride, but he don't work the wheel, how I work the wheel. Oh, I got a man, circle tight, yeah, back and still. Said they want my life, I ain't worried, I got rate for real.
the I.S.U.P.K reservation. We're going to see anything, sister. We're out here at the 3rd annual Menominee Winter Provisions giveaway. We just want to ask, since we are here, how do you feel about this event and everything going on?
That's all you can say.
Trying to express love to y'all, try to give y'all some help over here on the ring. How often do it happen? It don't happen. Never happens. This is like the first time that I have experienced this. I came over here and I came with my grandchildren, and my sons, and I didn't know this was going on. And it's fortunate, right? And I feel so delighted and proud. And thanks to you, all the people that are not so unfortunate. So it's a blessing that she's come around, and it's very good. Makes me feel good. There's a man by the name of Commander General YAHANNA. He organized this whole thing. Without him, this wouldn't be possible. He's the only man that really cares about Black, Hispanic, and Native American men, women, and children. Let's come back out here. This ain't gonna be the last time we are here. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for that. Yeah.
I'm not letting nobody sell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are a black man like me. And it's worth something.
This is Black Watch with Commanding General YAHANNA, the only man to lead blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans.
God made man on this earth. The white man didn't make man. God made man. God wants man to obey him.
Bringing you real news.
You don't need a black man in the White House. You need a black man in every black house.
For many years, there's a lot of black people who didn't realize how deep the racism of white America was.
You ain't gonna do nothing unless you decide where you gonna stand at with the Most High.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Righteous solutions to issues plaguing our nation.
Boy, you better wake up and see the power that is within blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians.
Join us every Monday from 9 to 11 p.m. Black Watch. Let the show begin.
Yeah. ISUPK.com is the website. I'm Commander General YAHANNA, man, in the building with me, a big-time heavy hitter, as you know. As I remember, first of all, General Hazat Young, y'all.
Damn right, sir.
I don't know if you remember that time, man, we had to fight them skinheads, man, on 12th,
Yeah,
in, what was it?
12th and Market.
12th and Market. The skinheads came out against me and Haas. This go back, what, Haas? 15, 20 years ago, something like that. Skinheads came out against us, man, in full gear. They had their jackets on. We had our garments on. It was rumble in the jungle. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
The word had to get spoken. Like, you know, man, great rewards are coming to the brothers and sisters that speak on this our behalf, speak on the Lord's behalf. First of all, big shout out to Captain Yatazak. Did a hell of a job. Give it up for him.
Damn right, sir.
Did a hell of a job, man. You understand, on the cookout fundraiser. They always do an amazing job out there, man. It was a wonderful experience. You know, man, it was a little tough for brothers and sisters because of the so-called holiday and how high Esau jacked the prices up. But a ton of brothers and sisters came out. Everybody that was able to definitely came out for the cookout, and it was rocking. You know what I'm saying? So that was on. What else? Anything else went on this week? Big shout out to Captain Tazariak again. Came down from New York doing it like he does it. You know what I'm saying? Give it up.
Yeah, right, sir.
I think he's coming up on some more of those podcasts, you know what I mean? Getting this truth out. You know what I mean? Like it needs to. Big shout out to him. There's probably so many shout outs I could do. Who did I miss? Anything else going on that I missed? Go ahead. Is he on now? Got General Muhammad in the building. Heavy hitter in the house. What's going on, General?
What's going on, sir?
It feel weird talking to you remotely, man.
Oh, it does.
Good to see you, Ak. Everything good?
Kind of one, sir.
That's what's up. All right. General Mayak, I think he'll be here shortly as well. Join us in. We got a lot of stories tonight, man, but we're going to get it on. All right.
Kind of one,
yeah, there you go. General Mark Allen in the building, fam.
What's going on, General?
All right.
What's going on, General?
That's right.
Damn right, General.
Damn right. All right. I think I did enough on that intro, unless y'all, it's something I'm forgetting, y'all. You know what I mean? Big shout out to Sock G.
Man.
You ready to have them one? Big shout out to Big Knock. Knock getting ready to have one too. Big shout out to him and his rib, you know, man. They getting ready to have some beautiful babies in this nation. More One West soldiers. Go ahead. Mirage in the building as well. To have him one as well. Get there. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations, Mirage. Congratulations, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Behind me.
Yeah. It's on. You about you say something behind me? Can you? Oh, he's talking to somebody else.
Type in.
Okay, talking to somebody probably in the building. What's up, TikTok? Y'all in the building with us as well, man. I.S.U.P.K. Philly in the building, holding us down. Let's get it on. All right, let's start rocking them stories out because we got a lot to hit and a lot of good issues that are on the table, man. I'm hoping we can get to real quick. Let me tell you something, man. This is the channel to change your life. This is the channel to wake you up. This is the channel, man, when you get serious with all that's going on in the world now, you need to get serious. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get it on. What you got, you die?
Kind of a sir.
Oh, wait a minute. How can I forget? Officer Marah, Officer Die, Officer Ibai, Officer Nathanya. We working it. Working it. Trooper Nabah. Right. Big shout out to all of y'all, man, in here, man. Yo, y'all getting a mean ass crew up in here. Y'all getting a whole squad up in here, man. All right, let's go. Let's do it. You die. You good, General?
Yes, sir.
Kind of
sir. NYPD cops leave force an alarming rate. Over 2,500 turned in badges so far in 2023.
2,500. Keep reading. I want to just clip the story.
Kind of a concern. New York's finest continue to bolt from the job at alarming rates, according to new data obtained by the Post. And some cops worry about the exodus will only get worse because the city plans to cancel the next 5 police academy classes.
So no more new cops. Go ahead, keep going.
Kanawakan, sir. Kanawakan shrinking the nation's largest police force to the smallest it's ever been in decades. A total of 2,516 New York City Police Department cops have left so far this year, the 4th highest number in the past decade, and 43% more than the 1,750 who hightailed in 2018.
Right before the pandemic, they lost a bunch then. Now they losing a bunch more. You know what I mean? Which means the quality of cop is getting ready to become real cheesy. Because of course, some people will take the job. Especially every, potential nutcase is going to love to take that job, and definitely every white supremacist. is gonna love to take that job. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
How
sir.
will we know when Muhammad wants to get in? Will we hear him? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You right there, General? All right, cool. Yeah, we hear you a little bit. Let me see. Give me a
Test
1,
2. Can you hear me?
Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Give me a 1, 2, Muhammad.
1, 2.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you in there. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, that's hell. That's hell because of course, the whole society is gonna break down, and it's got to break down because this is an evil time. It's an evil time. It's not a time like the witchcraft that America has put on the slaves is coming off the slaves. The slaves now, they robbing stores, they rolling in packs, they committing all type of crimes. They're not respecting your empire no more because we in them last days. And as a result, the centurions who in the past enjoyed the Blue Lives Matter. I mean, the blue wall. Ooh, they love that blue wall. The blue wall. The blue wall meant that they could abuse the hell out of you, torture you, kill you, put their knee on your neck, do whatever they wanted to do, man. Tons of brothers coming out of prison, man, from the 70s and 80s, doing big time for crimes they never committed. And every time you hear about a story of somebody coming out of jail for some crime they didn't commit, it's always us. It ain't never nobody else. It ain't never another nation. It's almost always us. Why? Because we've been abused here. You know what I'm saying?
I think that might count for a large part of the losses in police aren't finding it fun anymore. I mean, they don't like all the cameras. They don't like to have to answer the questions on why they do the dirt they do.
Right.
And now the questions is getting posed to them more. They're getting exposed more. Salaki, General.
No, go ahead, General Mayak.
Come. And that was it. It reminded me, I know when I went to Cheney, right?
Right.
I joined the football team, and they didn't have such a good football team, you know. So
Okay.
I'm there. I wanted to join. And when I got there, I know that year we lost a lot of players because I heard them saying it just ain't fun no more because the coach is trying to be serious that year.
No.
Some wins under the belt. And them big gay guys, it's like
whatever.
They was on the team. A lot of them were saying, I kept hearing them saying, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. I was like, what's more fun than cracking heads? But I see that they like the lollygag.
Right.
The same vibe with these police. It's just thing that, you know, question me. I just killed a black guy. You gonna question me now?
Right.
Now I got to go to court and answer for this. We're going to jail now. So it ain't fun for a lot of this anymore.
Like they wanted, they enjoyed it when we was an open enemy and they was able to win every day. Just imagine you feeling like a warrior every day. Same way the cat feel when his football team wins. You understand? You can feel that way every day if you want to. And the pressure is on, like you always used to bring out too. How the pressure was on. Always the pressure on to abuse black people and Latino people as much as you could. They would keep that pressure on. But now the tide is turning. They not loved so much anymore. They're getting exposed a ton for what they've been doing. Now they're getting outnumbered a ton. And so now it ain't fun no more. It ain't sweet no more. You understand? The whole legacy of policing in this country was based on slave catching, based on abusing us. And now that abuse is not able to be readily handed out. They ready to move on to something else.
And General, too, I was sitting there thinking about this story as it's going through too. I think two things are gonna happen. Well, maybe two things among some others. Either the cops gonna pull all the way back and be like, I ain't doing nothing.
Like they doing in Philly, huh?
Listen, I remember I used to be in roll call, right? I'm in roll call. I go like that. I look down one way. I look the other way. And I say, I ain't doing nothing tonight. Because I know what I saw. And I said, I ain't got no backup. I'm going to go in my corner and I'm going to sleep all night long. Because I knew the men around me was not going to back me up. I used to be like, nope, not tonight. Like, not tonight. You know what I mean? I think that's going to happen a lot. Or they're going to get ultra violent. And they're going to try to justify their violence to say that, well, we outnumbered out here. So we got to do X, Y, Z. You know what I mean? It could tilt that way as well. Because they outnumbered, they don't have a lot of backup, they got to really defend themselves and get ultra violent with the defense. So either of them two things will happen with them.
Let me tell you, I got I got a third scenario too that could very easily happen.
Come on,
and that is that they now say, well, because we're losing so many officers and the streets are so violent, we now need to move into new tactics and new weapons. Before you know it, they'll hand out AR-15s to them cops and tell them, get it on. You know what I'm saying? They'll hand them assault weapons as they everyday patrol. They'll hand them armored cars. They'll come out with mini armored cars, like an armored car that's the size of an SUV. They don't need that big tactical tank with the daggone water hose on top. They'll just make them a small tactical tank. They're going to militarize these cats all the way up, and it'll be like, well, they losing officers. They got to protect themselves, and then it'll get fun again. Go ahead.
And it makes sense. Then them dogs come walking through your neighborhood. Armed dogs and the armed AI machine.
The robots. God. Oh, that's definitely coming. The robots. Listen, I saw a video of an Edomite so angry. He was so angry over them dogs. Like, he made a video on how to kill the dogs. The robot dog. He made a whole video on how to stop the robot dogs because he was so incensed at it. We take it like, oh, you know, this is another policing thing. But they was vexed as hell about it. You know, you can jump in any time, right?
Kind of one concern. And that makes sense because Esau ain't used to being police.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Now, he know his police force, humans, they know not to, you know, with Esau, with our oppressor, be light-handed.
Yes.
With these people, be very heavy, iron-fisted, they call it a lot of the time. And so now a robot ain't going to distinguish in most cases. No. So, and they know they do the most dirt.
Yes.
So I understand why they want to get rid of them dogs.
Officer Hawar says, it ain't, wait a minute, let me get it right, Hawar. What he said? Oh, man, Hawar, did I miss it? You got it, go ahead. There it is. It ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun. Boy, oh boy, it sure ain't. They mad as hell over that. You know what I mean? So that's that. So they rolling out in droves. And let me tell you something. Growing up in New York City, I say it all the time. Growing up in New York City, brother, them police was brutal. I didn't know that police was not as brutal. I heard about LA, but I didn't know that I thought the cops in New York was the standard till I started traveling around the country and realized every police force wasn't quite the same. They all still got their eye on you. It's straight up oppression. But them New York City stormtroopers are them and the New Jersey State Police. The New Jersey State Police was like the Gestapo. The way they handled brothers and sisters, man, coming up. And it was ridiculous. And killing us, mistaken identity, kicking in the door. You know what I mean? They was in the whole city was in an uproar when they blew away Eleanor Bumpers. 60-something-year-old woman, you know, old and senile, I think she had a machete in her hand or something. Kick in the wrong door, see her with the machete, blow her away with a 12-gauge shotgun. You know what I'm saying? And they would have never done that if it was an Edomite. You know what I mean? And at one point, they were hiring a ton of black police officers. But the problem was they was brainwashing them police officers. You know what I mean? Ours is a rarity, you know what I'm saying? Where you don't get into the mindset of the Edomites and hate us like the enemy, like they do. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the time, you got to hate Jake like Esau hate him. You got to be in that same mode. And they require you to be in that mode because they don't want you in the field being compassionate and merciful. You understand? While they trying to be extra, extra aggressive, and they doubly don't want it because they want to make sure when they do the dirty stuff that they do, that you don't turn and go snitch on them. Yep. That's really where the no snitching need to be discussed at. If I worry about no snitching on the street, you better start looking at the no snitching in them police forces.
That's right.
Some of them police forces, Salaki, you was gonna say something, General?
No, I was agreeing.
You can't. Like some of them police forces got full-fledged gangs in the police force, where the gang runs the police force, which is ridiculous. How you gonna have a gang running the police force? And all they members go sign up and become police officers, which is, you know, what any, you know, gang that's trying to gain power would do.
Okay. And it shows you that all the orders come from the top. All the orders come from the top to be heavy-handed and deal with these people a certain way, but you cannot do that to these people. And so the white nationalists, they hear that and they say, that job is definitely for me. And they join, form their little gangs and cliques like you're bringing out. And it shows you, because I just seen a video of what's going on now. You know, they really, not to jump topics, but they releasing some of the Palestinian prisoners in Israel.
Right.
But they said the police in Israel, so cold because they tell you we ain't playing that. They not as subtle as America in Israel. And they said, listen, we heard that the Palestinians were saying they treating us fair. They won't let us celebrate. Our people coming home, they won't let us celebrate. And they interviewed the Israeli police and them. And they said, listen, we won't tolerate any celebrations of any kind. We still consider these terrorists. And they said they was ripping down the Palestinian flag, pushing them when they hugging their people, pushing them out the way. And the police said, we have our orders. They said to be iron-fisted with this, and we won't tolerate any celebrations, any of this, any of that. And they was ripping all their celebration flags and things, banners and hanging. They said they come into and they rip our stuff off the walls and they push us. I couldn't even hug my aunt, and you know what I'm saying? Like the police follow orders.
That's right.
And so even in America, they follow orders. And like you said, the black cops that join thinking they're gonna make a difference, they start getting their orders and they say, well, damn, I guess if I want to be a cop, I gotta follow these orders. How's you know better than me? Like you said, the brainwashing begins. And they just follow them orders.
Was that what you just said? Give it up for General Maya.
Almost like
all right. What you just said was the wildest thing in the world. You mean to tell me that the Israelis will not allow the Palestinians to celebrate their prisoners coming home? Like, brother, that is the ultimate level of oppression. Like, that's what we went through in the South, in the Caribbean, in Central and South America. We went through that. And for us to have gone through that, and now they still, that's wild. You cannot celebrate your people coming home. It means you got to be in a certain mode, even if you don't want to be. Like you got to be thinking and acting a certain way, even if you don't want to. And you know what it makes me think of? It makes me wonder how much have we been conditioned to be a certain way? You know what I mean? That we may not even be aware of.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
That's why black people think black people ain't SHIT. You know
that's the brainwash.
Hispanics can't get along because they got certain rules that stare you in that mode of thinking. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Could you imagine? So in other words, if unchecked in 100 years from now, Palestinians will be saying Palestinians ain't SHIT. You know what I mean? They ain't crap. You know what I mean? Like all they little rough soldiers will be looked at as evil. And who knows? Maybe the other side will be giving them some packages to sell. So now they selling and looked at as the criminal. And before you know it, they got a society like America's with the Palestinians in a certain position. That's why this place the Lord is about to destroy this entire place.
That's right.
You know what I mean? This place about to go to hell in a handbag, and rightfully. One thing about the Most High that you could always count on is that he's going to be just. That's what you can count on. You know what I mean? He's going to, like, we didn't end up in slavery just because we ignorant. We were the smartest people on the earth. We ended up in slavery because we broke his law, and he said he was going to put us in slavery. So that much you can count on. You can count on you're going to get justice. And so you know this place is going to hell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, guaranteed.
You know that this is going exactly where it would go.
Yes, sir. Guaranteed, you know.
That in on it?
Yeah, you know, what you and General Mayaka saying is so heavy because that's real. Like that code, the ethics, they have that for real. I know, and I always say the one thing that stopped me because I felt the pull too. It was a heavy pull to choose the side while I was working on that particular slave, right?
Right.
But the one thing that got me was the brotherhood classes you always used to teach, and you stayed in my head about it. You, General Hyman, and General Mayak, I stayed in my head about it. It always regurgitated when I was working. It was like, yeah, you got to do your job. Be careful. Be safe, but they still your brothers and sisters. And that stayed in my head. And that worked against what I was learning and what they were trying to show me and have me do. So now when I'm faced with certain situations, I didn't always want to go to physical violence or unaliving people real fast. I always had a moment of pause. Yeah, I mean, it was always a moment of pause. And that moment of pause, and even I didn't know at the time, but the Lord was with me because during that moment of pause, nothing tragic happened to nobody. And I was able to still do something that's very effective, but I didn't have to unalive nobody or unintentionally hurt nobody, you know what I mean, like that, or like how they would want you to be. I know one time we got a guy, and we were chasing this cat. We chased him, and we caught him at like 45th and Chestnut. Yeah, 45th and Chestnut, right? And I had to, it's crazy because, and I know the Lord was with me doing the job. He running, and I'm coming out of block. I see him. I'm on one side. The other guy was training on the other side. He coming out of the block, and I say, let me see hands, see hands. He let me see his right hand. And as I get close to him, and I can tell he was tired, but he was also hot. I can see both in him. And I had my jaw, and I pulled it into me a little bit. I got close to him. He let me get real close. So I hit him with a throat strike. Pow, real fast. He fell back. I heard cling, cling, cling. I looked. I said, shit, he had a gun. So he hit the ground, and it kind of woke him up. He went reaching for the gun. I stepped on his hand real quick. We got him, cuffed him, and I took the gun. But meanwhile, the people who was chasing him finally caught up. Man, they was trying to kill that cat. I had to grab him real fast, like this here, and toss him in the paddy wagon and lock the door. Because they had so much rage in him for running, and they chasing him. They wanted to kill this cat. And I was like, wow, this is crazy. I couldn't believe it. But I knew that, and they was telling me, one part I forgot, they was telling me, gun, 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 gun. They was hollering, but I didn't hear it. Like, I didn't hear the gun, gun, gun part. Like, I didn't hear none of that. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I didn't, because I probably would have took a different approach. And now, in retrospect, I think about it, I know now that was the Lord. You know what I mean? And I got many stories like that I know all the time. Them stories. Y'all don't know. I was calling General Hyman back in 2003 and 4. Like my phone was going out of order. Hey, General Hyman, you believe this shit is happening to me? Shit, something. But it was the Lord keep me safe. And even though them cats was doing evil and wrong, they were still not being unalive. You know what I mean? And listen, I was getting chastised for it. I didn't forget this part here. They was chastising me for not unaliving people. I think I came to you, sir, about that. You and General Hyman particularly about that, because they was coming at me. Like, yo, man, you got to stop playing, man. Pull a trigger on these cats out here, man. Stop playing, man. Like, you got to stop playing. Why don't you want to pull a trigger? And it was, like, real heavy how they kept coming at me over it.
It's damn near like they in a war.
Yeah.
And you ain't killing enough of us.
Yeah.
Which is not what policing is. Like, policing is supposed to be totally different than actual military service. But they go get ex-military people and then put them in the police force, which should be illegal in any sensible country. The only reason it's not in this country is because they don't look at us as part of them, which is the problem. Like any smart leader would never put soldiers who go to war inside the policing. The policing is supposed to be a different thing. It's supposed to be protecting the people, serving the people, whereas war is supposed to be killing the enemy. But so if you take a soldier that's meant for war and killing the enemy and make him the police officer, you potentially have now taken a soldier to turn on the population. You understand? Like, it's backwards. But they use these soldiers in the police force in our neighborhoods because that's where the soldier's comfortable at. He's comfortable in an environment of killing people. So they put him in our environment to do the same thing, to be on edge. That's why you got so much false shootings. That's why you got so much accidental deaths. That's why you got so much madness going on. Not to mention all the things they do to destroy our brothers as well. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Let's move. Go ahead.
And I got one more story I want to bring out. I remember one time I was coming for a training class. It was a Saturday, right? I come out of the parking lot we had, and I had on a sweatsuit. You know, the sweatsuit going for the training class. And I was an instructor, right? I'm running to the headquarters, and I seen this person I know that worked, and she was an admin, and it was a Saturday morning. So it was cold outside, so I'm running down the block and everything. She looked at me running down the block, and she was seeing her face. Her face turned pale red, and she took off inside of the building. I said, "Mother, don't she do that?" So I'm running and running. I go inside the building, and she see me, and she go, "Oh," like she came out of it. And I looked at her with disgust and walked on past. But that part stay in my brain because I'm out here busting my behind, trying to keep the neighborhood I'm working in safe and XYZ. Person know who I am. But because I got on a sweatsuit with a hoodie and it's cold, I'm running, I automatically somebody evil. I'm automatically now the enemy because of what I had on and running to the job in the building. That never left my mind, man. That part never left me. And a lot of cops, especially you Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian that's in law enforcement, a lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. A lot of y'all let that slide. You go past, you don't talk about it because you got to get past it. No, it got to be talked about. It got to be brought out, man. That can't be sleeping on that no more. It happens to a lot of y'all out there, and I know it do, but because of your status on your job and whatever position you may have or you may want to have, you don't want to talk about it. Sir, go ahead. Sir.
No, was that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Salaki, I just want to add this before we jump off the story. It's a great opportunity, man, for you Black and Latino police officers. Now is the time, man, where you supposed to go and get all the brothers and sisters who are in the right spirit and let them become the police officers. Like you could change the whole situation. You could create a police force now that is compassionate to the Lord's chosen people. That's a real police force, meaning you stopping the crime for the brothers and sisters that seek to commit the crime, but you also protecting and raising up the nation. And you're going to go after who you supposed to go after. Like a lot of cops don't want to go after them big time drug dealers because a lot of them are tied to government agencies and different other things. But you got an opportunity, man. Like John told the centurions there, you can exact the right amount now. Now you can create police officers who are compassionate for the Lord's chosen people. But you can't do that unless you let them police officers know that our people are in this condition not because of their own will, that this was thrust upon them. They was beat into this type of person. They were beat into this society. And you can now teach them brothers to not fall up under that spirit and get into the right spirit and then really do their job and watch how many lives change. That whole community policing they talking about, it don't work when the oppressor is trying to kill you on one end and give you a candy bar to your kid in the park the next minute.
That's right.
That don't work. But what does work is our brothers waking up. We don't have no problem. Why we don't have no problem? We all up in the community, feeding people, stopping crime, doing all kinds of stuff.
That's right.
You take brothers like us, you can make a whole police force, man, that could really do some solid good. But before you jump on that next story, real quick, Trooper Yaraya, yes, Trooper Yaraya, the Yemenis, it wasn't Iran, it was Yemen. The Houthi rebels stopped an oil tanker belonging to Israel, according to them. Great Britain is saying it belonged to them. The Houthis are saying it belonged to the Israelis. They hijacked it off the sea. I just wanted to answer his question in there. Somebody else had another quick one that I want to answer too. Before we move on, real quick. Bear with me. Gene Arias said this. They give candy in the war zones. That's what they do, trying to win the minds of the people, which of course didn't work. They ran them out the country. You know what I mean? They just ran them the hell out the country. So it didn't even matter because what they tried to do over there was they tried to take a soldier whose job it is to kill people and make him somebody that can, love the people that he's trying to kill and murder and who's trying to kill and murder him. It was the dumbest idea in the world. Yeah. And they lost 2 wars behind it. You know what I mean? That's not old school. You know what I mean? That's not how you do that. You don't take soldiers and put them in positions of police authority. So that's it. I don't want to keep running on.
Can I say one thing?
Please.
Good. I'm going to say this, right, on what Commander YAHANNA said about that. I'm going to tell you how true he is. And I'm going to tell you what he said is the absolute truth. Many of y'all that's been in, our precious military, right? When you get discharged, right, there's no programming for you to get discharged, right? There's nothing that really deprogram you. You go, you get discharged. A lot of the stuff, they try to put you on drugs and medication. We've seen a lot of terrible combat, right? I know for me personally, when I got out, at the time I got out, I had opportunities to either be a correctional officer or police officer right during that time. And when they came to me with a job, I said, no, thank you. So the person came to me was, he was real close to my pop, real close to my father, see me grow up. And he had connections. He said, I can get you this, then get you that. And I said, no. He came to me a couple of times. And finally he said, why? Why won't you take these jobs? They're good jobs. And I had to tell him, I said, you don't understand. I said, I can't do these jobs knowing and still having the things that I had inside of me for the military. Because my mindset at the time was still on a militaristic thing. And I know if I came home with that day, I'd be in jail. So what Commander YAHANNA saying is right. Like, you can't do that because your mind is not right where they want you to be. You're going to be, when something happens, you're going to go full auto. And y'all, a lot of cats who in the military, been in the military, you know what I'm saying. And they teach you a certain way, and you can't go there because you'll be in jail. You know what I mean? This is the back of what Commander YAHANNA said. That stuff gets pushed in you, and you really can't. It takes a while to get it out your system. To get it out of you where you ain't got to, something happen, you ain't got to live that no more. It takes a while. And what got me and what fully transformed me was the I.S.U.P.K. Y'all understand, man, them classes with Commander YAHANNA, General Muhammad, General Mayok really transformed my life, man, and made me become a different man. You understand what I'm saying? Saved my life, man. And I hope and pray it saved y'all and get y'all to see the meaning of what this truth can do for you. You understand? That's just a slide.
Go ahead, you die. Damn right.
Yeah. Blueface's mom launching OnlyFans on his birthday, teaching daughters how to rob men.
On her son's birthday.
Wow.
Good night. Like once again, and it's sad. It's sad that this makes the news. And I heard this is all over social media. Is that true?
Khan, sir, it is all over social media right now.
Right. It's sad that this is all over social media. But unfortunately, it is. And it's all over social media because, of course, we are now in the mode to be attracted to every vile thing that we can get out of this society. They've taught us to cleave onto the vile things. And that's what we do. And that's why everybody's talking about it. Like, and what a monster. What a monster to teach women how to rob brothers. And you got a son. Like you got a son. But you so thoughtless of your son and the sons of your sisters that you go and teach women how to, instead of being good wives, how to rob them. Like things like being a good wife is square, so-called square now. It's like nobody want to hear about that. When you destroy in your life, like them sisters, man, I saw an interview recently with one of the girls from the City Girls, that group, the City Girls. And I hadn't seen a video of her doing the music, but I saw this interview, and what caught my eye was that the interviewer was asking her about it, and she was talking about it like she did not want her daughter to be a city girl. And I was like, that's wild. She's a city girl. She don't want her daughter to be a city girl. So then I went and turned on her music video, and then I saw why. I said, well, I see why she don't want to be a city girl. And let me tell you something. She doesn't want to be a city girl. What's the Dominican sister that's famous?
Cardi
B. Cardi B didn't want her daughter to see her in the bathroom doing the video. Remember, we brought that out way back, a while back. That tells us so much. That tells us that this vile life that we getting caught up into is not coming necessarily from the artists. It's coming from those behind the artists. Yes, the artists are actually performing what they don't want to perform. Right. They performing something that's evil. And they know it's evil. That's why they don't want it for their children. But they putting it out, selling millions of records all over social media because there's some rotten piece of garbage that's behind it making a mint of money. And we all know tons of these artists end up broke as hell. They suing record companies. It's such a vile business itself. On top of it, they in there fighting, you know what I'm saying, to do some evil that they themselves don't want to do.
Right.
And then it spreads out to the ones who really want to do that evil, like his mom. But she wants some of that fame too. She want to get that fame off of her brother, off of her son too. And so as a result, she becomes a monster. And here's the lesson being taught. The lesson being taught is if you be vile, if you destroy your people, if you teach them to be whores, you teach them to be drug dealers, you teach them to destroy themselves, we gonna make you a millionaire. You're gonna be famous. You're gonna be all over social media. When that's not even our nature. That's why when we came out of Egypt, I always talk about it. We came out of Egypt, and in one generation, we became a fully righteous, holy people. We went from a vile people coming out of Egypt to becoming a holy, righteous people in one generation. And the Lord said it. He said, I'm gonna raise your sons and daughters up to be righteous. He had us in that wilderness 40 years. So we damn near all of us died off, and our children came up when he raised them up the right way, which also, if I could, y'all jump in any time, but real quick also, which also lets you know that if you want a powerful, righteous, healthy, safe nation, you got to be raised up by the Lord.
Right.
Because if you raised up by Egypt, if you raised up by Babylon, if you raised up by America, you're going to get the actual opposite. When it comes time to get you out of here, it's going to be a vile-ass place. And that's exactly what it is. She's an abomination to do that evil, man. Abomination. And no care for nobody else's child. Your son done become successful. You know what I mean? You should be thankful and be like, well, I don't want to destroy no other kid's chance of becoming great. No, instead, you come out with something vile to put some money in your pocket. The lowest of the low of our people are being promoted as the greatest of the great. We're going to talk about P. Diddy tonight, too.
All right.
We all of that. We're going to bring out P. Diddy tonight. Like, that's the lowest of the low. That's who's the greatest of the great in this kingdom. In Christ's kingdom, they not. The people of the Lord in Christ's kingdom are on the bottom, but they soon about to be on the top. I yield.
Come on, come.
You was going to say something, your dad? In general, anytime you're ready, you know that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Colonel Khan, sir, what you bringing out, sir, is so heavy. Is that's the trend right now. Especially, you know what I mean? You had it's a basketball player named Joe Smith, and his wife was on Cameron's podcast because she came out and revealed that his wife, basketball player Joe Smith, his wife Keisha revealed that, you know what I mean, to him and everybody at the same time on Twitter, everybody explode, that she's starting to do an OnlyFans. And then Cameron, you know what I mean, him, Mace had her on the podcast, him giving her, her giving them massages, but just to show you how evil and vile, you know what I mean, our people have been taught to do those things. Like, a lot of people don't know, OnlyFans is ran by the so-called Jew, along with Pornhub and a lot of those other sites and stuff, which are ran by the so-called Jewish rabbis that they promote to our people, sir. Salakia.
Damn right. Khan, you can put the picture on one side, just split it. You know what I'm saying? Are you able to do that? Oh, okay, my bad. Salakia. Khan, good point. Give it up, Isaiah. Yeah, man. Like that. That's once again, they're shaping our society. Once again, brother, when we get out of this place, and we get ready to get set up, we're gonna be shocked at everything that gets revealed that they've been doing to us. They're chemically destroying us, biologically destroying us, psychologically destroying us, violently destroying us. I mean, seductively destroying us. They're using every tool in the toolbox. We are a wreck of a people for what they've done to us. They've wrung out our spirit, you understand, to where there's nothing left of us, to where we'd have been reduced, which is so heavy in this. We've been reduced to a common animal. If you think about it, every animal has a couple of things in common. One, they all try to eat to survive. Okay. Two, they all try in some way to protect themselves from being destroyed. Three, portion of them also are violent towards other animals. Now, that's the three basic things of human nature, y'all. TikTok, YouTube. So now, once you reduce a person down to those three, you basically have reduced them into an animal. You basically have taken away all their intelligence and cognitive ability and just reduced them to an animal that's just trying to survive, trying to eat, trying to do what the three things that animals do. And once you reduce people to that, then they're the easiest thing to control, like any animal. I always talk about this when I had my dog. You know, I walk my, you know, my dog is loyal to me. My dog was deadly loyal to me. My dog would kill you if you came in the room with me and he didn't know you. He would literally, you know, knock you down and rip your throat out. But now, why did he do that? Because he's an animal and he wanted to eat. And he knew that I was the avenue for him to eat. Now, if I stopped feeding him for a couple of days, he'd be growling at me and now looking at me the same way he looked at the enemy. And therefore lies the route of control. And that's what's happened to us. That's what's happened. The food prices don't have to be this high. We don't have to have all this that's going on. But why? This is how you control animals. If you don't have no inflation, everybody's comfortable and will pursue righteous matters, pursue the things that build life. So if you want your animal to act right, you got to do like you do when you train a dog. You give him a little piece of meat and you tell him what you want him to do. And you give him a little more meat and you tell him what to do. And once he learns how to do what it is you want him to do, he eating good. And he knows it. And that's your rappers. That's your entertainers. They'll take anybody and reduce them to an animal and put that person up before everybody else and say, see, this is how you get success. I'm never impressed by rappers or singers or actors or any of them. No, none of them impress me.
Right.
They might say a good saying or something heavy, or they might be extremely entertaining. So this cat's out here that can make music like a real poet, but they not giving me no life advice. That makes no sense. They're not going to explain, you know, they taking actors and actresses and got them giving us advice about life and all of that. When this is a person that in many cases you reduced into an animal to use to control the rest of the population.
Right.
Comedians, I'm not listening to you for life advice. I'm going to laugh at your jokes because your jokes is funny as hell. But I'm not taking you serious like you going to show me about life. You might know about life, but I can't take you serious knowing that you controlled by a man who's trying to make all of my people a bunch of animals. Nah, man, we can't do that. We cannot do that. And that's what this is. Like you brought out. His mother. And just imagine what he'll front like it ain't no problem, or like his mama. He probably fronting, you know, they got handlers. And he probably fronting like, yeah, man, it ain't no problem. You know, don't hate the player. What they used to say, don't hate the game, don't hate the player, hate the game. I'm sure they got a ton of revived lines like that. When inside, man, that boy go to bed at night. And the one woman that he expects to be holy and to represent him in his pursuit for a righteous woman or good woman, the one woman that's supposed to be his standard is a disgusting, you know, piece of garbage.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that do to your self-esteem? Destroys it. Destroys your self-esteem. You understand? And you basically don't even understand the basic functions of a man and a woman and a mother and a father and a child. Because look, you don't give a damn. Ridiculous, man. I didn't mean to run on. It's a lot.
Can I say one thing, sir? I'm sorry, Mayak, you want to say something?
You got it, General. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayak. Salaki.
I was just going to briefly just say it's a sad thing, you know, in America, not in America, period, amongst our people, that when you become an adult, you become a grown woman, you got kids, and you still hustling and doing a little, you know, conniving, juvenile things like this. This is
Good
real
word.
Juvenile, you understand? But America teaches us that this is, you know, they think this is a good thing in our culture. It's been taught to us that, you know, these hustles and little schemes, you know, I recently heard a sister say, you know, I'm a hustler. You know, I'm a hustler. It ain't cool to be a grown-ass woman, you know what I'm saying? And be out here hustling.
Yeah,
you know, be a mama. You know, be a wife.
Yeah.
You understand? It's ridiculous. Salaki,
No, you're right. You're right.
Come on, Salakia.
Go ahead, please.
If I could just say one quick thing. And let me tell you, and another reason why this story is so important and so pertinent to everyone in the truth is that it comes against something that Jesus Christ came against. Now, big misconception about Jesus Christ. And to understand this is to really understand the real Jesus Christ in the Bible. Jesus Christ does not like your mother. He does not like your father. He does not like the police. He does not like the mayors and the government. Jesus Christ is against the traditional authority figures in your life. He's absolutely against them, speaks against them in the Bible, because so many of you, the reason that you're drug addicts, the reason that you're drug dealers, the reason that you're criminals is because of your parents. That's where it started. And because you have this inherent respect to follow the tradition of your family, the tradition of your family is to get high. It's to get high. Who's a brother sent me the story today about some brother and his father, how his brother and his son and his father got high together. And now because they get high together, now you're wondering why this son is a drug addict. All of the mafia and even the white people and the criminals outside of our nation, their parents grew up in the mafia. Their neighborhood was in the mafia. So many of you, you can't escape your mother. You can't escape your father. Jesus Christ wants you to escape your mother. He doesn't like your mother. Jesus Christ is against your traditional family structure. You know we can prove it. This is always what we taught. Jesus Christ came to set a man at enmity against his household.
That's right.
He came to put you against your mother, against your father. He came to do it. He came not for peace, but for a sword. When I was coming into the truth under command in General YAHANNA, that was so revolutionary to me because I didn't even understand how you could change and be from your family. Like, how could you change? My family loves Christmas. My family loves Thanksgiving. My family sells drugs. My family shoots people. My family does crime. How in the hell can I change and still be with them? Because changing would mean I'm not with them anymore.
That's right.
Commanding General YAHANNA taught me that I could get a new family. I could get new mothers, new fathers, new family. That is the key to everything. And if I could, sir, your family is the biggest enemy to Jesus Christ. That is in the Bible. If I could, Commander General YAHANNA, the officer wanted to read a precept.
Go ahead, get down.
Salakia.
Colonel Khan. Matthew chapter 10, verse 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me.
Listen, when I learned that from Commander General YAHANNA Thursday night. Thursday night, I came into class and he taught me that, and it blew my mind because I couldn't even understand how I could come into the school and keep up the tradition of my family. It would be, I couldn't do both. I could not do both because they wanted me to sin. The UPK wanted me to live righteous. How in the hell I would, in essence, have to disrespect the traditions of my family to be in the truth? I couldn't do both because this makes your mother angry. This makes your father angry. This makes your grandmom angry. How can you do it? And he read me this. Read it one more time.
He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me.
If Blueface doesn't know this, what is he supposed to do when he's been taught to do anything for money?
Yep.
Anything. How is he supposed to be a good person and respect his mama and what she taught him, what she instilled in him? How the hell do you do it? You would have to disrespect what she taught you. I'm not doing that, Mom. That's wrong. But I raised you like this, boy. I'm not doing the things you raised me to do. You raised me wrong. You raised me the way grandma raised you. And I'm not doing that. Many of your mothers have been molested, and that's all she's teaching you. Your mother is a molested girl who is teaching you the pain of molestation. So your mother doesn't, look at men like there's something to be, to be treated with the same dignity she wants because a man molested her. So in her mind, men are just filthy, disgusting vermin who molest children. She hates men. She can't stand them. She hates your mother. She hates your father. And as you get older, you look like a man who she can't stand. Now you're expected to go out in the world and what? Raise a family, get a job, have dignity? No, you have to reject your mother. Your mother is the enemy to Christ. Your father, your grandma, they hate him. And here's the important part. He hates them too. He hates them right back. Whosoever loveth mother and father more than me, go ahead,
is not worthy of me.
Listen, that blew my mind, sir, when you taught it to me so many years ago. Because that means Christ is against your family. He's an enemy to your family. Keep going.
And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Here we go. I gotta sell drugs. Why? To feed my kids. To buy my kids Christmas gifts. Lord knows when you come into the truth, you brothers with children, them little brats are going to keep you in the world. Why? Because your kids want Christmas gifts, don't they? Your kids, that's what they want. And the minute you don't buy those Christmas gifts, you're a deadbeat dad. F them kids. F them all. F your mother, F your father, F those kids, or else you are not worthy to serve Christ. Your children, your mother, your father, they're enemies to Christ. Keep going.
Verse 38, and he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me.
You don't want to do it. The burden's too heavy, I guess, right? You love your mama. Oh, I know your mama. She's your, I love my mama. All the songs, all the praise in the world. Well, your mom wants you to smoke weed. Smoke weed with your father. You get high with him. That's how you bond. Your father bought you your first prostitute, didn't he? A lot of you. Am I telling you something? Am I saying a lie? Say it again.
That's what Bootsy did for his son.
Bootsy the rapper.
Khan, the rapper.
He went and bought his son a prostitute. That is normal. That goes back to the 20s or to the Roman Empire. Well, your father would go get you a prostitute and make you a man. He'll make you a man and get you a prostitute and hand you your first blunt and send you out to go rob and steal. And your mother will teach you how to shoplift. Am I saying something that ain't true? You know it's true. You know it is. Now, how in the hell do you change? How in the hell do you become a righteous person? By rejecting your mother, rejecting your father, rejecting your grandmother, and following the Israelite school of UPK.
That's right.
Damn right. And do we lose him, Moreau? I
hear you fine, sir.
Okay, Salaki. Let me add something to that. Like, was you going to say something?
No, good.
Salaki, I was just going to say, and listen, Boosie is bringing his son a prostitute, and Blueface's mother is teaching girls how to steal from men, because what they're doing is trying to give you the avenue to not get the pain that they went through.
There you go.
Instead of them becoming brand new in the truth, they instead go and spread a lie to the world that this is how you avoid getting the pain I got when I was coming up. You understand? Like, some man molested and abused her, so she gonna teach every woman how to steal. Some woman that was his first girlfriend broke his heart, so now he gonna bring a prostitute to his son, so his son don't have no connection to the first woman he gets. This is how we push this madness, man. Just Art and Paint made a good point. She said, but they rather help poison other people's children. Like, they're gonna poison other people's children, instead of enhancing other people's children. Let me get one quick scripture. Give me that scripture where the Lord said, in the last days, they'll be lovers of themselves. Like, read that for me, please.
Sir, the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also, that in the last days, perilous times shall come.
Right. Because the times get rough, the spirit on people going to change, because there's a man sitting in the background pushing and teaching all of this stuff. And if you don't reject your parents when they have the wrong spirit about Christ, then you're going to learn the wrong lesson. It ain't that you don't love your parents. There's nothing wrong. You're supposed to love and honor your father and mother. That's what the scripture said. But you can't follow them. You got to follow Christ over them, because if you don't, they're going to lead you back into the world and into destruction. You don't got to love them less. You just got to know, I still love my mother, I still love my father, but I can't do
what they want me to do in that context. I can't go do evil the way they want me to do evil.
Right.
You still honor them. You still, you know, your mother call and say, go to the store and bring me some groceries. And you still go to the store and bring some groceries. But you tell her, Ma, I'm going to leave the groceries at the front door because I ain't coming in that house with all that weed. I can't be smelling up all that weed, Ma. I can't do that. And then she got to deal with that, but you still honoring her. You still caring for her. Your dad say, man, come on, man, take me down to the liquor store. Dad, I can't take you down there because you're drinking all the time. You understand? I'll come over and bring you some juice and some stuff, but I'm not taking you to the liquor store. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the case might be. That's what you got to do. And by doing that, you now stay out of the fray. You serving YAHANNA in every aspect, even honoring them, and you still not getting caught up into the game. You know what I'm saying? Read that.
Khan, verse 2. For men shall be lovers of their own selves.
And that's an animal. An animal is a lover of themselves. Animals in the wild, he ain't worried about another animal. You can kill another animal right next to him. He ain't gonna care nothing about it. Some animals kill an animal, and the animal they killing is screaming and yelling, and they don't give a damn about it. They trying to kill this animal and eat it. They got no conscience for these roars from this, the cries from this animal. That's what you do when you take a people and you reduce them down to an animal. They don't care about anything else. They become lovers of themselves. His mother is a lover of herself. You understand? Them rappers, them female rappers we talked about, they love themselves. They don't want their child. They love their child. They don't want their child to be poisoned by the poison they put out, but they love themselves. So they ain't gonna not do what the record companies say to do because they love themselves more than anybody, and they got to get the millions.
Right.
So they gonna do what they got to do, but they gonna make sure their kids don't have it. Lovers of themselves. When Christ called us to not love ourselves, but to love the Lord's people, man.
Right. That's right.
That's what he called us to do. Go ahead.
God, sir. Covetous.
Covetous, meaning you love everything somebody else got. You want what you see over there. You were looking at that so-called Jew and what he got, and so you want what he got, not knowing he's about to lose everything he has, including his whole nation and identity, and in many cases, his own life by the hand of the Lord. But you covet what he had. You want what he had. You are jealous over what he has. Go ahead,
Khan, sir. Boasters.
Boasters. Talk about themselves. They about them. Me. Boasters. That's what she doing. Boasting how she gonna teach every young girl how to rob men. A wicked thing to do. You understand? That's become normal. Yep. Everybody talking about it because here's why everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it because, like all issues, there's a debate, right or wrong. Some people are with that. Some people are on that mindset already. Yeah. Let's all rob these black men. Now, listen, you just lost 2% of your ability to have decent marriages. Just by this story. There's 2% of black women who was on the fence. Well, should I be righteous and deal with a brother right? Or should I be like I'm hearing about, be an old wicked ass broad and rob it? And guess what? 2% at least went over the fence.
Right.
Now they on the other side. And enough of this and enough of this, and we'll have no kind of black society, which is really damn near what we are already, which is why righteous men got to break through. Righteous men got to stand on their zone. Righteous men got to bring forth the might of the Most High so that our brothers and sisters can finally see that there is an avenue of righteousness that you don't have to go into the ground. Even how they made the church, and I know I'm running, but y'all bear with me. How they made the church put out the spirit of a loser when you join Jesus Christ. It's like you got to join Jesus Christ, and the most important thing they want you to know is turn the other cheek, get your ass whooped. And when that's not even what that was talking about. But they want you to be in that mode where you turn in the other cheek to the abuse and the evil that they teach in other brothers and sisters. It's like a whole system. One set of people they teaching to be predators and abuse you. And then if you go to church seeking righteousness, the avenue of seeking righteousness is for you to allow yourself to be abused by this group. It's evil as hell. Like we in a world of witchcraft, man, from the white man. We in a world of witchcraft from this beast. And you got to reject that evil, man. Go ahead, Op. Stick with me. Come on.
Khan, sir. Proud blasphemers.
Proud blasphemers, meaning they disrespect the Most High, disrespect the scriptures. Meanwhile, you can't even guarantee me that you will walk out your house tomorrow and make it back home safe.
Right.
You can't guarantee me that. You get people dying every day who never expected to die in this world. Yet you disrespecting the Most High, dumb, because once again, you've been reduced to an animal. Since you ain't dying right now, and there's a scripture on that, and said because judgment is not speedily or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. It is in the hearts of men to do evil, meaning because you ain't getting judgment this moment, you just keep doing the evil that you doing because there ain't nothing happening to you right now. You going to hell off in the evil. That's what we as a people are dealing with. They done reduced us, man, to nothing. We got nothing inside us no more. No spirit, no righteousness, no compassion. You've been reduced to an animal. You'll kill and destroy anything that's around you just for your own self. And that is what this brother is dealing with. Go ahead, Op. Finish it up real quick.
Khan, sir. Disobedient to parents.
Right, disobedient to parents. And that's not just talking about your mother and father. Disobedient to parents, meaning disobedient to those who teach you the right way to be, who's giving you the path of righteousness. I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm your father and mother now. Your father and mother don't know better. You honor and take care of them, but you don't listen to them. You listen to me. You understand? And the men I certify. Right, that's how you get raised up and walk into the right direction of the Most High. Go ahead, Op. Damn right. Go ahead, Op. Finish it up right quick. The water, y'all. The water.
Khan, sir. Unthankful.
You no longer appreciate the smaller things. You just want the money. You just want the clout. You just want to be famous on YouTube. Like people today are going out of their mind because the white man being so good at his witchcraft, he done gave you an avenue to be famous a little bit. You know what I mean? A little bit. So now everybody who's lusting for fame and power is running in that direction to get a piece of it. And as a result, you doing more and more evil to try and accomplish that goal. That's why she gonna teach these women this. And listen, and the first woman that goes out and robs some black man and thanks her for it and comes on YouTube, she gonna be famous. It's gonna be like, it worked, y'all. I took that nigga for 100 G's. Yada, 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 yada. And before you know it, they done poured witchcraft into the black community. They done poured witchcraft among us. Like this man really understands witchcraft. He really understands the things that destroy our society. They got whole psychologists that study these things and they put them in effect. They even said how they went to Harvard to figure out how to steal the black record companies from black people. They went to Harvard. We did a story on it in here. They went to Harvard and studied it and robbed the entire black community of the black music industry. They'll do the same thing. You can guarantee they've done the same thing in psychologically breaking our brothers and sisters down and reducing us into an animal. And it done damn near become a self-propelling argument. You know what I mean? Damn near is on autopilot now. You know what I'm saying? You was gonna say something? Let me finish it. I'm gonna get out the way. Come on with it. I'm running, y'all. Sloppy.
Unholy.
Go ahead.
Khan, verse 3. Without natural affection.
Without what?
Natural affection.
You see that? Natural affection would be what the natural thing for any mother to do, especially one with a son, would be to teach sisters how to be good wives. You got a son. You love your son. You want your son to have a good wife and a good life. So you teach women how to be a good wife. But instead, you opposite. Read that part again.
Without natural affection.
You got an unnatural affection. You got an affection to robbing black men as opposed to an affection to teaching women how to be a good wife.
Right.
And you got an unnatural affection. There's something wrong with you. And meanwhile, you have the voice of the world now because your son is a famous rapper. It's madness that we dealing with. I finish it up. Is that it? Go ahead.
Truth breakers, false accusers, incontent, fierce, despisers of those that are good.
Right. That's the heavy part. There's more right above it, but that part right there, you despise the good. Why? Why do you despise good? You despise the good because, again, you got a slave master that wants you to love the evil. So therefore, you change from a person that loves the good. You now turn into a person that loves the evil and you hate the good because the good don't give you the success that the slave master wants you to have. You don't get that from the slave master. So guess what? You hate the good.
Right.
You turn your back on the good. You destroy the good. You're going to destroy them sisters, man. You mean? So, I yield.
They see sisters that talk good about black men. Like the black men is our everything, sisters. What are you doing? We can't go nowhere without them. Them type sisters, they hate.
They hate.
They hate the good. It's like you sucker. These suckers out there.
Right. Because once again, somebody molested her. Somebody abused her. So anybody saying that, no, it ain't final is still some good brothers out there. Yeah. No, because she can't, in her own psychological depravity, she can't allow herself to be vulnerable. Right. So every man now got to get robbed. She can never allow herself to become normal. She has to be like an animal.
Right.
She's got to kill and destroy everything like an animal. Brother, we better find our way back to the truth.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the only way we're going to put righteousness back in our nation and become something else. We got to stop listening to the white man. Y'all better listen to me, okay? Not the white man. So
right,
I'm not saying it to boast. I'm just saying we have the truth through the grace and mercy of the Lord in 1 West, 125th Street, I.S.U.P.K. This is where, you know what I mean, you're going to learn how to walk in the right direction. You know what I mean? So, was you trying to say something, Mama?
If I could, I remember the other story. Captain Tazar Yacht was showing me about some rapper named T.I. who has a son, I forget his name, King. And now you've seen this son before randomly on your phone, sir, like a little gremlin boy always doing something wrong. And T.I. has been getting high with this boy since the boy was suckled, probably.
Damn.
Now he had to physically fight the boy, you know, because the boy was dishonoring him in some way.
Is that him with them yellow dreadlocks?
That's him.
Yeah. If he don't be careful, that boy is gonna be a sodomite. I've seen him before.
Yeah.
If he ain't already, if he don't be careful. Salaki, go ahead.
It's the same thing in that he teaching his boy to be a drug addict his whole life, getting high with him, smoking weed with him. Then of course one day the boy raises up on him, and now he got to physically fight the boy because the boy has been taught to do this. And I don't know how you're supposed to end generational curses without rejecting those generations of people. How do you end that curse? Because the other people in your family want to continue it. They want you to go to church. Listen, you know how many people have been molested in that church?
Yeah.
I mean, countless people, throngs of people. And if a mother still brings her kids to church, how are you supposed to stop that curse? How can you? I don't know how you even do it, because it's going to cause a showdown between you and your mom. Yeah. Because your mom is going to say, no, that's the reverend. That's the church. You're going to say, Mom, the reverend molested everybody in the church, molested you. You still want me to bring my kids to the church? I got to do it. It is going to cause a showdown in your house.
Right.
Eventually, it'll come to this. Are you going to make your mom happy? Or are you going to try to end the child molestation that's been happening in your family? You're going to come down to a battle. It's going to come down to a battle between you and your mother over, are we going to go to church, or are we going to stop being molested? Eventually, it'll have to happen. T.I.'s son, he's been getting high his entire life. Now he's fighting his father. His father taught him to do drugs. How will that boy change unless he disappoints his father by getting off of drugs? That is going to disappoint T.I. T.I. is going to say, What's your problem, nigga? You know we smoke bud around here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoke weed. Weed is from the earth. You're gonna have to have a showdown with your dad to get off of drugs. So like you, sir.
Damn right. Go ahead, man.
And if I could, and you so right, General. You know how many times I know the Black and Hispanic community then heard their family say, "You know how we do. We the Jacksons, man. You know how we do. We the Jacksons," because their family has this reputation of being a certain way, and the new kids come up learning the same thing, and nobody wants to break it. And I heard a Christian told me, and they knew and they understood. I was talking. They was Christian and talking about the church. And I said, "What's this? You know this and that about the church and this and this and this and this and that. Running down all the evil in the church." And she said, "I know it go on. I know it go on, but my family go there." She said, "My family go there." I said, "Damn, that's it." I said, "That's, you know what I mean? That's what got to be broken, you know, in order to, you know, break all that, get out of that."
Right. And was you gonna say something?
Oh, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and Christ know it, and that's why he said, just he come to make them your enemy. He come to show you something that is totally different. It ain't that it's necessary for you to learn again. Like people send their kid to college to learn something that they're not learning at home in the hood. Well, Christ is saying you got to get away from that. You got to come to my college and learn righteousness, and you can't learn what you was learning over there with them. It's a new day.
Yeah.
And we got to change it. So, Lockie, I'm going to let you in.
Yes, sir. The water, sir. Hey, you got the scripture for me, brother? Just like how Commander YAHANNA, General Muhammad, General YAHANNA said it. And also, too, just so you know, right? When a woman comes to the truth, you change your life. You stop living like how you were before. Can I say the word? I know it's the truth. Can I say the word? Can I say the word? No. What? You can't be a promiscuous woman no more. That's right. And the scriptures say that. And the brother gonna bring it out. And that's why they be having battles with the moms. The moms have been promiscuous their whole life and telling you, you gotta go experience life. The Bible said don't do that no more. Like you can't do that. So now because you don't do that no more now, that woman who was promiscuous now starts to have envy towards you. Because you're gonna be right in the eye. And read the scripture for me, brother.
Khan, 2 Ezra chapter 16 and verse 49.
Go ahead.
Like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman.
Say it again.
Khan, like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman.
You come in here, you change your life, like how Christ prescribed. You understand what I'm saying? It becomes somebody different. And now you wonder why you're battling with your mom, your auntie, your girlfriends over the truth. You came in here now being right and honest and being virtuous. They not. They ain't being right and honest. They ain't being virtuous. They still out here having unlawful, sexual encounters with whoever the heck they want to. That smile on their face. You stop doing that. You got your one husband. You staying with him. You ain't dealing with nobody else. While they still going having sex with everybody, coming from the club in the back of the car, pulled up to the side, doing all kind of manner of evil. But you stop doing this now, because you stop doing it now. They envy you. They envy that right, honest, and virtuous woman, because that's something that they're not. You know what I mean? Which Christ prescribed you to be that way. You got to be right and honest, coming to the truth, and leave that other side of life alone. So that's it.
Damn right. Let's go. What you got, you die? Run them down, man. Yes.
Khan. Sean Diddy Combs faces third sexual assault lawsuit within a week.
Go ahead. Keep going. Keep reading.
Khan. Sean Combs is facing another lawsuit accusing him of sexual and physical abuse. The hip-hop mogul who founded Bad Boy Records is being accused, alongside R&B singer Aaron Hall, of sexually assaulting an unarmed woman and her friend, then beating one of them several days later, according to the Associated Press.
If I could, sir, can you play the video? There's a video of Aaron Hall talking about all the relations he had in front of Puffy and in front of everybody. That boy really explains the type of life they were living.
Can you find that?
Jodeci too, Jenna. I done seen footage with Jodeci. Jodeci used to do a ton of nasty things in front of Puff Diddy and vice versa.
I mean, the video of Aaron Hall is just a confession. It's a guilty plea.
And
if I could, you brothers out there that want a decent woman and don't want a hoe, you should be mad at these cats.
Yeah.
You should be mad at all them slow song singing Negroes that's sleeping with every young girl that comes backstage. I mean, every last one of them singers and rappers got stories of running through women in their tour buses and all that. They don't have no scruples on it. And here's the thing, like anything, young women are attracted to power, but it's up to the powerful to govern how you handle that child. But if you are a selfish pig that only thinks about yourself, then guess what? When she enters your tour bus, you're going to have sex with her.
Yep.
When she enters the backstage at the concert, you're going to have sex with her. Tons of them. Mike Tyson, all of them got rape charges. Some of them locked up in jail. All kinds of crimes they was committing against these women because once again, they become lovers of themselves. So they don't care what happens to that young girl. And now here it comes out with P. Diddy. R. Kelly was a serial child molester. He was a serial child molester going through it. And everybody knew it.
Yep.
The whole industry knew it and nobody cared because that so-called Jew sitting over the top of him making a tractor trailer load of money off of the music that he was making sure that nobody brings him to charges. And then when he got later in his career where they knew they could make plenty of money without him, they said, go ahead, man, do whatever you want to do with him. And the same with Puff Daddy. They let him run long as they wanted him to run. They made tons. Whatever money you see Puff Daddy got, his slave masters got 10 times that.
That's right.
They got 10 times that. And now he ran for a certain period of time. And guess what? Now they don't need him no more. They got enough music from him. They got enough tracks, enough artists. They made a ton of money. He ain't really marketable to make them so much more money. And they want the money he got. Remember, they don't just want to make money off him. They want to take his money too.
Right.
That money you got was only temporary for you to have a good time and be the nastiest bastard you could. But at the end, they want that money back.
Damn right, gentlemen.
And so now they just say, let unleash the dragons on. And let every wicked thing that he's been doing, which they probably got on tape like they do with R. Kelly, they probably got tons of tapes of all kinds of stuff with him. And make no mistake, once you go into that left-hand side, you open the door for all kinds of evil. Many of these brothers were never into the alternative lifestyle. But the minute they got involved in that Hollywood world, then they started entering into that lifestyle. They started sampling and dabbling in it. And many of them got invited to that party. Some of them comedians came out with it, right or wrong, and said they were walking into parties and these people were having all kinds of relations in the middle of a party, in some back room sometimes openly. You understand? And tons of them, they said, turned around and, pushed people who otherwise would not be vile like them into vile things. And many times for their own self-satisfaction. People will make you do something evil just to satisfy themselves, just to feel powerful. They'll make you do something evil or push you to do something evil. You trying to get success. This person is famous and they asking you to do something. And because they asking you to do something, you go and do it and violate yourself and the Most High. But really, this person just did it to just puff themselves up, to be like, hey, tell a boy, you see what I made him do? You see that? He went and did this. They did that on them reality shows.
Yes.
A ton of them reality shows was like that. And matter of fact, get me right, that same Puff Daddy made somebody walk all the way to New York to get a cheesecake or something. Yeah. Go ahead, you die. I know you die and know all them stories.
Go ahead. Said he made his entire cast on making the band walk to Brooklyn, I believe from Harlem, to get cheesecake around like 2 o'clock in the morning.
You see that? Now what purpose does that serve except for the audience to see their humiliation and to make himself appear more powerful? Lovers of themselves. He didn't give a damn about the long walk they had to take, the danger they could have been in, the worldwide humiliation that they had, I'm sure, by doing it.
he could care less about any of that. All he cared about satisfying himself.
Yep.
And now his masters who taught him to be an animal have just now thrown him away. Give me your diet, that scripture that said, go to that lovers now. You know the one I'm talking about? Like that's your lovers. Them old record labels and all that, that's your lovers, man. That's who you go to, not just to make music and to be an actor. You go to them to learn how to be wicked. You've joined yourself to them, to the philosophy of them. And they turn on you in the end. Instead of you building up righteously. You know how many brothers and sisters this clown could have helped and saved and built up and did so much publicly? And here's another thing. A ton of them do small things in the dark, but they don't do it publicly so that other celebrities and our people as a whole learn the right lesson. One right celebrity can teach a ton of people to treat their brothers and sisters with righteousness.
Right.
A one celebrity could do it. All you got to do is show it, and people will respond to it. People will be like, "Yeah, that was real righteous what he did." And then he can go on any podcast he wants, and the interviewer gonna ask him, "Well, why did you help all the people like that?" And all he had to say is, "Well, we should be all doing this. We should all be helping each other do blah 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 blah." You understand? You see an old lady in the supermarket struggling with her groceries, pay her bill for her. You see this or you see that, or you see this going on with our, like they could be actual real leaders and really show the avenues of righteousness that would help all our society. You getting rich off of them. They buying your records, you getting rich off of them. You won't even give them a little advice to be right.
Right.
Because you've been reduced to a damn dog.
Right.
You like a cat or a dog or a rooster or whatever the hell, a bird. You got that one I'm talking about in the Proverbs, I think it is, or in the Psalms. You got it, brother behind you.
Talking about one in Ezekiel or something?
Where he said, no, not in Ezekiel, the one where he said, go now to thy lovers. Look up the word lovers and then give it to you. Which one you in? This ain't it. Look up the word lovers. It'll give you the scripture. Lovers with an S. Lord allow. Like that's what you got it. Give it to me, Dad.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 4, and verse 30. And when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do?
Oh man, General Katham Gabar. I gotta interrupt you for a second. General Katham Gabar just reminded me of something. 2004, you got it up there, Maratha Water. In 2004, P. Diddy had a slogan: vote or die.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Everybody voted.
Yeah.
And now everybody's dead.
Yeah.
Like that means somebody who wanted Obama in office used him like a cheap hoe to push the vote. When once again, he could have just been doing it on his own for righteousness, not the vote, meaning helping us. And once again, let me tell you something, man. If you in the hood and you poor and you just a regular person, don't think you're powerless. Come join me, man.
That's right.
Join me in our push towards righteousness. And guess what? Eventually we will rise with power and we will step to these cats with righteousness, and we will convince them that it's in their best interest to turn from their darkness to light. Not I ain't talking gang talk. I'm not talking about with violence, but they'll see that the black community is moving in a different direction.
Right.
The Latino community is moving in a different direction.
Right.
The Native Indian community is moving in a different direction. The direction that they're moving in is that we got to help us fix us. So we need you to get right with what you're saying and doing. That's what should go on. You understand? Righteousness is just as contagious as evil. You understand? You could get to the point where people don't even want to hear no rapping about killing and selling drugs because you're making eloquent music about righteous things, about real right ways that we ought to be in society. You understand? You got to give it to me now. You know, I didn't mean to cut in on you. Big shout out to General Katham Gabar. That was a good point he brought out. Vote or die. It was a big push Vote or die. It was like if you didn't vote, you was gonna end our life.
Right. And you wasn't black no more.
Right. Like you was gonna be put out of the blackness. Everybody ran out and did it, and guess what? Obama done retired and the businessman, and that was the end of that. You understand? But Christ is forever. Go ahead, you die. Salakia. I don't mean to run on. Come on with it.
Oh, Selector, I have this one in Jeremiah 4:30, but I also have another one in Ezekiel 16:37.
Okay, I must be missing where it's at. Try me. Let me see what you
got. Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 30.
No, go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 30. And when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do? Though thou clothest thyself with crimson, though thou deckest thee with ornaments of gold, though thou rentest thy face with painting, in vain shalt thou make thyself fair. Thy lovers will despise thee.
That's one of them. That's a good one. You're going to do all of that. You're going to become famous. You're going to become amazing. And you're going to think you loved by them executives. You think you loved by them white record companies. You think you loved by them. The scriptures say they're going to what?
In vain thou shalt make thyself fair. Thy lovers will despise thee.
Your lovers still going to despise you. All the nations going to hate you. They're going to hate you, man, because you gave up your dignity. You gave up your self-respect. You gave up your righteousness. That's why the Lord said, thy wisdom and the knowledge shall be the stability of thy time.
Right.
Like they don't love and respect you. Go ahead, Maya. They don't love and respect you because you leave your virtuous ways. They look at you as filthy. That's why the Palestinians came out and told the brothers, your oppression is your own fault. Because what they're trying to say is, because you walked away from your dignity and respect as a people, that's why that happened to you. Now, that's not true. This oppressor beat it out of you. But here is what's true. You can return it back. You can go back to the Lord. You can reject your lovers, and instead, you can turn towards YAHANNA. You got more, or we done?
Wait, so like, sir, is he at Jeremiah 30?
Where you at?
Dr. Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 30.
4 and verse 30, Mahan.
I think the one you might want is Jeremiah 30 and 14.
Yeah, that might, but he got it close enough. I don't want to run on with it. I ain't gonna pull no more. He got it. This is on the same thing.
Okay.
Go ahead. The water Muhammad too.
Khan. They will seek thy life.
That's it. They will seek thy life. Now he's old, not old, but he's up in age. His record company, he did everything he could for his master. Now he's really of no use to Esau. He got his own money, his own businesses. He done did all of that. Now they want to kill him and get rid of him. And they got just cause to do it because they pushed you to be a vile piece of garbage and you went and did it.
Yep.
And because you did it, guess what? Now they got your number. Now they got your number. You understand? And that's why they destroy you. Go ahead, Maya.
I got the one behind me we were just talking about.
Okay.
Did you want it?
No, I'm
Okay,
good.
okay.
I'm good. We good on it. The water. I just wanted to make that point. Come on, you dive. Hit me again, because I know we ain't got but a little time.
Can I say something?
Please.
Just real fast. I know we did one time. It was the cat trying to start some sort of label, whatever. We did an assignment with him, and I remember talking to the cat and said, "Listen, man, I do it right, but this what we not gonna do. Ain't gonna be no back rooms. Ain't gonna be none of that stuff going on. Ain't gonna be none of that stuff y'all normally do in these parties and places. We not having none of that. If you want me to have men secured, these are our conditions, and it ain't negotiable." And the cat said, "You know what? I agree." I said, "Fine." And it was so on point to where when we did everything, in the club where he had one of his coming out things, every club in that area had a shooting or a killing. They even had one where inside of the club, some cats got shot in the club in the head. In our club, nothing happened. I mean, our club was shut down when nothing happened. And that's because of what we learned on the command of YAHANNA. We took that assignment, we took it in a certain way, and we demanded for it to be a certain way, and the Lord was with us. And it shows you the difference between being with the Most High and doing the right thing, and not being with the Most High and doing the wrong thing. You're going to get it in the end. Sorry,
Right. I ain't even going to go on because the time is short. You die. Come on, you got some more for me. Go ahead, Marah. Oh, Slaki, man, you trying to get in?
No, I was just trying to talk about what Haas said, but I'll wait. There's no sweat.
Okay, I'm coming up after this next one. Go ahead. Next story, please. I'm just trying to get in as many as I can.
Colonel Khan, sir.
A little bit of time.
Colonel Khan, sir. Derek Chauvin's family has received no updates after prison stabbing.
Yeah, they treating him just like they do every other brother that gets stabbed in jail. Like we let you know when we figure something out. For those of you that may not know, that's the police officer, the ex-police officer that laid his neck on not Freddie Gray. His knee on George Floyd till he was dead. Okay, and if I could, y'all, let me bend this a little bit for a second. All right, y'all can kill that heat too back there. Anybody that know how to use that unit, water, real quick. Let me explain something to you. Because I heard all over the internet a whole lot of people talking about how George Floyd was not a good guy, that he was a drug addict, that he was violent, that he had domestic violence charges and stuff like that. Those of you that's saying that, you missing the damn point. You totally missing the point. He may not have been the spitting image of righteousness, but how many brothers have died in police custody that were?
Right.
George Floyd don't represent just George Floyd. George Floyd represent all the brothers who got choked to death in police custody and killed, like Eric Gardner and others, and Michael Brown. They got killed by these cops for doing evil towards us when they were righteous brothers. You understand? How many ball players that got pulled over and beat up? What about this brother that they pulled over for speeding or running the red light and 5 black cops beat him to death? You understand? Like, that's who George Floyd represents. You jumping up talking about, well, he was a bad dude. Nobody should have supported him in that. That's, once again, you've been reduced to an animal too, because you don't even see that the people are in an uproar, not because of just him. They don't even know him. They don't know his police record. They don't know none of that. But here's what they did know. They know that he got killed in the way that many of their family members got killed. And they sick and tired of righteous brothers and sisters being killed for the least little infraction against this slave master. Brothers ain't put their hand on the steering wheel, shot to death, dragged out the car. Brother ain't respond fast enough. Get his head bust open by the officers. Yep. Brother ain't comply right away. Get tased half to death. Given a heart attack. We got a story tonight of a pastor, a bishop, I think it is, a bishop or a pastor that got killed by the car. He left church. Not that he was righteous. I don't know the man. Left the church and got killed the other night. So get up off of that, man. So now the brothers went and shanked him up. And, that's what goes on in jail. Especially if you come in there for the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? You come in there for molesting children or something like that. That's what happens. And let me tell you something. He's in a special prison. They don't put police officers in prisons with normal prisoners. They put police officers in a special prison. That prison is filled with politicians and other law enforcement people. You understand? And people with big time white collar crimes like drugs and embezzlement and stuff like that. They don't put them in the population with the people who they were policing, because that would be intentionally putting their lives in danger. But somebody in that world, some other animal, or he himself, moved in the wrong way and got stepped on. Let me let you read a little bit of the story and I'll open the floor up, y'all. All right. I'm just rushing because of the time, so I'm doing a lot of talking. Salah. Go ahead.
Colonel Khan, sir. Colonel Khan. The Minnesota Attorney General's office has previously said that the Chauvins is expected to suffer the assault. An attorney for Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, said Saturday that Chauvin's family has been kept in the dark by federal prison officials after he was stabbed in prison. The lawyer Gregory M. Eckerson slammed the lack of transparency by the Federal Bureau of Prisons a day after his client was stabbed on a Friday by another inmate at the federal correctional institution. in Tucson, Arizona.
And then let me tell you, and I'm gonna open up the floor. It's amazing. Black people are assaulted and raped and stabbed in jail all the time, and you don't get any information about what happened unless you get it from the victim. In many cases, but they acting like because he's an Edomite, they acting like whoa, there's no transparency. Yeah, there ain't never no transparency. That has become the norm of ourselves in this place. Like we should all be crying for Christ to return, which is what the Lord wants. Salaki, I yield. Y'all take it.
If I can say,
Muhammad, go ahead. Salaki.
Somebody else want to say something?
Was you giving? Go ahead, Muhammad. Go ahead. I'm gonna let Hazen after you.
You sure? How you want to?
I'm Twab, sir. I'm Twab, sir.
Salaki.
Good. If I could, the people that stabbed Derek, what's his name? Derek Chauvin.
Mm-hmm.
The people that stabbed Derek Chauvin were in fear of their lives. They were in fear of their lives.
He is a killer. He is a killer.
He did unalive somebody.
He is.
They were scared of him.
Yeah, man.
Those men are forced to live around this dangerous murderer.
God.
They were afraid for their own safety and to defend their lives and the lives of their loved ones and their friends. They had to use justifiable force
to
defend themselves. And I think that we should all give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, we should. Let justice prevail.
Yeah, let's let the case run out first.
Right.
We have all the information.
Right.
We don't know everything about this yet.
Right.
Let's not have a rush to judgment. We don't know if those men were in fear of their lives. Maybe he was trying to hurt them and they had to defend themselves. Don't have a rush to judgment on this. Let the case play out before you just say these men were wrong for defending themselves, possibly.
Right. They in a cage with this dangerous unaliver. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what we let's look at the facts first.
Yeah, man.
Let's let the justice system play out first before we just say that these men stabbed this man. He's a dangerous murderer. Have you seen his record? Have you seen what he's done? These men could have absolutely been afraid for their lives. They didn't want to be killed. They didn't want to be harmed. And they might have had to defend themselves.
Right.
Let the justice system work first before you rush to judgment and call these men assaulters or call these men violent. Okay.
And if I could add to what you're saying, Muhammad, you know, the way when you go and look at that tape of him with his knee on the brother's neck, I mean, he's so comfortable, like he's done this so many times before. Yeah. Like who knows what's gonna come out with him as they start to explore his history and career. You know, who knows what the hell this cat had been doing. You know what I mean? He was so comfortable on his neck. This cat hollering and begging and calling for his mama, and this cat is on his neck like it's not a problem. There's people around. He unconcerned. And that officer that was blocking the cameras, he should be locked up too. That bastard knew what he was doing. So he sat back, looked back, and said to him, you think we should get him up? He said, nah, he all right. And he turned right back around and made sure nobody was able to come there and stop him or to be able to get a good, clear film or tape. He should go to jail as well. Like, that's a good point you brought up. I mean, who knows what the hell he was dealing with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Haas?
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Slocky.
I was going to say, with that video that I saw of what he did to that brother on the street, and knowing how comfortable he was with unaliving someone, I know if I was in prison with Derek Chauvin, I would absolutely be terrified. Just remember that. I'd be scared to death.
Yeah.
I pray you understand.
Yeah.
Scared right now.
General, you have every right to be because he got a proven track record.
I do.
His track record, if you go back and check his track record of complaints against police or violence, he had that.
I'm terrified of him.
Yeah.
Know that.
Yeah.
I'm in prison with Derek Chauvin.
Yeah.
I'm scared to death.
Damn right.
And he's a scary looking dude. Look at him. He looked like he might got people in the basement tied up. Like he got raising families in his damn locked doors.
Yeah. And General, he did it with his hands in his pocket. That's the part that got me. The part that got me was while he doing it, his hands in the pocket. He chilling. Like he in a relaxed state doing this here. I mean, he is calm and he's the
This is Chicago.
I mean, this cat done this before. He is so calm that he just cool to what he's doing. And like you said, so I would be super scared.
Oh,
This
you
guy, I
trying
got
to
to
get
defend
the
myself.
picture up, Con.
I would.
Con. Slocky. Yeah, go ahead, Miami Slocky.
That was it, sir.
Come on, Murat. I mean, you died. Give me one more. Get me in there.
Oh.
Slocky. No, go ahead, Murat. You was gonna say something? Sorry about that.
Slocky, sir, if I could, sir, they always get away, sir. His kind.
Come on.
What he should have did, he should have
man.
stopped.
Give it up.
He should have stopped when the inmates told him to stop.
Yeah,
and he wouldn't have got chanked.
That's what they said about Trayvon Martin, right? They always get away.
Always get away.
Yeah, man. Right. He should have stopped. He should have complied.
He should have complied.
Like it's a rebellion.
Right. Rebellion. You gotta say it like him, Murat. Rebellion.
he wants rebellion.
Yeah. Rebellion. You gotta put the F on it. Wicked bastard. Come on, you die. Hit me one more, man. Get me out of here.
Concert, Vermont. 3 Palestinian students shot near U.S. campus.
Now listen, you know, man. I ain't gonna toot my horn, but God is with me.
Kind of one kind.
The Lord said, brought it out through us, that this would spread into every country.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there they go.
Well, if I could, sir, you said the college campus, just to be absolutely correct.
Through the grace and mercy of the Most High. And these Palestinians look like they having the wonderfulest American life. They look like they know they're not terrorists or nothing. Then the terrorists, if you can't get the picture of the terrorists, wait till you see the terrorists, because they got a picture of him too. Yeah, he up in there somewhere. The Edomite that actually shot all 3 of them and almost killed all 3 of them. Go ahead, you die. Let me let you read the story so everybody knows what's going on.
Commentary. A 48-year-old man has been arrested over the shooting of 3 U.S. students of Palestinian descent in Vermont and will appear in court on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Jason J. Eaton was taken into custody after a search of his home, according to CBS News. Ishmael Artani, Tashin Ahmed, and Khalid Ababmed were shot near the University of Vermont in Burlington on Saturday. The U.S. government is looking into whether the shooting was a hate crime.
Go ahead.
The U.S. attorney in Vermont said that his office will work with the Justice Department's Civil Rights divisions to assess whether a federal crime may have been committed. Officers are currently investigating a possible motive, but say the victims were wearing kafiyeh, a traditional scarf, and speaking Arabic when attacked.
Yeah, so he saw them. They speaking Arabic. They got on the Arabic scarf. In his mind, they're terrorists. And he just decided to kill them. Like, once again, you think them Arabs know how to kill. Wait till the full Edomite spirit come out. You're going to realize why the Israelite School of UPK has been saying for years, you got to come out of this place. Because that beast that you got ruling over you, you don't know who he is. But you about to figure it out. You looking at them Palestinians. Them Palestinians halfway can't commit no terrorism. They terrible at it. But wait till this beast get started. You about to see him do some real, like he drop a bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He don't give a damn. He kill 1 million people and act like it is totally justified. Like, you ain't seen killing yet. You starting to see it now over there in Palestine right now. Like in a month, he dropped so many bombs on them, killed 10,000 people in a month. That's some killing.
Yeah.
You know how many people 10,000 people is? That is a whole lot of people. He went and bombed them like crazy. And you're going to see him do it over here too. That Edomite up there, he up in good old white Vermont. You understand? Like what? And as far as he's concerned, what the hell is an Arab doing up here? This is Vermont. And brother, go up there and just decide to kill him off. That's a real animal right there.
Yeah.
You got more on the story? Or that's pretty much it? Anybody jump in on this last minute? So, you know what I'm saying? These are Edomites, are all families of the Edomites. You know what I'm saying? Hey, pay your tithes. Go to ISUPK.com. Hey, listen, real quick, too. if you're going to pay your Passover fee, don't worry about it saying, 53rd or 54th annual. Sometimes the blocks go in and it doesn't show 55th. We'll get it updated. But the date on your receipt is all you're going to need to get into the Passover. So don't worry about the year that's listed on the receipt. We're going to get that all bumped up. But pay your Passover, okay? $200 per adult, free for all children, all access pass. You're getting everything free. Everybody, everything. Even the babysitting is free. Everything is free this year. All you do is got to pay your Passover and you in the game, okay? Also,
and every receipt will have your confirmation ID. So just keep it for your record.
That's right. And everybody pay your tithes, man. Pay your tithes. Support this truth. 10% of your increase belongs to the Lord. Send it into the school. Get up on it, man. Let's do what we need to do. All right. I want to thank the heavy hitters in the building with me. General Muhammad, give it up. General Mayat, give it up. General Haas, give it up. Officer Marah and his team. Officer Yediah. Officer Ibad. Officer Mathumyad. Trooper Nabah. Holding us down up in there every week. I'm going to get them names down. You know what I'm saying? I got Ibad, of course, all the way up in there. I'll see y'all next time live on the UPK, fam. Shalom.
Damn right.
Passover collection.
Everybody back, man. I got it. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, this is motherfucking Passover collections. We want the motherfucking money.
How much we talking about? You read the Passover flyer?
Quit all that chit chat. Tell them how much we want. Hold on. Hey, how much we want? Man, 2 bills.
We want $2. Wait, hold on.
Hey, we doing all this over 840 quarters? Man, $200. Come on, use your head. Oh, we want $200. All crispy tens. This nigga. You want $200?
Yeah, man, I want $200. Why am I repeating myself? Man, take me off the speakerphone, man. You make me nervous.
Hey. Wait, hey, hold on. You got block on that phone? Nah, why don't you block the phone for? Hang on. Hey, we gonna call you right back. Man, they hung up. So what we gonna do?
Man, we good, man. The generals cover brothers every year. I ain't tripping on that.
You think they got my number on there? I don't know. Just call them back blocked up. That's all right. Yeah, hello? Hello? Yeah, this Passover collections again. Me and Captain Ghidorah are gonna get that money by the night. You said my name. Wait, hold on. Salakia. I ain't say your name. I ain't Destiny's Child. Hey man.
Sorry about that. Anyways, me and Captain got money by the night. And if you ain't got that money by the night, it ain't gonna be no North Carolina. It ain't gonna be no Passover.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, Israel, man. You know what it is, man. Listen, the Lord's 55th annual Passover, Durham, North Carolina, man. $200 per person, man. You understand? Get your bread in right now. Not now, not yesterday, but right now. You hear me? Shalom.
I ain't show no mercy. We gon' show them boy what time it is. I'll pop out like a Samuel. I got time to kill. Haters thought I died. I survived.
Sis, Captain Yacht is out. Wait. Big shout out to him. I want to give another big shout out to Captain Mawakwa. I don't know how y'all let the Midwest monster mayhem down here in Texas. Y'all supposed to close the border when he come through. When the plane land, they supposed to say the border closed. Turn it around. Y'all to let him up in here. I want to thank him, of course, for our first lecture on this World War III and how heavy it is that the Lord came right back behind that first lecture, and now you see what's breaking out in there. I'm scared we're going to drop the Lord's word, and who knows what's coming next. We coming up real fast on the Third World War. I also want to give a big shout out, of course, to my main team, the generals of the I.S.U.P.K, man. He about to walk through the door. General Muhammad about to be in the building. Give it up. General Makaala in the building. Give it up. General Hazayan couldn't be here with us, but you know how he holds it down. Give it up for him. Nice and strong. You understand? General Shawamar in the building with us, y'all. Got him out of D.C. You understand? General Kathumgabal, okay, coming up as well. He's up here in the building. No, he didn't make it down this one. He didn't make it down on this one as well. And of course, you know, the self, Kabbalah in the building, okay? Super duper team that have definitely held us down and walked us, you know, to the border. Now, there's some honorable mentions up in here. If y'all allow me another minute, I'm going to throw some captains' names out here, starting with a monster. This cat here, I'm going to bring up now. See, y'all got to give me an intro like this. I be giving y'all intros. I be introing these cats. You know what I'm saying? They come to me, YAHANNA. They intro me with depression. You know what I'm saying? I be introing these dudes, man. You know what I mean? I recognize how bad they could be. You know what I mean? And I recognize that they a rare breed in this world. And you're going to see it as time go on. You're going to see it during this lecture in what I'm talking about. So this cat, man, started everything you see around you. Started all these camps down and came out of D.C. like a monster. A real Southern boy from way down in the sticks, but bad as he could be. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Captain Kahan Thumb Yard. Give it up for him, man. Bad cat. Bad dude. Okay? I ain't necessarily going in order, so I'm just throwing them out as I see them. You know what I'm saying? I see my main man up in there. He done did the right thing. We finna have a baby on the way. You understand? Held it down. Went through some serious trials and tribulations. I was worried about him. You understand? But I don't know why, because he bout it. Captain Soccer War, y'all. In the building. You understand? Holding it down, man. Congratulations, Ock, man. You understand? You really lifted our spirit up, man, through that battle. That was a rough one, man. It's a rare one that brothers have to go through. You went through that, man, and it was something to do. Somebody go get Tazaryak out there from Hyde, man. Get his butt in here. All right. I got some more captains up in here. I mean, everybody's badass when you come into UPK. But I'm giving some captains some accolades. You know what I'm saying? You know him, head of security, doing it. You know what I'm saying? He don't work the wheel like I work the wheel. At Makad Abaraya, man, doing it up in here. You understand? Doing it big time, you know what I mean? And not far right behind him, another captain who also throws it down hardcore, doing Baltimore so right. Captain Sapar, y'all, give it up. When y'all see me walk past this brother and say world, I'm gonna explain to you what I mean when I say world. Because long before he got famous, I looked at him and I said, he world famous. And he used to laugh and joke about it and all that. And we used to get a kick out of it. Now I say, he said, don't say that. Don't shh. Because it doesn't come to pass. You know what I'm talking about, Captain Tazaryak. World famous now. He's doing it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's just the captains, but like I said, you got a lot of bad dudes in the building. All right. This next brother, I hope y'all don't mind. Y'all mind I'm running a little bit. Y'all stop me, y'all Jazak. If you know what I'm saying? I talk now, you know what I'm saying? But we gonna get into it. But I'm just trying to warm you up to who you in this building with. You understand and what it is that you dealing with. All right, because these is cats who didn't been under none of the madness out there, COVID, none of it. And this brother, man, came through, you know, struggling in the beginning, struggling, trying to do what he had to do for the Most High. But he was sincere. He was sincere, and he was building, and he was riding, and man, he took the game straight up and cracked Delaware wide open. You know who I'm talking about, Captain Tazaiwan. I mean, did it so lovely in the building. Now, you got new Jack captains. I can't see everybody. Y'all all geared up. Headbands and dark sunglasses. You understand? But the ones I can get, I can get. And this is a young Jack, this dude right here. He came up hard and fast. And everybody was like, I don't know. Then he came on through, forged his way, and been a juggernaut up in here ever since. And that's Captain I ain't got his name right. Napataza. Get it on, Ohio, holding it down. You understand? That brother's another storm coming through and raising up cats too. You understand? And bad cats working with each and every one of them. I don't see too many more captains. I'm missing somebody. Tazak in the beginning, right? Am I missing who else is a captain? Like I said, I was just mentioning the captains, but there's plenty of brothers in it. I got Kahan too, early. I got Mawakwa, the Midwest. You know his name is Midwest Monster of Mayhem. I don't even call him Mawakwa. I call him the Midwest Monster. Say again. Gadal Ha is in the building. Where he at? Huh? He here? Oh man, holding down Cali. I mean, really holding down California. Captain Gadal Ha came on down to hang with us. You understand? And also, I heard you mention that young buck, been a captain since he was 8 years old, pretty much. Forging and soldiering ever since. General Muhammad's son, man, a real prodigy, Captain Ariel, man, doing it upright. You know what I'm saying? And so big shout out to them. First of all, I want to also say, I don't want to just forget this. Big shout out to you amazing sisters, man, down here in Texas, man. You know what I mean? It ain't, give it up, y'all. Give it up. Give me some now. Come on now. I'm gonna make the whole lecture 30 minutes if I don't get no feedback, I'm gonna be like, yeah, they don't want to hear this, man. We out. Good night. You know what I'm saying? Like, it take a lot to not care and think of yourself and be selfish and to come out and do something for brothers that, you know, sometimes you don't even know. And we starting to see so much of this in all the schools and camps, and Texas have definitely been one of those that have led the way damn near from their inception. You know what I'm saying? And so, man, we want to thank you, sisters, man, in advance, man, for getting down with us. You know what I mean? And doing so much, because you're doing so much. They got the barbecue tomorrow. I know some brothers helping, but you know what I'm saying? My main man doing it up. But I know how hard they work and how hard they work on their spirit. That ain't easy either. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I salute y'all, you know what I'm saying? And I salute you sisters that's dealing with different things with these brothers and getting through the fire with these brothers. You know, you've been really doing it right, you know what I mean? So with that, if I could, give me some footage, man. Give me some footage of them babies coming out them buildings down there in Gaza, man. Look what's happening in the news, fam. Look what's going on. Yes, please, everybody, please have a seat. I'm sorry to keep you on your feet. And if there's anybody that, you know, y'all wanted something to drink or something right quick, you know what I mean? Please feel free to tap one of the brothers and tell them to come on through and hook you up. You know what I mean? Same for the brothers, you know what I'm saying? You know, we're not on tight restrictions, Esau restrictions, but we're just trying to flow, you know what I mean? I'll have a little moment at the end. We'll do a little question and answer, and if y'all feeling it, and talk about this, and then we'll talk about, you know, we're gonna get to that other lecture later on. So anyway, give me what you got, Dowd. I just need footage. Yeah, give me the sound. Yeah. I just need the footage. You understand? Where they are outside. Bear with me 1 second now. What? This one ain't working right? It's probably just me. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, give me some of that footage. Now I want that footage when they was running them ambulances and they was pulling them babies out. What is going on, man? Is the world ending, or is this just another news day in, you know, in society? No, we coming to the end. We rounding the corner to bring this place into utter destruction. Hey, we got some more chairs. We got some brothers and sisters back by the door, looking like they don't have no seats. Let's show them some hospitality, fam. Y'all brothers, y'all go and show them some hospitality, and let's get them some seats. All right. And yeah, you know what I mean? Hook them up, y'all. Hook them up. Bring them all in. Anybody else outside that need to get in, let them get on in here, and we'll hook them up. Y'all give up some seats. Hey, if you worry about your rib or anything like that, don't worry about it, y'all. You in the safest place on the planet, right here. You know what I mean? UPK. The water for coming, y'all. Yeah, y'all grab them seats right there. Anybody else? We good for now? You straight? All right. Let me see some of this footage, y'all. They showing them hospitals, see them babies when they was snatching them out them ambulances, showing them bodies inside them different makeshift morgues. They killing Palestinians wholesale. They've killed over 11,000 Palestinians in less than a week, not less than a month, rather. The killing is in full effect. And this killing is so, here's the message you should be getting from this killing. The message you should be getting from this killing is that your captivity in America is almost over. The message you should be getting from this is that truly, truly, the Lord is real. If you didn't believe in God before, you should know now. We just had a lecture last year in Chicago. Said that this was going to happen. And now it's happening. This is God having mercy on you and giving you proof that he exists. Come on, Dawud. Come on, Dawud. Give me that old footage, man, where they had them ambulance coming. They had the bodies, the babies stacked up. They was pulling the bodies out. They were wrapping them in towels. Look at all them ambulances. That's actually a lot better now. They better off. They more organized now. But back when this was jumping off, they was killing like hell. And don't think because you see a little pause going on that changes anything. Anybody too warm in here? Y'all want me to have them turn up the air? All right. No sweat, sis. No sweat. I'll talk to your husband after. Let's turn up the air, y'all. All right. There you go. There you go. This is hell. Look at them bodies all up and down the streets. They bombing the hell out of the Palestinians, which is biblical prophecy, which is exactly what's supposed to happen. And it's continuing. Don't think this little pause, show you how evil Esau is. This little pause is only because of Thanksgiving. That's the only reason they're in this pause, because they know that if Americans have to watch this on the news during Thanksgiving, that they're gonna be mad as hell. To show you how much they know how selfish their people are. They know their people are so selfish that they don't give a damn about the Palestinians being killed or anybody else being killed. They just want to make sure that they have a good Thanksgiving, that they enjoy themselves. But I got bad news for them. Their Thanksgivings are going away. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. That is absolutely gold, what you're seeing right here. And Dawud, give me the footage. Has anybody heard about Ireland? Throw your hand up if you heard about Ireland. Couple sisters, couple brothers. Right now in Ireland, they burning Dublin down to the ground. They're burning up buses. They're burning up cars. They're burning up the place. And I know I might sound a little harsh, like, dang, Yohanna, you kind of callous on this thing. I understand this thing. I understand that those that have robbed and stole across the earth are now going to have to pay for what they've done. Those that stole your identity, those that robbed everything you had, even your land, now has come the time where God is going to punish them. The Palestinians are suffering bad. The Israelis suffered a little bit bad. But nobody has suffered like you. And here's the thing. Nobody cares that you suffer. They care about the Palestinians suffering. The world is in an uproar. You can turn the sound off on them. Oh, I thought it was your sounds. My bad. They care about the Palestinians suffering. And that's a good thing. Like, Palestinians should feel good that there's riots all over the world, that people are protesting by the hundreds of thousands. They should feel uplifted behind that. Even though the Israelis are bombing them into hell, they should feel good. You know why? Because if you get killed as blacks and Latinos in this kingdom, nobody is going to come out in numbers for you. Ain't going to be no hundreds of thousands of people coming out all over the world for you. It took 100 years for the protest when it came to George Floyd to even reach a decent number. The minute this war started for the Palestinians, the whole world went into uproar. The Yemenis declared war on Israel, fired 3 missiles towards Israel, got intercepted by America. And they just, how many of you heard about them confiscating the ship? Y'all heard about that, right? Which means they're going to go to war on them seas. You understand? How many of you heard about the bridge in England being shut down when they was on that bridge? Oh, if I was a Palestinian, I'd feel pretty damn good because I know that the world sees what I'm suffering and what I'm going through. But what about us? What about the Lord's chosen? Would this happen for us? Hell no, it wouldn't happen for us. Would they kill and slaughter us and everybody would say, you know, it was right? When the brothers spoke on the street, big shout out to Meshach Mayan. When the brothers spoke on the street, right? You give it up for Meshach Mayan, y'all. Did a hell of a job. When Meshach Mayan and his team went out on the street in England, and he went to the Palestinians and said, while they were protesting, said, why are you protesting us? We victims like you victims. We suffered like you suffered. They said your suffering was your fault. That's what they said. It's on tape. They say your suffering is your fault. They counted their suffering a real suffering, but they didn't count our suffering a real suffering. And that's 400 years of propaganda. That's 400 years of brainwashing. Oh, yeah, this is it here? Oh, man. Like, see, a warrior would love to see this because this means the end of empires that have ruled and robbed and slaughtered God's chosen people. This is the end of it. We coming around the corner to the end of countries, empires, governments, and guess what? All of it is going to be ruled by Christ. Every last one, every prophecy written of in the Bible is going to come to pass before your eyes. We're going to go into some of them tonight. You understand? Look at that there. Now, for those of you that may not know what happened here, sometimes I don't explain all the way things, but I'm going to show you what happened here. A Arab, some man of Arab descent, came and killed, supposedly, 2 Irish children. He stabbed them to death, according to Esau. And then a woman came to try to stop him as he bludgeoning these kids, supposedly. She came to try to stop him, and he stabbed her as well. Now, the preliminary information says that the 2 kids died. I don't know if that is the full case, but it was all it took for the Irish to go berserk. They went berserk and tore up Dublin over these white kids being stabbed to death by supposedly an Arab. And once again, here's what it revealed. It revealed two things in my eyes. One, it revealed that all this melting pot BS has always been a lie. It has never been, damn right, give it up. There's never been real. They've been shoveling that down our throat and telling us to join the other nations and join the other nations, and none of the other nations, even the Palestinians who suffering themselves, even they don't count your suffering on the same level. You understand? They don't even count it on your level. And the problem with us is we don't love ourselves enough to take it down. We don't love ourselves enough to take the love for them down and the love for us up. Our love should be high. Black people should be in love with each other, with our Latino brothers. Like nobody came out for the Mexican brothers and sisters. And they were putting their babies in cages. And nobody came out. Nobody loved them enough. UPK did. We did. But nobody cared. And it's also proof that you are the Lord's chosen. And once again, and the second thing I was going to say is, it's proof to us. It's proof to us that we have the prophecies of the Lord. It's proof to us that we have what it takes. Now, let me give you a little history of that land over there. So okay, let me just give you a little bit of the war for those of you that may not know. So what happened is, I think it was November 7th or October 7th or something like that. October 7th, Hamas supposedly went over the wall and attacked the Israelis. Kidnapped a bunch of them, 200 and something of them, killed and slaughtered a bunch of them, and took hostages and all of that, right? The Israelis turned around, supposedly, and retaliated. First of all, me, myself, I don't thoroughly even believe the story that Hamas was able to go over the wall, come in with hang gliders and pickup trucks, and kill thousands of Israelis and kidnap hundreds of them. And the Israeli military, come on, did not know this was happening. Now, I'm going to tell you something else you may not know. The Israelis created Hamas. That's what a lot of people don't know. Hamas wasn't created by itself. The Israelis created Hamas. I'm going to explain that in a second. So now they came over the wall, supposedly kidnapped them, and now the Israelis are in full-fledged, extermination of them. But let's go back. Let me, I just don't want to misstep. I want to stay kind of chronological on what has happened, because I got the history of how we got to this point, and then I got a little history of what is. Let me go back a little bit. Q, give me that article on the history of how we got to this point. Oh, Salakia. What a lot of people don't know is that the entire Israeli nation, the entire Middle East setup that you see over there in Israel was all a creation of the British Empire and of the United States. They created this. The Lord allowed them to create it because he was going to use it to wipe them out off of the face of the earth. He let them create it, but he let them create it because he's about to destroy them. And it all started back in World War I. And then I'm going to get that scripture. I'm going to pull a scripture for you about the bottomless pit. And I'm going to explain that scripture to you. But first, let me show you how this started. Q, read that article for me.
Zionism and Jewish immigration. Theodore Herzl, 1860 to 1904, an Austrian-Hungarian Jew who founded the Zionist movement in 1896, published Der Judentstaat, the Jewish state.
What year? What year?
1896.
So how could they be a Jew when their whole movement started in 1896? Anybody that looks up the history of that land, it belonged to us. It was dark-skinned people in that land. You could pull up footage all over YouTube of what it looked like in the Negev long before any of them got here. Before World War I, there was no nation at all on that land. It was part of what they call the nomad lands or the Bedouins lands. They were all over there. They had different tribal leaders and all of that, but there wasn't no nation with an army running that area. Let's go.
Calling for the establishment of a Jewish state.
So they were already plotting this turn of the century. While everything was going on, they were plotting this. How can we get our own state? How can we get our own nation? I wish we thought like that. I wish we thought like that 300 years ago. I wish we rejected Martin Luther King and all of that nonsense when it came about, because it was all cough medicine to put you to sleep early. Go ahead, Op.
Okay. The following year, he helped convene the first World Zionist Congress.
Go ahead.
Moses Hess and others promoted the idea of the redemption of the soil. The rise of the Zionists, or the rise of Zionism, increased Jewish immigration. The first big wave started in 1881.
So they started coming in, and these are really white people, Europeans, that started now moving down into the land because they plotting this out years ahead of time. We're going to get this land. We're going to take it over. We're going to kill off these Arabs. We're going to wipe that out. And what you're going to find out as I go a little longer, you're going to realize that's what's really going on in Palestine. They just done with the Arabs now. They want them off the land, and there's so much money under that land that they want to get rid of them quickly so that they can go on and get that money. Esau never changes. He's the same thief he was. Thanksgiving, same crap. They killed the Pequot Indians, slaughtered them, burned them inside their houses. That's all that's going on in this earth. You know what's going on in this earth? Everything else is a smokescreen. The only thing going on in this earth is nations slaughtering other nations, enslaving them in captivity, using them, wiping out their religion and identity, and using them for as long as they can, then either killing them off or possibly getting overthrown by, or maybe in rare cases, giving them a piece of land. It's time for us to wake up. We don't need to be listening to the nonsense we being fed anymore. We got to go serve the gods of our fathers, and we'll be able to see clear. Go ahead, Q.
Come on. The first big wave started in 1881 as Jews fled growing persecution in Russia.
Right, they were being persecuted in Russia. And here's why they was being persecuted in Russia. For the same reason they was being persecuted in Germany. For the same reason they was being persecuted in Austria. For the same reason they were persecuted in all the Arab lands. Because they have an unquenchable greed. They have an unquenchable greed to overthrow. I'm not dismissing the Palestinians either. Don't get it twisted. Them Arabs did a lot of damage to us, including selling our daughters into slavery. Okay, so they got their bill to pay too. Everybody gets to pay the bill. And here's what's beautiful about it. Here's what's so beautiful about it. If you've ever been robbed, or somebody's ever broken into your house, or you ever had a car stolen, you never forget it. It always stays with you. Like you never got justice for what happened. Here's what's so right about the Lord. He's the only one that can give you justice when there is no justice in the world. When there's no way for you to get what you're supposed to get, the Lord got a way. And what you're watching is the way. Remember what the Lord said, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And that's what we're seeing come about in this third world's war. Give me a little more, Q.
After the end of the Ottoman Empire in World War I.
Now, the Ottoman Empire ruled the land of Palestine. They were the main ones there. The Ottomans were Arabs. Okay, some Arabs, some of them were Edomites too, but mainly they were Arabian sheiks. And those cats turned around and ruled that area until World War I, which is so significant in what we're going through. Till World War I. Go ahead, Q. Give me a little more.
The League of Nations, precursor to the United Nations, mandated Palestine to be ruled by the British.
This is your one world order. Way before it became the UN, they were already planning on how they were going to structure the whole world so that Edomites could rule the world, so-called white people, for those of you that may not know. They were already structuring this. Almost over 100 years ago, they were planning this out. So after World War I, and for those of you, I'll make it short because I want to really get to these prophecies. But But World War I came about. First of all, there was no world war before World War I. People had wars, skirmishes, battles, but World War I did something different to the world. World War I split the world into two halves, the West and the East. That's why today you hear them referred to as the West, or you hear them referred to it as the East, or the Eastern blocks, or the bloc countries. That came about in World War I. Countries, because of the weaponry and the armies, countries had to take a side. In the past, you got in a war with another country, that was your business. And if that country wanted to overthrow you, when finished and you was weakened, they'd come in and invade you. And that's just how it went. But World War I changed that. World War I made them have to think, yo, we can't let this happen, because what if the other side have more weapons than us and overthrows us? And that's when they started to say, yo, we got to come up with United Nations or something like that, where we don't overthrow each other, where we have pacts with one another. And that's how all of the UN came, NATO came, all of that started at that point. And it was significant because what it was the opening of the bottom pit. The minute those nations took both sides, the bottomless pit was open. I'm going to read it, but let me let Q finish.
Which included Gaza.
Which included Gaza. Go ahead. Okay. So in other words, they turned around and said, since they won the war, they said, look, we're going to take Palestine and we're going to assign the British Empire to rule over Palestine. But the so-called Jew already had his own plan in to get that nation. Is that the end of it?
Nah, it's got the whole how Britain started the Arab Israelite.
Go ahead, give me a little bit more. Same page, or you had to go to the next page?
No, it's the same.
Finish me on that page, y'all. Y'all bear with me a little bit. All right.
It says, before this mandate ended in November 1947, under the United Nations, a plan was laid for the Arab-Jewish partition of Palestine, the Gaza and the surrounding area going to the Arabs.
And here's why they had to make a partition. Because the only nation in modern day history to create a nation based on their race are the Israelis. You can go to any nation, you could be from any nation, and you can go to any nation, and you, many cases, can become a citizen of that nation. Very few countries, you can't go there and become a citizen of that country or live unpersecuted. But the Israelis wanted a nation based on their new identity as Jews, our identity. And so now a new kind of nation was born. And the British were trying to hold the land. You go back and look at the old footage, man, they was running in that land, creating more. They were killing British soldiers to try and get there. They were in a frenzy trying to take over this land. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Give me 1 second. All right. The Gaza and the surrounding area going to the Arabs on the day of the British mandate ended on May 15, 1948. The Arab-Israeli war began.
Yeah, they went to war because the Arabs felt violated because the Israelis took the land. And they were like, how y'all gonna just take the land when we assigned it to the British? And they went in there, fought, and all the Arabs came in and they fought. They didn't like the fact that the British was ruling it and dividing it in the first place. But what all of that was the Lord beginning to bring about your freedom in this world. And I know it sounds crazy, being from the hood and being poor and us being on the bottom. To most of us, it seems crazy that God in heaven would care about us as opposed to everybody else. When the Lord said, your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. Like putting us on the bottom, you can do that. But you will never take away the bloodline of blacks, Latinos, and Native Indians. They are descendants of those 12 tribes, regardless of what it looks like on top. Give me the bottomless pit, Q, if you could. Give me Revelation 9, 1-6, because I'm going to quantify what I just said in history with a biblical scripture that's going to show you how we went into this thing and what it means going forward. Start at the first verse.
Come on.
Okay.
Revelations 9, verse 1. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth.
World War I started with the assassination of an ambassador. They assassinated him, and it drove all the nations into this war on both sides. What nation was it? Austria, I believe it was.
Yes, sir.
It was Austria. He got killed, and all the nations started going to war with one another. What that was this pit opening up. This pit was opening up, and it was now going to start the walk towards the Third World War. Read it for you. Reading scriptures as well?
Come on.
Okay, you got it?
Yes, sir. I'm starting
Please.
Revelations 9 and 1 from the beginning.
Please.
And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit.
And it said he was given the key of the bottomless pit because by that assassination and that neck falling, it created a pit of war. It created World War I. And now world wars was on the plate. Go ahead.
Verse 2, and he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit.
And the reason it's called a bottomless pit is because this pit started wars that will never end until Christ's kingdom is set up. That's why it's called a bottomless pit, because it started war. And when it said the smoke came out, meaning that flame and smoke and brimstone was wars starting. Wars that was going to be endless and endless until the Third World War. We in 2023. This took place, 1914?
Yes, sir.
1914. Over 100 years ago. This event took place and created World War I, and now we're marching on to World War III. We done been past 2. Now we on our way to 3. You in the greatest time to ever be living on the face of this earth. You about to see some things by the hand of the Lord. You about to see some things. Give me a little more, Q. We're going to take it to 6.
Come on. As the smoke of a great furnace.
As the smoke of a great furnace. Meaning a great furnace, a lot of things can be burned in that furnace. And that's what's going to happen. A lot of things. Listen, World War II, I mean, they killed World War I, they killed a ridiculous amount of people. I think it might have been the most, right? World War I? World War II was ridiculous. They dropped that bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. On top of everything else, they bombed England into the ground, bombed all those empires. And another one is coming. And let me tell you something. Put on your warrior hat. What the hell you got to worry about? Like, Christ is coming back to bring you out of this empire. You served 400 years. You served so much slavery in this kingdom and across these aisles that you done got so comfortable, you don't even really feel like you a slave no more. These stories sound like fire and brimstone to our people. It's like, what you mean? What you mean God gonna kill everybody? What you mean? When you should be like, yes, let's get it on. Let's get free from these people. Let's let our laws rule among us. Every other nation does it. This same Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, I know I'm jumping in, ain't gonna drag, y'all. Thanksgiving became famous because of the Puritans who were Christians during the time of King James, by the way. They were Christians, but they were like what they call Puritists, meaning they got away from the Roman Catholic way of Christianity. They didn't want nothing to do with the Catholic Church. They didn't want to be ruled by the Roman Catholic Church. King James was fighting against the Roman Catholic Church. Everybody was fighting the Roman Church back then. But they still came over here with Christianity and still slaughtered our people like it was nothing. Only that, the Thanksgiving celebration originally was based off of our high holy day of gathering in the fruit. They were trying to copy it, but like a bloody beast. Even if you give them our laws, you're gonna have to put a chain on them for them to act the way they're supposed to act. But I divert. I don't want to divert on it. Come on with it, Q.
And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit.
Right. The sun and the air were darkened. If you lose the light and the ability to breathe, what happens to you? you in confusion now. You can't, how do you go? You coughing, you can't see where you're going. It's a slow, horrible death. And that's what's happening to us. That's what happened from World War I, and it's been happening to us ever since. Give me some more, Q. Take me to 6, all the way, walk it down to 6.
Verse 3, and there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth.
And those locusts represent armies, soldiers, weapons, tanks, planes. Go ahead.
And unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power.
Like, what power does a scorpion have? Anybody? To sting you. And what happens when he stings you? It hurts like hell. Yeah, and in some cases, it'll kill you. It's the right scorpions. Say again? Yeah, you definitely gonna, yeah, you're gonna stop. you're gonna think about that sting. Well, that's what those armies were given the power to do in World War I. Read on.
Verse 4, and it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree.
Who was the grass of the earth back then? We were the grass of the earth. The turn of the century, we had just got out of so-called slavery on paper. They still had us in slavery in many places around the world. And even in the United States, they had secret slave camps underground. Philadelphia was one of them, right or wrong. Girard College had, you can go down underneath Girard College right now. They got the slave cages underneath the college, where the slaves had to wrap the pipes with fabric and sew them by hand to keep it going. We had to become smiths and build our own cages to be locked in and our own locks to be put in. Hold your peace for a second. I'm going to open it up at the end. I know I'm going to lose y'all if I don't keep on going. You know what I'm saying? I want to really get all of it out, and then I'm going to let y'all jump in. Go ahead, Q.
But only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads.
Come, plug me in. I think I'm not running. But read it again. Yeah, those that did not have the seal, meaning those from the other nations, those among us that turned our back on the Lord, they got caught up in World War I. Black men thought that they were going to be so beloved after World War I. They joined the military, put that uniform on, thought we was going to be beloved. We came back from World War I. White people was pulling us off the train, splitting our heads open, killing us, lynching us. Imagine that. You go fight in World War I, the same in World War II. You go fight in World War I, come back and get lynched in America. Damn. They hated us so much, they didn't even want us to fight for them. That's how much they hated us. And this nature is the nature of the beast. This is the nature of this man. This ain't no special thing. This is how he is. That's what's going on with the Palestinians. That's the same Edomite over there. And he's going to bomb that place into the Stone Age if he can. He wants off the land, just like they wanted us off the land during the time of the Pequot Indians when they burned us down in our own houses, in our own religious centers. Give me some more.
Verse 5, and to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months.
So for a period of time, we were tormented with our racism, with all the evil that we did. And they were really tormented for those 5 months. That's a dispensation of time. That's not a hard number. 6Q.
And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man.
Right. It was a torment, meaning you constantly in wars, constantly in battles, constantly getting killed, constantly losing people. Plague. All the plagues started coming out at that time. That was all part of this plan to wipe out all these nations on this earth. They rebuilt again and they came back. Keep going, Q. Give me
verse
6.
Verse 6. And in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it.
And there was much suicide back then. You hear about it even now, right or wrong. Tons of brothers come back from them wars, fighting for Esau, kill themselves. Women too, sisters too. It's all over YouTube. They have stories and they look horrible and they talking about horrific things. And many of them kill themselves after they tell the story. because this is all a part of bringing his empire down. That's the end of 6, so you got more, Q.
And shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them.
Right, they're going to desire to die, but death shall flee from them. Okay, that's how we started in World War I. Matter of fact, if you could give me real quick, Revelation, what am I looking for? Revelation 11, I think it is, just to bring the one woe, two woes past, one woe past, two to come, just to clarify that. So what we're seeing over there is the Lord's doing. Here's what happened. In 1978, the Israelis, and show you how ironic the Lord is, the Israelis were digging for oil and natural gas. And they looked all over the country. And they couldn't find no oil or natural gas except in one place, in Gaza. The one place they didn't have. So they got this whole country, they ruling now. They got nuclear weapons, but the oil is in Gaza. And it's off the coasts in Gaza. They found 1.7 billion gallons of oil in Gaza. None in the land ruled by the Israelis. They went digging even further and found 100 billion metric tons of natural gas. Guess where they found that at? Gaza. None in the rest of the country. They decided back then, we're going to get rid of the Palestinians. We about to run them off the land. It was too much money. Exxon Mobil, United States, all these countries were already set up to put rigs off of the coast of Gaza and start pulling that oil up and bringing that gas up. And here's why else it was so important to them. Because if the Israelis get the power to draw their own oil and natural gas, what won't they need? They won't need the Arabs anymore. They won't have to buy oil from Egypt no more. They won't have to rely on anybody no more. They won't even have to kiss the United States ass. They'll have enough oil and gas to rule their own nation, take over whoever they want. And nobody expected that until 1978. They gave them bombs before 78, thinking they was going to need them bombs just as a deterrent for all the Arab nations around them. They slept on the fact that if they were to find some oil, they won't need the United States anymore. So the United States is chumming up to them real good now. That's why you see they didn't stop them. They stopped them for Thanksgiving, though. They made sure the turkey was good. Wait till next week. Wait till next week. The bombing about to start again. Okay? So they found that natural gas in there, right? And they knew they had to get rid of the Palestinians. And they came up with another plan. They said, what if we cut a canal through Gaza? And with that canal, we will now compete against the Suez Canal. And they said, well, what do we got to do? Well, they said the first thing you got to do is you got to clear the land. You got to get rid of the Palestinians. So now they got two major reasons, really three major reasons to get rid of the Palestinians. Why is this happening? The Lord is bringing them to the Third World War. He's bringing them. He's dragging them, like he said in Joel, the 3rd chapter. He's dragging them to plead with them to come down into this valley because he's going to wipe them out. So now the plan started for them to go ahead and start bringing in the Third World War. You got Revelation 11 for me? Somebody, whoever got it.
Revelation chapter 11, verse 7.
Is it 7, Q? Go ahead, read it out. I think I'm looking for 14. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just give me the 14th verse if you could.
Come on. Revelation chapter 11, verse 14. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly.
Okay, up above it, I believe it says the first woe is past, and two more come quickly, unless I'm missing it in Revelation. Say again. Same chapter. What verse? Give me the verse. So now, at that point, I think you're up to the second woe. But give me the first woe. And it's important for you to know that this is the Lord, 12 verse, the what? It's important for you to know that this unfolding is biblical prophecy, man. Your life is about to change. When the scripture says, lay up thy folly ground, the Lord is not joking. You got to clean up your spirit now, because tomorrow might be too late. We done got away so long with doing the evils that we do that we don't even think nothing can come back. But it's happening in front of your eyes. You getting a warning like ever before. And let me tell you something. If you understood what is happening, brother, you drop on your knees and be saying, Lord, forgive my sins so I can be your servant. That's what you'd be saying, because you'd realize what greatness he gave to you. Read it for me, Op.
Revelation chapter 9, verse 12. One woe is past, and behold, there come two woes more hereafter.
There you go. The one woe is what we just broke down. Two more come after that. We know World War II is past. World War III is guaranteed. It's guaranteed we're going to go into World War III. It ain't no question no more. He's showing it to us before our eyes. You got to make a transformation, and quick. And I'm going to tell you why. Because all these 12 tribes are about to fall in your lap. They're about to fall in your lap. This world is about to get shifted into another zone, and death is going to be everywhere. How many of y'all heard of the BRICS finance? You know that's coming. If the BRICS go online, the American dollar will be cut in half. So if you're paying, what's a loaf of bread cost? It'll be 10 or 12 when that comes online. Gas bills about what right now in the crib? Huh? 200? Look at 450. Look at 450. How much is gas in the car? You wondering why America running to get them electric cars? How much? Let's say 625. Probably put us right where we need to be. 625 for gas. And when's the last time we got wage increase? Okay, then. Don't nobody even know what year it was. You know what I mean? You had, what was the last time minimum wage got raised? Never. Hell, damn near. But meanwhile, these prices about to jump up, and it's about to go where? It's about to go where it's supposed to go, which is the fall of these empires. And the Lord is pouring into you something special. First of all, he's taking these officers. I'm diverting just for a second. Y'all stop me. He's taking these officers and raising them up and raising these amazing sisters up, and he's giving them a new spirit. And this new spirit that we're getting is for this job. It may not look like it, but go back and read the scriptures, brothers and sisters. How many times did the Lord take a small number of men and women and change our entire existence? The Lord don't like it. He want the glory. He don't, man, damn right, give it up. So right. Like he wants the glory. He don't want you getting the glory or somebody else getting the glory. He's going to work with a small number and do something miraculously amazing. And you're going to see it. It was, in my eyes, it was already miraculous that you found the truth. It's like, I can't believe that I've found the truth, and I'm looking at brothers and sisters that are dressed like people from the ancient world. I can't even believe it. But it happened. It happened. And from everywhere, just like he said, one in the city, two in the field, he's going to bring them together. Now is the time to have faith unquestioned. When you was smoking that crack, you had plenty faith in that hit. You knew if it said blue top, it was on. You was going to be smoked out for at least 6 hours. You ain't question it. You ain't say nothing. When that weed came and you cracked open that bag and that fat and smelling good, fat with it, the kind where you squeeze it, crunch. that good Colombian gold. Listen, I had a brass pipe, brother. I still see it in my dreams. I kept that brass pipe shining. I thought it spoke sometimes. You had confidence in that. Now you got to put your faith in the Most High. You got to be, like the scripture said, we walk not by sight. It's time for that is over. Time for time for you using your own analytical mind to carry this out. Them days going away, because you ain't gonna be able to. You're not gonna you're gonna be overwhelmed by what you see in front of you as this place starts. Wait till the riots start. The Arabs about to tear shop up. And listen, you think they bad? You think them Arabs is terrorists and they bad? Wait till the so-called Jews start. You're gonna really see a terrorist. Wait till this so-called Jew get the killing and slaughtering against the Arabs and anybody else. Then you're gonna see some real killing. It's gonna be a mess, but a beautiful mess. A beautiful mess that's bringing us to where we gotta be. One woe is past. Behold, two woes come quickly. Coming around the corner. You can stop right there. I'm gonna stop you right there, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna go a little further on what we're doing. All right, y'all bear with me a second. It is. It's up to 12%. All right. Now, what has happened so far that we know about? We know that the scriptures in Ezekiel 38 said that the Lord would put hooks in Gog and Magog and turn them around. That's happened, right or wrong. So now, what are we looking for now? Here's what we're looking for. We're looking for France to fall. When I say fall, meaning France, according to the biblical prophecy, I could read it. I don't know if we're gonna go to it. A lot of y'all have read it many times. Again, I don't want to tie you up too long, but France, according to the prophecies, are going to be turned around. They're gonna side with the Arabs. And you're going to see France, for the first time, an Edomite nation is about to start to gravitate to the Arabs' point of view. They're going to turn against America. They're going to turn against NATO, which sounds crazy. But according to the Bible, that's what's going to happen. They're going to start to turn in the other direction, and they're going to create a problem for NATO. They're going to create a problem. That's bringing us another step closer. What else we looking for, y'all? We looking for we looking for Russia. The big boy is Russia entering into Saudi Arabia. When Russia enters, and they almost there. Make no mistake. Matter of fact, get that one for me, Q, where it said Yemen, and it quotes both of those. Get that for me. This is biblical prophecy, man. A beautiful thing. Here's what's coming next. You see what's happening. Who knows what's going on in Syria by hands? Anybody? Let me explain to you what's happening in Syria right now. Remember back in 2008, I think it was, or something like that, Obama went into Syria, tried to overthrow the country. Well, the Russians backed the Iranians. The Iranians pushed the Americans out. And that's why Assad, the ruler of Syria, got some run time to run the country a little longer. Well, now they tried to go back. They're trying to go back. They set up bases in Iraq to go back into Syria and try to take it over again. They want Syria because they got oil wells up there. And the Israelis want that land as well. Well, as they're beginning to go back, they're getting into battles with the Iranians. You might have heard of it in the news. They're battling back and forth. So the Iranians are getting in the battle against America. You've heard a lot of talk also about America threatening Iran not to get into the Middle East battle. Bad news for them. They're going in the Middle East battle. Everybody's going into the Middle East battle. And as they go into this battle, what you're going to start to see is Russia take note. And Russia is going to say to themselves, according to the biblical prophecy, why should I sit back and let America destroy Iran, our ally that brings oil to us? No, we ain't going for that. And they're going to go down into Saudi Arabia, which sounds crazy that anybody would invade Saudi Arabia. You're going to see it happen. By the time we have the third part of this lecture, another year or two, who knows? You're going to see it happen. They're going to invade Saudi Arabia. And then it's on because, of course, the oil will start getting cut off. Where I'm going, Q?
Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 11. And thou shalt say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. I will go to them that are at rest, that dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates.
Because these countries don't have nuclear power, and their people live a village life, unwalled, easy to overthrow, but they got big backup. Like they could destroy Iran, but why won't they? Because Iran got Russia backing them up. They could destroy Saudi Arabia. Why won't they? Because America's backing them up. But as the Lord brings them closer to this war, they're not going to be able to stop. They're going to have to go in. Right now, they're going to have to go in Iran in a minute. If this keeps going in Syria, they're going to have to go into Iran, or they're going to have to do some serious damage to Iran. Read on.
Verse 12. To take a spoil and to take a prey, to turn thine hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited, and upon the people that are gathered out of the nations,
right,
which have gotten cattle and goods that dwell in the midst of the land.
They're going after these countries, these little areas, these little places. The Russians are working on the other side. What are the Russians doing? They freed up a whole lot of African countries from Europe's grip. Also, by the way, they cut off France. The Africans cut France off nuclear material, the uranium. They just straight cut them off. America turned around and bombed the pipeline. What was the name of that pipeline again? The North Stream pipeline, I think it is, or something like that. They bombed the hell out of it and shut that pipeline down. They in this battle. They in this thing jockeying into positions for this destruction to come down. Okay? You got more? Go ahead.
Verse 13.
I'll take it from you. Go ahead.
Sheba and Dedan and the merchants of Tarshish with all the young lions thereof,
right,
shall say unto thee, art thou come to take a spoil? Hast thou gathered thy company to take a prey, to carry away silver and gold, to take away cattle and goods, to take a great spoil?
This is what they're going to do. They're going to come down and they're going to take a hell of a spoil. What's the main spoil? They saying silver and gold, but what's the real spoil? What's the spoil for today? Listen, the world is running off of U.S. currency. U.S. currency is running off of oil. You know what I mean? They call it the petrodollar. So in essence, the money in this world is oil. Who's got the oil? The Arabs. Who wants the oil? Esau. Why is it that way? Why didn't the Lord give European countries enough oil? America even got oil. Texas got oil. But nobody has oil like they have oil. Okay? And what? Keep an eye also on what you see going on in Taiwan. What's going on in Taiwan is absolutely beautiful. I don't know about y'all. I don't watch sports no more. I used to be into sports when I was younger, but I ain't into sports no more. But I turn on CNN, brother, and Fox News, and it's like watching the game. Brothers call me up. Did you hear? No, I ain't hear. What happened? Turn on CNN. Oh, we acting like we betting on the Mets and the Yankees or something. That's how we getting it in. And it's because there's going to be something. And listen, the other nations that shouldn't feel bad. You couldn't run that. You couldn't even run your own nation. You couldn't stop your sins. And now Christ will rule. And at least you'll get a kingdom at the end. Everybody should want Christ to rule. Because in the end, everybody get a kingdom except Esau. He the only one don't get a cut of the pie. But you know what I mean? But everybody else do. You understand? And not only that, okay, if you know what we know, you would want Christ to rule. Here's why. Nothing is worse than going into slavery under somebody else. It is the worst thing. It's worse than anything that could ever happen to you. Why? You lose your identity. You lose your culture. You lose your language. You lose any power to defend yourself as a people. I asked this question on the Monday night show. They killed 10,000 Palestinians. The world is in an uproar. Could that happen to us? Hell yeah, it could happen to us. They could wake up tomorrow and find oil in Harlem. and be like, you niggas gotta go. The problem with us is we probably just go. At least the Palestinians like, hell no. You know what I mean? But that could happen to us, right or wrong. We don't know what's going to happen in this future, but we know the Lord is bringing us to the end of this empire. And we should cleave on to our Father in heaven, because every other nation got gods, but all their gods are fake. There ain't but one God, and he decided who he was going to love, the children of Israel. Now, damn right. I mean, he said it. I didn't say it. He said it. The only thing you got to figure out is who the children of Israel are. And we found out a long time ago, it ain't them white people living over there in Palestine right now. So somebody got something they got to answer to. But if you are those chosen people, well, shoot, you just hit the lottery. You hit the lottery for about 1 million years or more. Okay, where we going at? That was it on that? Okay, let me get a little bit more, y'all. We did the unwalled villages, right? All right. So let's get 2nd Ezra, 13th chapter. So their intention is to wipe these Palestinians off the land. But it's the Lord's intention to bring them into war. And like I said, I mentioned earlier, I stopped talking about, but I mentioned earlier, keep an eye on Taiwan. Once again, the Lord is ironic. Out of all the places in the world, the only place that they can make 6th generation microchips is in Taiwan. They're trying to build one in Arizona right now. They spent $500 million to build a facility in Arizona, right? They're not even a quarter of the way finished, and they already know it's not going to work. They already know, but they're going to spend the $500 million in an attempt to try to make it work. And they can't make it work because those microchips, you got to have a certain atmosphere. You got to have a certain atmosphere, and you got to have a certain skilled people. The Taiwanese thought about this 100 years ago and started working on it, and now they make those chips. 6th generation chips. A lot of people may not know that Russia, China, and America have jets. Believe this or not, they have jets that can fly 15,000 miles an hour. They go past you as like a blip, like, whoof, what was that? And they got all kind of technology on it. They look like clouds, some of them. Go on YouTube. Go on YouTube and look up fast-moving vehicles inside the atmosphere. And you're going to see what looks like a UFO, but it's really Esau's weapons. And they move 15,000 miles an hour. But here's the thing. They got to have a microchip that can also operate something at 15,000 miles an hour. The only one that can make them are the Taiwanese. So that means whoever rules Taiwan rules the sky. So that's why they jockeying back and forth. That's why I think the Chinese president came over here, or he came over here, right? They came over here because they talking like, look, man, somebody got to back down. Both of them are building islands. The Japanese now got weapons. And once again, here's the beauty of it. Why did the Lord only give the Taiwanese the ability to build these chips? Why didn't he give them a few countries? Real simple. He wants them in the Third World War. He wants North Korea in it. He wants the Philippines in it. He wants all of them in it. And now, because of Taiwan, they all going in it. Because, damn right, they all going in it. So that's another one to keep an eye on. Okay? What I call for?
2nd Ezra, chapter 13, verse 3. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven. And when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that was seen under him.
All the things trembled. You know what? I think I should go to the 30th one first. My apologies. Can you give me 13 and 30 first? I'll come back to that one. I pull this one up too because you've heard us talk many times about how the nations are going to be fighting. They're going to be at war. And while they're in the midst of this war, you heard us mention before how Christ is going to appear with the angels. And when they come into this atmosphere and start to take over, the nations are going to see him and in his power, and they're going to realize to themselves, if we don't get rid of him, it don't make sense of us fighting each other. We all going to be doomed. And they're going to stop fighting each other, and they're going to turn to fight Christ. Now, you got to be a man of God to believe what I'm saying. Like, you got to be somebody who has the ability to go beyond what you see in front of you. Every man and woman doesn't have that. You got to ask yourself, do you have it? Because if you have it, then the Lord is opening up a door for you to see the future. And you should seize on it. You should seize on it and really find out what's beyond this world we're in. First of all, if you got confidence in this world, you got to be dumb as hell. Like the angel told Ezra, can you add 1 cubit to your height? Can you tell me the weight of a flame? Can you search out the dip, the deep? And the white man, he trying to search that deep out. He went down at one point, he went down so deep that he found a lake in the bottom of the ocean. Y'all saw that? He found a lake down there, like a lake made of some kind of gas and fluid that's different from the water above it. So he came down to the edge of the lake, and it's a lake down there. He in the bottom of the water, there's a lake down there. They said when they saw that, they could not believe it. And of course, he can't go in the lake, because if you go down in the lake, you die. Because it's got gases or some nonsense, like some kind of off-world atmosphere in this water. So you can't even go down in it. So of course, he'll spend the rest of his time trying to figure out what's down there now. He might get to the bottom of that and meet somebody. He meeting stuff all the time. It reminds you of it. You're right. You know what I'm saying? So he's getting ready to get caught up in that. So now's the time. Now's the time, man. Okay, you listen to Nostradamus. You listen to all the conspiracy theories. You listen to Miss Clarice. You listen to that old dancing preacher. Y'all know we listen to that fool. Benny Hinn was making $80 million a year off of black people. 80 million. I can't even get tithes. I gotta dance more, Muhammad. I ain't huckbucking enough. $80 million, man, for lying to us. Then that's why the COVID was so righteous. COVID came along and exposed all them preachers. You got to be super dumb now to believe them preachers talking about they gonna heal you. You got to be super dumb, because when you needed them to heal you, when COVID was chasing you down, they was hiding themselves. Like they didn't come out like, yeah, I got COVID covered. They was what's his name? The real the powerful one that locked up his church. I think he in Houston. Oh, he ran like a bitch. COVID came. He ran like a bitch. He was so scared COVID was going to stay in the church, he locked the church up. Then I think a hurricane or flood came. They tried to get in the church. He said, oh, hell no. Keep it locked. He didn't give a damn about him. So now is the time. Now that the Lord showed it to you, like you got to start looking at spiritual things. You got to stop being, simple. You got to start looking at spiritual things and be like, yo, if the Lord is showing it, it must mean something. Hey, can we get some drinks moving to brothers and sisters in here? We're going to start the plates in a little bit. But if we can we bust out some drinks for them? I know y'all got to be a little thirsty by now. You know what I mean? I'm going to run a little bit longer. Listen, you came now. I'm going to talk a little bit. I usually talk to my, damn right, Most High Christ. I talk until Muhammad give me the look. When his eyebrow go up like, you running long. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll get ready to ease up, all right? Y'all hang with me for a minute. Because I really, I want to give you the prophecies and all that. But in all plain English, what I really want to say is, yo, let's be faithful now. Let's really be the people now. Let's give up our sins. Let's break our, we come out of the horriblest lives. I've seen y'all, brothers, man. Some of you, I sit down and tell you, you tell me your story. I can't believe the person I'm talking to came out of that world. Some of you brothers came out of horrible places. And I'm talking to you, and it's like, nah, he lying. No, he telling the truth. And because it's you transformed so much. So less sisters as well. Some sisters went through horrors. Muhammad counseling some of these sisters, some of these sisters around the country have been, through hell. And now we got here, let's go on and be the people. Let's go on and do something for ourselves. Damn right. Damn right. Because real quick, slavery 101 is you wipe out their identity, you impoverish them, and then you give them entertainment while you rob everything that they have. That's slavery 101. So every silly, stupid thing that's going on in our world, they created it for that reason. So why don't we gravitate away from it and do something different and do something amazing? Right or wrong? All right, let's keep going. I got a couple more for y'all. All right? Let's do it. All right. Yeah, let's do, we in 3 and 30, right?
Come.
You're going to take it to 39.
Come.
Read on.
2nd Ezra, chapter 13, verse 30.
And this is in the Apocrypha for those of you that may not know. Go ahead.
And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth.
So in other words, when Christ returns, now remember now, we read now the 2nd Ezra, this is the Old Testament. This is before anybody even knew about Christ. So they can't turn around, all of you Old Testament Israelites and so forth, that say Christ was some new creation. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry to tell you. Because they was talking about Christ during the time of the Maccabees, during the time of Ezra. They was already talking about Christ. It was always in our prophecies. Even when Christ came, they went to Christ and said, the prophecies say before the Savior come, Elijah must come first, right or wrong. And Christ had to even recognize that they were right on their prophecy, and he had to quantify what they were saying. And he turned around and said, that's true. But Elias has come, for he was John the Baptist. He had to qualify it. So them prophecies was already in place. Let's go a little further. Give me some more.
Verse 31. And one shall undertake to fight against another.
One shall undertake to fight against another. The wars are going to break out all over this earth. And as they break out, nations will be all entangled in one another. And then Christ's going to step out and show his power before the world. It's going to shock the world. People are going to drop dead from it. They're going to drop dead. And I don't know why. You see what the white man done built. The white man got flying saucers he built. He building them out in Nevada, in the desert. Flying saucers. You know what I mean? The stuff we read about in the scriptures with the lights and everything on. Anti-gravity and all that. He's been robbing the earth and building and raising up his kingdom for hundreds of years now. Why? He had good slaves. He had excellent slaves. And they even said it in Germany, right? Before World War II, during World War II, when they put the white Jews in concentration camps, the Germans said, these people are near useless to us. They said the blacks, and by the way, they had 50,000 black men in them concentration camps that never get spoken and never mentioned in no Holocaust museum. Once again, man, we got to love ourselves on another level. You got to damn near fake. A lot of us, we done been scathed by other blacks and Latinos. But you're going to have to fake it till you make it. You're going to have to pretend you love them until you get to the point where you can. Because if you don't, your love going to go to somebody else. You understand? And that's damn right. Give it up, y'all. Your love going to go to somebody else who doesn't deserve your love. You understand? So we got to fight for that. Go ahead.
One city against another.
One city against another. And that's another great turning point in prophecy. Remember this scripture, because what you're about to see in these cities, are you going to see people going to war without their government approval? Protesting them Palestinians, after a while, they're not going to listen to no governments. They're going to take it upon themselves to get revenge, to do all that. They already doing it. That's why Dublin's on fire right now. Ireland is burning right now because some Arab, according to them, decided he was mad over what happened with them Palestinians and stabbed 2 Edomites to death and almost killed a woman. They're going to stop listening to governments. and chaos and mayhem is going to start spilling out all over the earth. Go ahead.
One people against another.
Right. It's going to be racial war on that level. Come on.
One realm against another.
One realm against another. People that rule over different groups of people in different countries. Those realms are going to be fighting each other. White supremacist groups, Hebrew Israelites, Christians, radical Christians. You got a lot of white radical Christians that are big groups, and they're going to be warring with one another. Go ahead.
Verse 32.
Come on.
And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen, which I shewed thee before. And then
right. The angel came and showed Ezra these signs that was about to happen. Go ahead.
And then shall my son be declared.
This is before Christ walked the earth. So then my son shall be declared. And it was deep how the angel that's talking to Ezra began to speak as the Most High in the first person.
Right.
If you read that scripture, he was describing it to Ezra. And when he got to this part, he started talking like the Most High in the first person, which was deep how he went there. Go ahead, Up.
Whom thou sawest as a man ascending.
And because Ezra was one of many brothers who saw the vision, of Christ long before he came. Daniel saw him. We know Daniel 10:5-6. Daniel saw Christ before he walked the earth in the body. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 33. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle that they have one against another.
Every man in their land. They're going to leave that battle and do what?
And leave the battle they have one against another.
Come on.
Verse 34. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together.
An innumerable multitude. Why? Because they're going to all be fighting and then realize, yo, we got to stop fighting. We got to fight this bigger enemy. Somebody give me something to drink as well. Something non-carbonated, all right? The water. Go ahead, please.
As thou sawest them willing to come and to overcome him by fighting.
They're going to come together and say, let's take him out now. Let's overcome him fighting. This is the third world's war, man. And it's coming quick. With what's going on over there, it's speeding up nice and quick. And listen, and no nation is going to be innocent in this. Every nation that did dirt to us, matter of fact, give me that. Let me finish this, and then give me that to every nation that have fought against Jerusalem. I think it's 14th chapter. Thank you so much, Jim. Read on out.
Verse 35. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion. Verse 36.
Meaning he's going to rule over us. He's going to stand at the top of us. Meaning we're going to wake up. We're going to know who he is. We're going to know what this means. We're going to know that this means this is him. Everybody who didn't believe it in the past, they're going to know in that day, like Christ brought out in Matthew. In that day, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that he is the Lord. That's why they're going to do it. They ain't going to do it because they just going to, feel wonderful one day. They're going to do it because some big giant steel ship is sitting over their head and they watching people die. You won't quickly get that. Matter of fact, keep on going, but give me the scripture where it said we shall be in our chambers, beholding the destruction. Go ahead, Al.
Verse 36. And Zion shall come.
And what?
And Zion shall come.
Read on.
And shall be shewed to all men.
And going to be showed. You know what the world going to find out? That you are the people of God. They're going to find that out. They're going to find out that the people of God exist. That the people of God was and the Lord, once again, one thing you should learn about the Lord is that the Lord is ironic. The people you think would never be the people of God, that's who the people of God will be. And the people you swear are the people of God, that's going to be Satan. That's going to be Satan. That's right. It's going to be, it's like the scripture said, your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as a potter's clay, meaning you taking something that's upright, you turning it upside down. You making it something it totally isn't, but then the Lord come and turn it back the right way. That's the world we've been in. We in the world of, you know, what's the name of that? Them rappers now, them female rappers. One called Red. Now, that's the opposite of what the Lord wants. Right. Turned upside down. We in the world of what kind of lifestyles for men? The LGBTQ, I prefer to call it faggots. Right. Y'all edit that out, Salakia. I'm a Benjamite, I'm sorry. We got a problem with homosexuality. We cannot stand it. You know what I'm saying? Shabaranks. Bombaya in everybody boy. We believe in chopping that nugget off. You out there doing what you ain't supposed to be doing. So my point is this, right? That spirit is opposite of the spirit of the Lord. You understand? The spirit of piety and righteousness and care. That's why what we do in these where all the brothers is feeding people all over the country. It's insane. We got ex-drug dealers feeding the homeless. The hell are we doing in here? We're turning things from upside down to right side up. They took our sons, man, and turned us, damn right, give it up. Like they took our sons and daughters and turned them into wicked, evil people. The Lord is turning it back the right way. And that's what we got to get inside of us. I got a couple more. I'm going to wrap it up, and then I'm going to open it up if anybody got questions, all right? Give me a couple more. What verse you at?
Verse 36. Being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands.
That's right.
Verse 37. And this my son shall rebuke the wicked intentions of those nations.
All those nations' wicked intentions shall be rebuked. The world is going to change. This was never supposed to be the way it's supposed to be. This was never supposed to be the status quo. All of it got to go and be started up and set up all over again. I'm going to stop you there, all right?
I don't care.
I want to take you to 14 and 12. What you holding? Zechariah 14 and 12. Because as they're fighting one another and try to turn to Christ, then they're going to go into nuclear war. And they're going to be obliterated. You think these deaths are something? The deaths coming by the hand of Christ is going to be more than it's ever been before. Damn right, damn right. And listen, it's healthy if you understand reincarnation. Why do you even care? Why are we worried about it? Because the Lord already showed us in the scriptures that all flesh is reincarnated. Your spirit is coming back in the earth. All spirit is reincarnated. You coming back in the earth. All the nations are coming back in the earth. And they're going to be taught what they're supposed to do in the earth. The earth has always needed a government to rule it the right way. The problem is the Edomites tried to build a UN after World War I out of survival and create a one world government for themselves. But they don't understand they became the tool to creating the path to the Third World War. Let me get a little bit more. What verse you in?
Zechariah chapter 14, verse 12.
Read.
And this shall be the plague wherewith the Lord will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem.
This is a plague coming to them, man. This is a plague coming to this earth. What you see going on in the Middle East is a clear sign. And listen, it's mercy. It is mercy. It's mercy. If you went and ate the cookies that your father said not to eat, and you don't know if he saw you or not. You don't know if he checked the kitchen or the cookie jar or what. When you see him turn that corner and the belt's in his hand, it's game over. You already know. I'm done. And that's what we should know. But it's mercy also, because he could have waited till you went to bed and sleep that night. Like my father used to do, and walk in the middle of the night and flip the whole bed over. You hit the floor, you wake up with a knot on your head before the beating even starts. You understand? You could wake up like that, but the mercy of him to show us this is happening, we owe him our allegiance. And in here, the UPK, we've given them that and will continue to give them that. And we should all be walking that way. I got one or maybe two more, maybe one or two more. Finish that.
Come on. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet.
Nuclear war. Go ahead.
And their eyes shall consume away in their holes.
That's right.
And their tongue shall consume away in their mouth.
That nuclear war will take place as they attempt to fight Christ. And then give me the chambers. Give me the chambers, and then I'm getting one more about the destruction of America in Revelation, and then I'll open up the floor. If y'all want to go there, or we'll wrap it up. Okay. Tell them where you at.
Isaiah chapter 26, verse 20. It reads, "Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers."
So what's going to happen is we're going to be on this earth. War is going to be everywhere. A lot of our people in their ignorance are going to join the wars. We, in our wisdom and righteousness and learning from the scriptures, we're going to be in total save Black and Latino and Native Indian people's lives. We're going to be totally in that mode. You think we're doing something with food now and something with the homeless now? Everybody else is about to abandon them. As this place gets more into a crisis, they're going to abandon them. But we're going to have an obligation from the Lord knowing we cannot abandon them. And so therefore, we're going to step it up. And we're going to get real into the world of Blacks, Latino, and Native Indians and start to fix their world, start to fix their lives. It's going to be our obligation. And while we're doing that, them angels going to roll up into this place. The nations are going to be done. And then you're going to see, just like in Star Trek, brother, Paul said, we shall be caught up in the air first. You understand? No, rather, the dead shall be caught up in the air first. I have it backward. They'll be caught up in the air first. You are living in the generation of miracles. You might as well get ready for it. You living in the days of prophecies. The Lord said, thy sons and daughters shall prophesy. You living in a time that has never, Christ said this, and I'm going to get up off it. Christ said, many have longed to see this day that you see. Right. That's what he told the 12. We in the wrap up of that day. He went up on them ships with the Lord. Now we at the point where he's about to come back based on this prophecy. What do we got to do? Totally lock into what we're doing now. Totally lock into feeding the homeless. Totally lock into building brotherhood, changing the spirits of brothers and sisters. We got to totally build ourselves as a people prepared for the rest of the 12 tribes to come into the body of the Lord for us to get ready to get out of here. Everything is going to go to hell, but the Lord is going to give us, like he's been giving us, the path on what we're supposed to do to make sure that we get the Lord's people to him like he desires. That's where our focus is. Damn right. Damn right. What you holding? Where you at?
Isaiah 26 and 20.
Okay, finish that.
Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself as if it were for a little moment until the indignation be overpassed.
Because that indignation, according to the scriptures, as you know, is for 1 hour. For 1 hour, that indignation is going to take place. We're going to sit up in those ships, brother, trembling. Scriptures, another part of that scripture said we're going to be trembling. We're going to be trembling because, it's going to be like an abduction. He's sitting up in the air like, what the hell is this? The Lord going to have to calm your spirit for you to even deal with it. This is crazy talk right here. But it's in them scriptures. And all of it came to pass. Russia turned around. The Middle East is going into war. Why would I doubt that the rest of it won't happen? It's going to happen. Like you think that God came and got you out the ghetto and poverty and the madness you was in just, to create the boys club? No. He raised you up to be a prophet in the last days to do something amazing. Okay? You got more? That's it. One more scripture, y'all. I'm done. One more. Damn right. One more and I'm done. Revelation 18 and 4.
Revelation chapter 18, verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues.
That you receive not of her plagues. Now's the time for us to separate from this world. That we don't be a part of these plagues. You've done a good thing by cleaving on to the truth. Now let's totally separate and get every brother and sister, like the mad dash is on, out of this world. Go ahead.
Verse 5, for her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities.
And God have remembered her iniquities. Why is war breaking out in the Middle East? Because the Lord remembered her wickedness. The Lord remembered the evil that was done to us in this kingdom, man. Hey, man, I want to thank y'all for being patient with me, man. Let me run all this down. I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Once again, big shout out to our host, Captain Yatazak. Please stand up for a second. You understand? Recognize that bad boy right there, this whole crew. Thank you, sisters, for everything y'all doing. All the brothers, officers, captains. Definitely the big right here, the generals in the building. General Muhammad, General Maka'ala, General Shalmar, General Kobala Moth, man. These brothers have forged this truth for many, many years in the work of the Most High. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Shalom.
That was all that mattered. If I can get everybody's attention, we're about to start lining up for the brunch. The sisters have prepared some amazing food for everybody. We're going to do it in rank order. I guess the generals are okay. Who's going to go first, sir, if I may? Who's going to go first? So we're going to line them up, sir? All right, so we're going to start with the generals. Okay, that's what I was asking. Who's going to get in line first, if I may? Starting with the 13,000s, you can go ahead and proceed to the line, and we're going to do it in order. Starting with the 13,000s. Other than that, that's it. Everybody enjoy yourselves and have a good time. What's up? What's up? Hold on.
It looked real heavy when you had the footage of like the positive situation. I was thinking like, man, you know what? I know it's got a lot of information. Like people represent elections if we ever have one in San Antonio.
I'm this and that for life. This and that for life. I'm on rest for life, nigga. This a blow. Hey, yo, Madara. Here go a class for you, my nigga. 140 for the rebel.
The world turned its back on me. I'm a cripple. We got soldiers, he got soldiers, but I got different ones. Ain't no way out, I tell you once. Don't pray for nothing, sin and curse. We can't forgive what's forbidden. Remain in them trenches. Trust in the Lord, but please forgive me for the times that I did.
Hey, Salakia, real quick. Hey, Akim, if you could grab some of the tables, we're gonna start putting the tables up so that everybody can eat on the tables. So if we can get some of the brothers to grab some of the tables and let's start putting them up. Sisters, if you could get up, brothers, if you're sitting down, so we can move the chairs and put it in brunch fashion. The water.
Thanksgiving, have your respect to your apprentice. Be about your business, this loyalty's a death sentence. Look, trying to pick up with a blind field. They said there'll be many mansions, I'm just grinding for my time share. Them devils ain't playing fair, they hunt you like bad pal. But ain't no getting out the game like Jumanji. You take that oath, it's a Dundee. Try to deal death to a priest, you won't make it out in one piece. So you can stand, just make sure you got the heart. Say your name 3 times, and it's death do us part. So how you feel about this truth I done shown? This ain't the life you think, little nigga. I should want. Even your own people go disown. And the Lord said they hate you for my name, so you better keep it on. Ain't no more guess, ain't no more questions. Make sure my election till I'm tucked away like George Jetson. Murder for capital, now it's murder at the Capitol. The world in amazement, we like fuck 'em, raise it. I pity those watching life as it go by. Be giving mercy in this life, I don't know why. In pump smoke, never try to. The dead at home, my brother be the dead, it's all I don't. In the photo, salute my nigga. They like, how you stay focused? I told them I'm motivated cause of you, my nigga. Brotherhoods and weapons, still got weapons on the scene. Now I never do my niggas like Bishop did Raheem. Never mind in all beliefs, they under anesthesia. Shorty say she leave me, said she wanna let that love go. Told I let that love grow. But if I bring you to my bed, that's a blood. So, how you feel about this truth I done shown? This ain't the life you think, little nigga. I should want. Even your own people gon' disown. And the Lord said they hate you for my name, so you better keep it on. Yeah.
Hey, it's Adam from StreamYard. If you have any exciting
Get outside, nigga, outside, one west and we outside. We outside with it. That temperature's getting hot, we take it outside. You run your mouth up in the store, we take it outside. I got my killers with me, you won't make it outside. Outside, cause we outside. Before the COVID had the mask and we was outside. That Glock loaded extra mag and it's outside. There's one west for that bag and we outside. We outside. I got the world in the palm of my hand. One west sleeve stretch, do it live on the gram. Had a whole world viewing. Click and subscribe. Had them niggas off the block, tell them shooters they want a job. I just put them on the payroll. When I get control them, I just mold them like they Play-Doh. Soldiers giving Halo, trying to get up at them pesos. 40 cows send you out of space, Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos, leave you all boxed up. All cause my delivery, I be on that prime shit. Take you time to get with me. Got me like Vladimir, treat you like the Ukraine. Range your little city, now you boating like Usain. Scope costs more than the rifle. I got new aim, fresh kick, spit with the blick. Not my shoe game. Used to have a dirty 30 tied to a shoestring. Now I got the Ruger 5 and 7. That's my boot thing. That temperature's getting hot. We take it outside. You run your mouth up in the store. We take it outside. I got my killers with me. You won't make it outside. Outside, cause we outside. Before the COVID had the mess and we was outside. That Glock loaded extra mag and it's outside. There's one west for that bag and we outside. We outside. That temperature's getting hot, we take it outside. You run your mouth up in the store, we take it outside. I got my killers with me, you won't make it outside. Outside, cause we outside. Before the COVID had the mess and we was outside. The Glock loaded extra mag and it's outside. There's one west for that bag and we outside. We outside. I don't talk hardly. Be there when you call me. Send them Philly clippers at your head like a baldy. Chopper get to run down your block like a Harley. No, this ain't a big hog. This the big dog.
In your city, swinging through the jungle like it's pitfall. In the water wading, marching to my cadence. Big burst of thunder in my hands like I'm reading. Shitty little combat sounds, but I ain't playing.
Look 'em in the eye before the war like a weigh-in. I'm up in the AM, politicking movements with that Draco from the vid because it's proven. Waiting on my brother how to bid, he ain't do shit. That's how life go. Win some, you lose. Seen a little nigga beat a big nigga out his shoes. Seen that nigga come back, pull up with a gun strap, rob everybody outside, told him.
Hey, Salakia, after the 13,000, everybody can just line up and just get your food as you will. All right? After the 13,000, everybody else just get in line and get your food. All right? All right, go ahead.
Salaki, after the 13,000 and 10,000, I'm sorry. After 13,000, 10,000, everybody else, get in line, just get your food as you will. All right?
All right, Salaki, if I may, to help the sisters serve y'all even better, just know what y'all want. The menu goes as follows. We got chicken and waffles. We got fish and grits. We got salt and pepper grits, and we got sugar grits. So pick your side, baby. All right, we got scrambled eggs, and we got biscuits and gravy. We got fruit, coffee, tea, juice, and mimosas. So just know what you want when you get up there, and let the sisters know so we can help expedite this line to Watto.
We outside. That temperature, yeah, how we take it outside. You run your mouth up in this car, we take it outside. I got my killers with me, you won't make it outside. Outside, yeah, we outside. Before the COVID had the mask and we was outside. My Glock loaded extra mag and it's outside. It's 1 West for that bag and we outside. Outside, yeah, we outside. That temperature, yeah, how we take it outside. You run your mouth up in this car, we take it outside. I got my killers with me, you won't make it outside. We outside, and we outside. Outside, yeah, we outside. We outside, yeah, we outside. It's 1 West on them corners and we outside. We outside.
What's going on, fam? Commanding General YAHANNA here. Had to jump in with you right quick on another horrible day that's going down in the empire, because it is an extremely evil situation that is unfolding. The EPA grants Oklahoma control over tribal lands. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, has granted the state of Oklahoma regulatory control over environmental issues on nearly all tribal lands there. Ridiculous. This strips from 38 tribes in Oklahoma their sovereignty over environmental issues. It also establishes a legal and administrative pathway to potential environmental abuses on tribal lands, including dumping hazardous chemicals like carcinogens, carcinogenic PCBs, and petroleum spills, with no legal recourse by the tribes, according to a former high-level official of the EPA. This also includes hazardous chemicals that are byproducts of petroleum procurement and refining. In 2019, Oklahoma had the 4th largest petroleum industry in the U.S. Thieves, man. To harvest this oil, they're going to now steal all of that beautiful land, the little bit that they left the North American Indians, specifically the tribes that live in Oklahoma. And they specifically doing something evil to them, because these tribes in this zone, okay, are the tribes that are associated with the famous Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears was when the United States in 1830, the United States decided to move these different tribes away off of this land, off of the land that they were in on the eastern side of the country, and move them all to the western side, to the west of the Mississippi River. And in doing so, they killed so many of them and destroyed them and uprooted them, but then put them on these reservations and gave them sovereignty, which they've had now for well over 100 years. And now, out of nowhere, they decided, because of the fracking and the oil they want to steal, natural gas, money, they're going to now turn around and destroy these people over it, which is why the Lord's people got to return to him. In other words, these people can't be allowed to control the earth, and they won't be, because Christ will stop it and destroy it. Okay, his nation is going to rule, because they'll have mercy and sensibility when it comes to ruling over these other nations. These people they break all their treaties, man. Okay, it says this. The Young Turks have obtained a copy of the letter the EPA Administrator Andrew Wheeler sent to the governor, Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma, on October, Republican. The end of the opening paragraph states simply, EPA hereby approves Oklahoma's request, meaning their request to go ahead and take control of the environmental situation. They're going to turn it into a dumping ground. They're going to pull all the resources out of the earth, dump every chemical on there, and they ain't going to care how much they poison these tribes. Once again, 12 lost tribes of the Lord must. I mean, you in danger like you don't even understand. All your treaties and ideas of laws and things that you've always believed were here to protect you, you finding out now in these last days under the Republicans, and especially under Trump, you're finding out that you don't have any of that anymore. You're finding out that none of that is sacred to them. So they could care less about it. Let me get a little bit more. Here's what it says, okay? After over 500 years of oppression, lies, genocide, ecocide, and broken treaties, we should have expected the EPA, this is the Gadite speaking, okay? We should have expected the EPA ruling in favor of racist Governor Stitt of Oklahoma, yet it still stings. Under the Trump administration, destroying all environmental protection has been ramped up to give the fossil fuel industry life support as it takes its last dying breath. Who suffers the results? Everyone and everything. Who benefits? Trump and his cronies. Climate change deniers like Governor Stitt, Senator Inhofe, and Langford, who are financially supported by big oil and gas. I am convinced that we must fight back against the underhanded ruling in the courts, on the front lines, and in the international courts. Life itself is at stake because, of course, they're going to go up in there under big oil and steal some more. You wonder why there's so much poverty and crime in this empire? Because the wealthy steal and steal and steal and steal and don't give anybody a chance to live. And that's the world. It ain't just not just America. It's the entire world. Every empire is doing it. Every country is doing it. Why? Because they're not really ruled by a set of righteous laws. The laws are just made for the poor to be chained and handcuffed, not for the wealthy. Meanwhile, they've used your religions to brainwash you into believing that it is not as evil as it really is, when it is evil as all outdoors, man. And it's historically evil to do this to this group of brothers and sisters because, again, these are the people who suffered the Trail of Tears in the 1830s, man. The Cherokee, the Creek, the Choctaw and the Chickasaw, I believe, I got it, and the Seminole were all marched out of their ancestral lands to Indian territory. The term Trail of Tears refers to the difficult journey that the 5 tribes took during their forced removal from the Southeast during the 1830s and 1840s, man. Okay. Out of their ancestral lands to Indian territory or present Oklahoma. They pushed them all into Oklahoma. Although the removal of American Indians began long before the 19th century, the Trail of Tears is mostly associated with the forced removals that took place after the 1830 Indian Removal Act. Jackson is the one that backed the Indian Removal Act, which removed hundreds of thousands of North American Indians after they had conquered and had the land. Remember now, this is the 1800s. They had the land, 200 years, 16, 17, 18. They had a good 300 years, pretty much, of the land in control, and had the North American Indians living wherever they were living at. And then they decided after 300 years, now we're going to remove them. Now, 2020, they're going a step further. They had already removed them 100 years ago. Now they're going to go in their lands and, steal every resource and poison every bit of their land and run roughshod, okay, over the whole operation of these reservations. It's been a nightmare for them. And here's the thing. If you fear the Lord, if you believe there's a God in heaven, then you better also believe that there's a judgment coming for this kind of behavior. There's a judgment coming for this behavior. You can't, you singing in church and you love Jesus while Mexican babies are sitting in cages and you acting like, why are tornadoes coming? Why are fires burning up the whole West Coast? Why does this country have the coronavirus and all the countries around the world? You don't understand 2 + 2 equals 4? You ain't figured it out yet? You haven't figured out that the evil that's being done here is generating a response by the hand of the Lord? You should understand that by now. That's what's happening. Let me get a little bit more. Okay. The Trail of Tears differed for each of the nations, but all Indians suffered. The marches usually began when federal troops rounded up those who resisted removal. The journeys, usually more than 1,000 miles, lasted several weeks. A shortage of wagons, horses, and food and other supplies made the marches difficult. Some traveled by boat, but the conditions there were usually no better. The U.S. government did not provide enough supplies to sustain the travelers during their march and their arrival, which means they didn't even have food, they didn't have clothing, they didn't have blankets, you know what I mean? And of course, did it during the wintertime. An exceptional harsh winter plagued the Choctaw, the first nation to face the forced migration, leaving several groups in 1831. More than 14,000 Choctaws left Mississippi. They didn't leave, they were forced out. French observers describe one journey as a sight that will never fade from my memory. He noted that the snow was hard on the ground and huge masses of ice drifted on the river. The Indians brought their families with them. There were among them the wounded, the sick, newborn babies, and old men on the point of death. They had neither tents, imagine this, in Oklahoma, y'all, in the Midwest, all them states they love so much, that they got so much pride for, Tennessee, Oklahoma, all those different Midwest states, Kentucky, all these different states. They've been doing this, man. This is their history. And for Black people and Latino people to think that they would be any different now is ridiculous. You should find out your identity. You should really find out your identity before they took over this place and begin to look at things a whole lot differently. Let me get a little bit more. For other Indians, disease and malnutrition proved equally devastating, man. After losing the Creek War of 36 and 37 with the United States, more than 14,500 Creek Indians faced the additional indignation of being forced to leave their lands and forced to march west, often in chains. Several hundred Creeks died during the journey, and approximately 3,200 died from disease, malnutrition, and exposure after their arrival in Indian territory. Meaning they got to the territory and had nothing, had no shelter, had no clothing, had no food. Disease also took a toll on the Choctaw, which many of you know that, diseased blankets was given to them during these marches, these 1,000-mile marches. Imagine walking 1,000 miles, 1,000 miles. That's like a third across this country, 1/3 the length of this country. They had to go by foot. It took months, all in bad weather, no food, no blankets, iced up rivers, walking on ice for months, killed thousands of them, tens of thousands of them. Okay? It says this. For other Indians, disease and malnutrition proved equally devastating. After losing the Creek War, 1836, 1837 with the United States, more than 14,500 Creek Indians faced additional indignation of being forced to leave their lands and forced to march west, often in chains. Some of them was chained up and having to take this journey. You know how they must have died. Several hundred Creeks died during the journey, and approximately 3,200 died from disease, malnutrition, and exposure after their arrival in the Indian Territory. Disease also took a toll on the Chickasaw, who lost more than 500 men, women, and children to smallpox. That was, they put plagues out in this world, and it's all coming back now. This is judgment time by the hand of the Lord. You can't do evil in the world and get away with it. Certainly black people have not. All the crimes that black people have committed in the past under the Lord, we've paid for it in the wake of 400 years, man, 400 and plus years. Here's what it says. The Cherokee experience was perhaps the most severe. As many as 1 out of every 4 Cherokee died because of their westward journey. 1 out of 4 of them died on that route, on that journey, man. 1 out of 4 lost their lives. Okay? And Andrew Jackson, he was the one that was about this removal. They came to take over the territory, man. They pushed tons of so-called Indians off their land, including, the ones that they getting ready to go in there now and devastate. They're going to go in there and devastate their land. Let me get you a little bit more if I could. It says, estimates based on tribal and military records suggest that approximately 100,000 indigenous people were forced from their homes. I got news for you, it was a whole lot more. From their homes during that period, which is sometimes known as the removal era, and that some 15,000 died during the journey west. The term Trail of Tears invokes the collective suffering those people experience. And let me tell you something. It was so wise of them to coin that term, Trail of Tears, because this type of stuff should never be forgotten, especially in 2020, when they're going to now go to these people who they've destroyed and devastated their lives and taken over their land, built their empire pretty much on top of their head. And now they're going to go in and completely wipe them out. And if they're willing to do that to the people who they did the most heinous or some of the most heinous crimes to, don't tell me to listen to your preacher in church. Don't tell me to listen to him and believe that what he's saying is all right and fine and that black people are not in any danger. These people will wake up tomorrow and come up with another law, regulation, or rule and do it. This was shot down at one time as well. This was shot down because in 2005, during George Bush tried to do this exact same thing. He tried to pass this law and he tried to go in there and, set the EPA over it so that he could steal everything. They turned around and went to court and fought them on it. The problem is they came back and changed the whole legislation. And now that the legislation has changed, it opened the door for them to go in there and rob and steal. And that's all this is. This is all this is. So many lives in this empire were lost and abused and maligned and destroyed simply to make a small group of people more wealthy than they already were. And that's not humanity. And it is why the judgment of the Lord should be so precious to every black person. Every Latino, every Native Indian, the Lord's judgment should be precious to you. Precious in this respect. You've suffered because you broke God's laws, statutes, and commandments. You at one time were supposed to be keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments. You broke them, and look at the devastating punishment you suffered. And now that you suffered that devastating punishment, and those that inflicted that punishment have gone beyond the realm that they were supposed to go in that punishment, now they have to be punished. And it is only that judgment that balances out the lives of all humans on this planet. But that judgment is coming, part of it is the coronavirus. Get ready for an amazing show of God's power, man. Get ready for an amazing show of what he could do all over the world when he's angry with the things that the earth and the people on the earth are doing, specifically and especially to the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. You could think what you want to think, but the Seminole Indians who suffered this are one of the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. They were coming over here since the days of Joseph in Egypt. They came over here after the Assyrian Empire. Go check the history. It's all in the Bible. And those are the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel that come out of the land. And let me tell you something. They've tried to shame this knowledge and say that it's a conspiracy theory. But it is coming out and will be coming out of the walls, and it will be brought forth in everybody's face. And when it does, you'll see so much more of the world change, because you'll then begin to understand why they are so evil and racist against you and why they can't help themselves. Because they know at the end of this, there will never be another nation that rules this earth again except those 12 tribes under Christ, under the Father in heaven. That's the future. And they know it in their soul, and they fear it in their soul. Michelle Obama made a speech where she said, she referenced those who fear revenge and retribution for what they did in slavery, hold on to their racism. I'm paraphrasing. And she was right on that part. I was not for what she was saying, but she was so right on that, in that she even had to expose how they got a white supremacist and a racist in the White House supporting them. And after all that has happened to the Lord's chosen people, they still stay on it out of fear that the day will come that they will have to pay for all this. And the sad thing is, in Christ's day, you got to pay for all of this. Scriptures say, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. I'm coming to that in a second. Let me read a little bit more of this, okay, real quick. Okay, the physical trail consisted of several overland routes and one main water route, and by passage of the Omnibus Public Lands Management Act in 2009, stretched some 5,000 miles across portions of 9 states. Boy, oh boy, they're going to take over 9 states and push all the Gadites into absolute hell. I mean, all the Seminole Indians into absolute hell. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. They're restructuring this empire, preparing for the new age. But that new age is going to come with global thermonuclear war from all sides of the world. From all sides of the world. Check out what the Encyclopedia Britannica says. It said the roots of forced relocation lay in greed. It was all about money, that's all. People, tens of thousands of people got to die for a small group to get richer. There's enough wealth to feed, nations onto millennia. The British Proclamation of 1763 designated the region between Appalachian Mountains and Mississippi River as Indian Territory. Although that region was to be protected for the exclusive use of indigenous peoples, large numbers of Euro-American land speculators and settlers soon entered. For the most part, the British and later U.S. governments ignored these acts of trespass. They just said, the hell with it. Take all the land you want. Take whatever the hell you want to take. In 1829, a gold rush occurred on Cherokee land in Georgia. Check this out, y'all. Vast amounts of wealth were at stake. At their peak, Georgia mines produced approximately 300 ounces of gold a day. Land speculators soon demanded that the U.S. Congress devolve to the states the control over real property owned by tribes and their members. That position was supported by President Andrew Jackson, who was himself an avid speculator. Congress complied by passing the Indian Removal Act of 1830. The act entitled the president to negotiate with the eastern nations to effect their removal to tracts of land west of the Mississippi, and provided some $500,000 for transportation and for compensation to native landowners, meaning he supposedly set it up. $500,000 was nothing compared to the amount of people that had to be moved. We just read how they starved the brothers and sisters to death. Old, young, babies, they could care less. It's all about gobbling up and being greedy for the earth, when you could be rich on the earth by just spreading the wealth. It would automatically come back to you. But only a human being would understand that. An animal wouldn't understand that. An animal only understands how to eat. An animal doesn't understand how to, organize something that everybody eat. You know what I mean? That's left to humans. Okay? The act entitled the president to negotiate with the eastern nations. Okay? Jackson reiterated his support for an act in various messages to Congress, notably on Indian removal, 1830, a permanent habitation for the American Indians, 1835, which illuminated his political justifications for removal and described some of the outcome he expected would derive from the relocation process. He already knew he was going to kill him. Indigenous reactions to the Indian Removal Act varied. The Southeast Indians were, for the most part, tightly organized and heavily invested in agriculture. The farms of the most populous tribe, the Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, Seminole, and Cherokee, were particularly coveted by outsiders because they were located in prime agricultural areas and were very well developed. They had developed these lands over years and years and years, and all they wanted to do is steal it from them. Thieves. And that's why, you want me to come to church and love everybody and act like Jesus just, gonna come and love everybody when these people are operating like monsters on this planet. You know what I'm saying? This planet is like this, just like the scripture said. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. Job 9:24. It's in the hand of the wicked, not in the hand of the righteous. Scripture says this: when the righteous bear rule, the people are saved or delivered. When righteous people rule, people live wonderfully in the earth. You wondering what the hell is going on out there? Evil is ruling this earth. That's what's going on right there, man. And it says he covered the faces of the judges thereof. The judges are the priests and prophets of the children of Israel, whom you covered up and made to be Caucasians, made to be Edomites, when they were in fact black, Latino, natives. Let me get a little bit more. This meant that the speculators who purchased such properties could immediately turn a profit. That's what they knew. They knew if they could get their hands on the land, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivating it over years and growing it over years. That's what they're doing in the South now. All those families that had land in the South, they're going in and taking them to court, finding somebody with one slither of the land, suing them and forcing them to sell the land, and then turning it into millions of dollars of agriculture. It's been going on for years. Which is, again, make no mistake, there's an end to all of this. There's an end to all of this, and there's a paradise that comes afterward. And the sad part is, the end to this means a lot of people on this earth, they're going to be destroyed by the hand of the Lord. That's what it means. Let me read on. Thus, okay, let me get this right. This meant that the speculators who purchased such properties could immediately turn a profit. Fields had already been cleared, pastures fenced, barns and houses built, and the like. Thus, the Southeast tribes approached federal negotiations with the goal of either reimbursement for or protection of their members' investments. Remember now, they had land, houses, pastures, all set up. They took them off of all that land, marched them 1,000 miles by foot and by boat, and put them on another piece of land that was totally undeveloped and left them to die. They barely survived. They barely survived. on that land. This is the monstrosity. This is the real world. You hearing from me ain't pretty and nice, but it's the real world. And it's about time you start seeking out the real world. Because you've been living in fantasy land too damn long. This is the real world. This is what really happened in this world. They removed these people, man, from their land that they built and set up and whom they negotiated with after coming to steal the whole country. And now in 2020, they turned around again. And the EPA passed the law, and now they're going to steal more from them again. And you think there's going to be all this equality and love and God-fearing nation, and we can do better and blah, 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 and blah. Bull BS. You ain't fooling me with that garbage. Like fool them idiots sitting in church every Sunday believing a damn lie, but you ain't fooling me with it. That's for sure. Here's what Psalms, 55 and 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords, man. This man's words are sweet like butter. Scripture said the serpent is the most subtle beast of the field. Subtle means to be cool and unassuming and appear undangerous and to be undetected. Something subtle is undetected. Okay, and it's why, like the Lord likens all the nations to different characters. The Lord likened the tribe of Judah to a lion. That's his character. Why black people can be loud sometimes and, you know what I'm saying, and boisterous. And it's also why they're the greatest fighters. Every tribe has their character. Every nation on earth. When it comes to Edomites, the Lord gave him the character of a snake. He moves slow and quietly and in the background and unassuming and appears innocent until he bites you. When he bites you, it's too late. You got the poison in you. That's his character. Okay? So his words are smoother than butter, but war is in his heart. That's what's in his heart. You don't realize what's in his heart is overthrowing you. When you see them coming into your neighborhood and gentrifying your neighborhood, you think it's a good thing. Oh, they coming into neighborhoods getting more integrated. They buying up the real, they smiling and planting trees and, you know, and opening cappuccinos, you know, little coffee houses and little natural vegan shops. And you think, oh, the neighborhood is coming up. War is in his heart. While he's doing that, was in his heart, get them the hell out of here. Take over them black neighbors. That's what they did to Harlem. They want to change it from Harlem to not Soho, because they got Soho, but I think they called it Hoso or something like, I forget the term. Y'all know it out there. They want to change the name. They want to get rid of Harlem. They got rid of every black club. There were historical black clubs in Harlem. The ones you see in the old historical jazz movies, they got rid of every last one of them in Harlem. They don't even exist no more. Maybe one or two, maybe. They wiped them out. That's what they do. They've done it all over the country. And they continue to do it. And they're doing it now to the North American Indians. They've been doing it. Which is why this judgment will be so horrific. This judgment is going to be like nothing you never saw before. And you ain't going to understand it because you think God is an all-loving God. You don't believe that God hands out judgment. You think God is just all love. Well, you don't know the Bible. You have no clue of the Bible. The Lord said he sitteth in the judgment seat. You know what I mean? He's the one that's calling the shots. And then when he calls them, they write shots. The problem is you done did so much wrong, he's coming for you. Coming for you. Here's what it says. This is Psalms 55:22. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain you. You putting your trust in another nation is a mistake. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. He's the one who'll stop you from being removed from your place, wiped out as a people. But you trusting in, voting and trusting in lies and trusting in the religions that come from your slave masters. You a Baptist when the Baptists in America were established by the Klan. That's who you trusted. You trusted what they taught you was righteous and of God when those were the people that were slaughtering you with white hoods on their head. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's just me. I don't get it. Here's what the Lord said, Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, he gave every nation an inheritance. Every single nation on this earth has their own land. Every one of them. They just left their lands and overthrew everybody else's land. That's why the Lord said when Christ returns and the nation is set up, he said that nations shall learn war no more, because the whole point of war is to steal somebody else's land. Don't have nobody fool you into believing it's anything other than that. Every war and conflict you ever saw was just about stealing. That's all it is. It ain't no different. War is no different than robbery. Now, in some cases, just like in a robbery, when somebody come to rob you, sometimes the robber ends up getting destroyed. Sometimes the victim gets the upper hand on the robber. Sometimes the victim will pull out a gun and bust a cap in the robber. And now the robber gets killed instead of the victim. And that's the same with war. Sometimes one nation, like Saddam Hussein did it. He went in there and invaded Kuwait. He went in there to steal their land and oil. And the U.S. turned around and went and invaded him and stole his land and oil and gave the Kuwaitis back their land. Every war is about stealing. World War I, World War II, Korean conflict, Vietnam, Desert Storm. All of them was about stealing. The Falkland Wars with the British, the Civil War in America, the War of Independence, all about stealing, robbing. And that's why the Lord gonna change the world, because that's unsustainable, which is also why we're gonna end up, like the Bible prophesies, in global thermonuclear war. When the Most High, Deuteronomy 32:8, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, meaning when Adam's sons got separated into their own parts, everybody had their own land. He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel, meaning he first gave the children of Israel their boundaries, their land, the land of Israel that belongs to the 12 lost tribes of Israel. And then from there, he went and started giving out all the other tribes their land. And he had plenty of land left over, which is why you have 12 tribes, some of the tribes over here, because they have been coming over here long after everybody had their portion of land. They came over here and got even more land. And which is why the earth got to be put back in order, because thieves will rob until there's, like the scripture said in Obadiah, if thieves came to thee at night, if robbers, would they have not left some grapes? I'm paraphrasing. Meaning, when a thief come, he rob, he take all the valuables and he leave out. A thief don't come to your house, back up a U-Haul truck and take every single thing, even the wallpaper off the walls. He don't even take the things that are no value. He takes the things that are of value. But the Lord said that this man, these nations, these Edomites, all of these nations, that they are like a thief that steals till there's nothing left, long past how much they need to have enough. This empire has way more than it needs to have enough. It's just so busy stealing and not sharing that it seems like they can't get enough. But the Most High gonna give the whole earth enough. He gonna shut it all the way down. You're gonna be living in a different world, under a different authority than you've ever believed that you would be under. I'll get you on the next one, fam. Shalom. I want you to stay strong in the spirit of the Lord. Hey, listen, if you like this tape, hit the like button and share it, man. Hit the share button. Everybody share it to their own personal Facebook account. Share this video, man, to wake up brothers and sisters all over this earth. Hit the like button. Check me out Monday night. I'm live every Monday night. I bring the heavy hitters in. We do it up live right on this same channel. I'll see you then.
nigga. Truth be told, I'm a noble figure. Local niggas, they be so offended. What word? That's global business.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. All y'all niggas in the same school and all that?
Hell, fuck yeah.
So none of y'all niggas smoke weed?
Fuck no. Don't fold if you say you win it. I was older to it, now I'm in it. Can't control, just the highest limit. Killer shit, but just an honest living. Gotta get it, ain't no time for wishing. The time is now, better pay attention. In my city, you can feel the tension. A pair of squad, no pun intended. This ain't for you, but I recommend it. They know we coming, better clear the entrance. Shit get deep, but I keep digging. This how I look when you keep winning. Over time, I had to take the hint. Shine bright, sit behind the scenes. 1-on-1, I ain't in the mix. Ain't what you thought, better get a glimpse. Came up from a pedal bike. Press the brakes, I ain't never liked. Whole time I was taking risks. They don't play with me because they know I'm going nice. Transform, I ain't even started. Transform, I ain't here to bargain. You on watch, better move with caution. Chains on me, I don't do this often. No error, this shit's flawless. Reach for it, you become a target. It ain't worth it, better keep walking. All I know is survival. All this fashion is tribal. Want the head of my rival. This about to go viral. Say the word, then it's fine, no. The kids are moving like Brian, so I'm just living my title. Do this shit with my eyes closed. All I know is survival. All this fashion is tribal. Want the head of my rival. It's about to go viral. Say the word, then it's fine, no. Get to moving like Brian, so I'm just living my title. Do this shit with my eyes closed. So I wanna hear all that street shit. Me and my niggas go defense. Wonder who I was in my past life. Don't even matter, that beat this. Remember the days when I was a trooper. Stay on the path and it won't confuse you. Far as all, I'm the one to do it. I roll on eights like a flight maneuver. Try to trick me, I ain't never moving. Camouflage, I can blend into it. If that a ride, I don't do the Uber. Let them talk, I don't hear the rumors. A little suffer ain't really nothing. The way I started, better play the trumpet. You see me coming, better get the running. If they see me coming, better get the running. You ain't never seen it, you ain't never witnessed, you ain't never noticed, you ain't never focused. I was really waiting. I was really training, sick and tired of being patient. I ain't never doubted, this was in the making. Use what I got, not in the waste. Still rapping and singing can never trade me, but I'm from the bottom, so I gotta make it. This ain't rapping, it's a damn warning. Late night to the early morning. Got a vision, I planned it out. Try to stop me, but I kept going. I study plays, now I'm in the game, and it's all the same, but I had to change. You'll never crash if you in your lane. I can take the loss, cause it's all a game.
Yo, Casamigos being drunk.
All I know is survival. All this fashion is tribal. Want the head of my rival. This about to go viral. Say the word, then it's fine. No, get to moving like Brian. So I'm just living my title. Do this shit with my eyes closed. All I know is survival. All this fashion is tribal. Want the head of my rival. It's about to go viral. Say the word, then it's fine. No, get to moving like Brian. So I'm just living my title. Do this shit with my eyes closed.
You understand? You done found a new breed of Hebrews that stand and walk with the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. And we don't care who we got to come up against. You ain't standing before this truth. You understand? We done took them all on and gonna continue to take them all on.
Surrounded by Edomites, lost a lot of truth to this tree of life. Open up the book just to see I'm right. Reminiscing on my ancestors, on those ships who had to plead for life. Took us to a place where ain't never safe there. Poisoning our foods and put our children up in daycare. Fresh out of slavery, still thinking that they care. Guns in the community, children can't play there. Brothers still brainwashed, we died for that same cost. Took away our history, believing that we ain't lost. Brother, I'm an Israelite, sin is like kryptonite. Brothers won't pray, no, they rob a link a chick tonight. Praises to the Most High, I ain't like most guys. Eyes on the future, but I learned from a boat ride. Tribe of Benjamin, inherited on both sides. Background Jamaican, mistreated and I know why. I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. Kwam Yashra Allah to all my Israelites. I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. Kwam Yashra Allah to all my Israelites.
Kwam Yasha Allah, sons of the power.
Rise from the ghetto when Satan want us devoured. The seal of the Lord ain't found in church towers. Never dying on my knees like no coward. Wanna be an Israelite, you gon' need more than fringes. You gon' need to show you approve and get in them scriptures. Oh, I forgot to mention, traumatized from the lynching. Homicide, we the victim. Homicide ain't the ending. Kids with PTSD, suffering symptoms, never getting treatment. Something he gotta sleep with. Stockholm syndrome so long, it ain't a secret. That's why I die for them brothers I'm facing east with. Cause I'm an Israelite, crackers better get it right. Visions of my enemies, death flow through my dreams at night. If your mind ain't there, then we don't dream alike. Reporting live from hell, home of Christians and Edomites.
I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. One Yashra Allah to all my Israelites. I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. One Yashra Allah to all my Israelites.
While they play the sidelines, comfortable on benches. Catch me on the front lines, putting work in trenches. Making sure our election, preparing for Armageddon. Mastering this profession of prophesying these lessons. Protecting our adolescents and answering all their questions. Teaching the love, their reflection. No matter what the complexion, we got a common connection. A part of God's hand selection. A shot at the resurrection, through us achieving perfection. But to give life takes sacrifice. Battle demons every fight. Short days and long nights. Less sleep and more fights. More wisdom, more strife. Telling everybody that they wrong and you're right. I'm an Israelite, blood of an Israelite. I ride for my Israelites and die for my Israelites. We owe a debt cause Christ paid the price. So who ready to give their life the life of an Israelite?
I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. One Yashra Allah to all my Israelites. I'm an Israelite, die for the Israelites. Blood of the Israelites, cry for the Israelites. Going through it cause we're Israelites. One Yashra Allah to all my Israelites.
I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't have to die to meet the devil.
I remember I was only 13 when I met the demon. Gave me a deuce and a bundle of cocaine. Told me to sell to my people, make sure you keep them fiending. If any try to shoot you, make sure that you leave them leaking. He said,
I'ma hold you down when problems pop up.
How you got me moving this dope? Want me in lockup? He said,
Don't you want the Benz vertical with the top up?
Yeah.
Stop, bitch, you get in that kitchen, let it rock up. Bitches love the dope boy, especially when it's wop up. I know you know Ron.
Who the plug from by the block up?
I'll tell you a little secret, make sure that you keep your mouth shut. Ron got a Lexus, crib in Philly and Texas. Trips to the Bahamas, just got a whip for his mama. He fucking up in commas, be honest, he seeing decent though.
I hear you, but I just seen Ron about a week ago. Fact, he ain't looking too good. His knees is kind of slow. I asked him why the struggle. He got stuck up for his bundle, but them 6 hollow tips in his legs what made him crumble.
He got a house, mama is living good.
Said the feds took it all, he right back in the hood. I see you try to play me, you gave us crack in the 80s. Made us abort our babies and making hoes out our ladies. I know you got me gravy, but Satan, you must be crazy. It's gonna take more than them cars when to amaze me. I seen niggas shoot for the stars, but being lazy. Never get their head at the clouds, so you don't faze me.
I guarantee that you gon' regret it, remember I said it.
No, you could dead it.
What you saying, I can't win?
No, devil, nice try, so until we meet again.
I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't have to die to meet the devil. I ain't religious or superstitious. But we've been getting fucked and put to the side like a mistress. Police patrolling why? Because prison became a business. They murder one of ours and they start talking about forgiveness. We think that it's alright because we got public assistance. If this ain't hell, dog, what is this? Where was all lives mattered when they killed Osama? There was no peace talk like the Dalai Lama. Dropping bombs saying he gon' bring the drama. They got justice, man, they even caught the Boston bomber. But when we ride, they send the military in armor. When we fight oppression, then our people die a martyr. You reap what you sow, some people call it karma. When Christ return, y'all gon' get this harvest like a farmer. Don't tell me don't bring up the past no more. They still trying to settle the score with a side of Shakur. I changed my life and I'm just trying to live life right. But at night I look behind me and see flashing lights, patting me down. You got nothing that's poking me right. I don't smoke or push pills, I gave up my vice. So Mr. Officer, why you wanna take my life? And Your Honor, why you gave our homeboys life? I've been wondering why you shot our homeboy twice. Pussy with a gun screaming out that he got a knife. He came from Habibi's spot, it was chicken and rice. Shit's tripe, I'm just giving visuals like Skype. Ask Trayvon, Mike Brown, a Kai Gurley, Eric Garner, Sean Bell, Philando, Olden, Sterling, Jaquan McDonald. The white man is so devilish. Ask Hammurabi, he'll tell you who the devil is. The white man is so devilish. Ask Hammurabi, he'll tell you who the devil is. I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. We fell for the lies of the devil. When we got high was the devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil. I ain't have to die to meet the devil. I ain't have to die to meet the devil. Angels fell and landed in the ghetto. The earth was given to the hands of devils. Then we seen the rise of the devil. I pray for the demise of the devil. Lord knows I despise every devil. I looked into the eyes of the devil and said, I pray you die every devil.
Shalom, Lord of Christ. Can you hear me?
Come on, I can hear you.
I think we live. Most High Christ.
All right. All right, clap it up, everybody. We in here on the grill. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Commander General YAHANNA for letting us rock the show out today. You know, he the hardest working man in the nation. So he got so much going on. So he gave us the opportunity to come in here and rock it out for this week. We starting the week off for the Houston Cookout, down south southern region cookout. We're gonna do it big down here in Texas, man. If you are in the area, y'all come out. We're gonna have an excellent time this week. Free food, free drinks, excellent brotherhood and sisterhood. Y'all come out and enjoy yourself. I'm in here with Captain of 13,000, Captain Kahan Thumb Yard. We in here to rock it out.
Yadiah, you in here?
Khan, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay, Most High Christ. So like it, sir. It's on you. Whatever you want to start with.
Damn right, man. Let's get right into it, man. Let's go with that Kyrie Irving story, man. A lot of people don't see where this is going with these wars and the whole thing that's going on with Israel and how they're trying to be pulled in different directions, man. First, we had Amari Stoudemire, who sides with the so-called Jewish man, the so-called Amalek. You know what I'm saying? That's over there trying to take our identity. We got Israel trying to side with him. Now we have brothers trying to side with the Palestinians, and we understand on some degree why they would want to side with the Palestinians, because the Palestinian story is, most people will look at it from the outside looking in, that's closer to our story. Right. But they're not, of course, by default, they would say that, the Palestinians are more relatable to black people. Right. But they don't understand that the ghetto is our Gaza Strip. Mm-hmm. The ghetto is our Gaza Strip. Like, we don't have no part in these wars that's going on. What we got to do, we got to turn back to the Lord. We got a spiritual war we got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Against these heathens, and not only that, amongst ourselves, man. So we can get right into it. We can start it off with that Kyrie Irving story.
Khan, sir.
Khan.
And like I said, y'all feel free to, fill in, say what you got, bring out whatever point you feel like angle that you want to bring out, man. We're gonna rock it out tonight. Go ahead.
Khan, sir. Mavericks Kyrie Irving wears kept to post-game press conference. Dallas Mavericks star Kyrie Irving sparked discussion on social media Saturday when he showed up to the team's post-game press conference wearing a keffiyeh. Irving spent 4 minutes talking to reporters after the team's 132-125 loss to the Milwaukee Bucks. He was not asked about the headwear, but the keffiyeh is also a black and white checkered scarf that has come to symbolize Palestinian solidarity.
So Salaki, sir, if I could, the scarf that they're talking about is what I call the Arab scarf. Everybody knows that white and checkered scarf that they wear right before they blow up everything. And that scarf, now let me say this brother Kyrie, he's not an activist. He's a point guard. And we look to our entertainers and the people that play sports and, to lead us to the promised land, to lead us out of hell into the kingdom of heaven. And that's not their job. His job and his occupation is to lead the court to another ring, lead the team to another ring, not to lead us to the promised land. And so now everybody is in a frenzy and in an uproar, because the other day he was saying the Jews were black. Today he has on something that represents the Palestinians, and they're confused. And it's confusing the people because they're looking to him for answers when they should be looking to the I.S.U.P.K under Commanding General YAHANNA for answers, because we are trained to do this job. The same way he's trained to lead a team to the playoffs, we are trained to lead you out of hell. And if you could pull up the video, you can see the scarf. Once you see the scarf, you're going to recognize. You're going to say, oh, that's the scarf right there. That's the Allah Akbar scarf. And that scarf is the same. Don't look at this brother and talk down on him, because that's how you look to us. That's how you look. You walk around and say God loves everybody and Jesus is love, and you got an ankh around your neck. You got a cross around your neck. You got on the what's them African suits? The dashiki. You got on the dashiki, a ankh, a cross, a blunt behind your ear, and and you love Jesus. And you with an LGBT flag in your hand. That's how you look. You just look just like this brother. This brother got 4 different spirits on. He trying to be an Israelite. He has Christianity in his heart because he thinks the God of the Bible. See, he thinks he's doing what's right. He thinks the God of the Bible is for everybody. So what does he have to do? He has to be in league with the Palestinians. but the Jews are black as well. See, you can't get the God of the Bible to fight for you when you stand for another nation.
Right.
And all through the Bible, we had to learn that lesson. We had to learn we couldn't be Egyptian and call on the God of the Israelites. We couldn't be Assyrians and call on the God of Israel. He's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not Ishmael, Esau, and and Elam. Go ahead, run the video.
Queuing it up now, sir. I got to make sure we can even play it. I don't want it to get clipped.
No
sir.
sweat, no sweat. But if you can see the picture, you can see the scarf. That's really all you need right there. That's the spirit of the whole thing right there, is that the brother is just confused. And blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you can't laugh at him because you are just as confused. You have been so confused in this empire because this world has given you everything but your identity. It gave you Christianity. It gave you Egyptology. It gave you being a Muslim. It gave you all the religions and the social constructs that you want to put yourself in. But the thing it won't give you, the thing you get back blackballed for, is the thing you made a covenant with. Is the thing that our king died for. He died for his people. And you are those people. And they will never give you that back, because that is the key to freedom. See, a lot of our people, they play sports and they do a job and people respect their jobs. But this job right here is a job that's not respected. It seems like you can't, just because you bounce a basketball, that don't mean you're going to the NBA. Just because you read the Bible, that doesn't mean you understand it. We have to stop looking for our people to be, leaders to the kingdom and just look for them to do their job. I respect Kyrie Irving as an excellent basketball player. He's phenomenal. Watch him. Tell your kids that play sports to watch him. He's excellent. But when it comes to God and serving the Lord, you look at the men in the I.S.U.P.K, because we are trained and we are professionals in it. Go ahead, Out.
Colin concert. That's about it on the story.
Oh, no sweat. Captain Kahan, you want to say something, sir?
Khan, it's a scripture where it says, "Give not thy glory to another." See if you can pull that scripture up. And there's also one. There's another scripture I want you to pull up. Can you get me in the Apocrypha Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 verse 19? Because this happens so much with our people. That's how you know we the Lord's chosen people. Because we always got to be front and center when it comes to somebody else's war or somebody else's political agenda or somebody else's religion, somebody else's flag. They always want to put that on us. You know what I'm saying? And we promote it to the highest level. You understand? That's what, once again, I said it before and I'll say it again. This is what legitimizes their struggle. When they have you, because we are the poster children for oppression. No other race of people, their story don't have the authenticity that our story has. You understand? When they think of oppression, they think of you. You understand? So this scripture here is important. I'm sorry, you got him, my brother?
Salaki, sir.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have it yet. 1 second.
Okay, all right. While he's getting that scripture, we'll continue on. You understand? But for those who out there listening, this is the prime example. And notice this. This is the irony of the whole situation. Amari Stoudemire is an ex-NBA player, and then Kyrie Irving is an NBA player. And General Katham he had a saying. He has a saying that I always love to hear him say when I was in D.C. and we was at camp in Baltimore and D.C. And he would always ask the general public of our people out there on the streets of America. He would always use a sports analogy. He would say, "Whose team are you on, black man? Whose team are you on, Hispanic man, Native American Indian man?" He always used that, and it's so true, because this is what we have to ask for in the game of life. Who are we playing for?
Who are we playing for? What team are we playing for? Who are you scoring for? Because we're losing right now. You understand? We're losing right now. You understand? And sports, we put our energy and effort into sports and excel at it. But sports, is a simulation of war. If you would want to look at it, keep going. I'm sorry. Go ahead and read that scripture, my brother.
Sir, this is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 3. Give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation.
You see that? And why is it saying that? Read it from the beginning. Say it one more time from the top. This is a beautiful scripture.
Sir, the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 3. Give not thine honor to another.
You understand? Don't give your honor unto another. The Lord is trying to tell you not to have solidarity with these nations. You understand? But to be in solitary of your own. Because where was the Palestinians when your people were being oppressed? Where were they? And I come to find out this past week that the Palestinians, they have $1 million industry over there, even in the Gaza Strip on olives. There's so many olives growing out. That's one of their cash crops. And they have an industry for their people. $1 million industry. We don't even own a toothpick factory that we can call this, that say this black owned nationwide. We don't even make our own toilet tissue. And here we are giving our strength unto another people. You understand? Keep going, my brother.
Sir. Nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation.
You hear that, man? That right here it fits us verbatim. It fits us verbatim. We give things that are profitable to us unto other nations. And you wonder why there's so many quote unquote culture vultures among us. Because we give the very thing that the Lord gave to us, our culture, our music, everything. I mean, our athletic ability. You know what I'm saying? Our thought processes, all these things. That's how America became great. That's how every empire became great, because we gave what the Lord gave to us that's supposed to only be for us to other people. And because we gave it to them, they're more profitable than you are.
Right.
I guarantee you there's a rich Palestinian multi-millionaire or billionaire that can buy an NBA team right now.
Sir.
You understand? This is why God is saying what he's saying in the Bible. These scriptures are undisputed. Kyrie Irving, we understand where his mind at on some level, because once again, he's trying to show, because once again, we the only one that recognize all these heathens' humanity, quote unquote.
Right.
We're the only one that's trying to recognize humanity. I saw some online today, yesterday, Stevie Wonder, he put out a PSA about love and how we need to love each other and things like that, and how he wants the war to stop. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta give that to us. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Captain. Like you want to bring something out?
Nah, sir. If I could, sir, the scripture that you just pulled was so heavy, because our honor is the talents that the Most High gave us. He's telling us to give all of our abilities that we have. You know, that everything that we've done, we have been inventors all over this earth, and we reap none of the benefits for the inventions. We have built everything, and we don't get $1 for it. Everybody else is getting rich off of us. And the Lord is telling us not to give our dignity and the strength that we have, our abilities that he's given us to them, because it's going to make them rich. You don't see the owners of the teams, you don't see their children trying to play the sports. No matter how much they enjoy watching it, they're not trying to get a scholarship. They're trying to get the ownership of the NBA passed down to them, the ownership of the team passed down to them. And that's what the Lord wants us to have. The Lord said, don't give them your strength. because it's making them rich and keeping you under them. And it's so heavy because the spirit that we put on ourselves is the spirit that the Lord see us in. You can be Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian, but you walk around here acting like an American. That's how he sees you. Like the men in the Bible, he saw them as the Egyptians and the Assyrians and as the Babylonians, because that was the gods they served. That was the gods they gave their strength unto. And the Most High said we went a whoring after these other nations because we gave them our strength. Give me that scripture when it said that we were being whores to the other nation for free.
Khan, sir. This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 16.
Yeah, just from that part.
Okay. Verse 33. They give gifts to all whores, but thou givest thy gifts to all thy lovers.
Listen, everybody else is making money, but you giving money. Everybody else is getting rich off of you, and you getting broke off of them. You're not a good worker. You're not a good. Now, what's the word we got to use? We can't even say sex. You're not a good pleasure worker. You're not a good pleasure worker because you're not making no money. You're hustling backwards. Keep going.
But thou givest thy gifts to all thy lovers.
But we giving everybody else our gifts. We giving them all of our talents. We giving them our back, our knees. You know how many NBA players are sitting down because they back and they knees been giving out? Them football players, them boxers, been beat up for what? Claps? For likes? For what? For their entertainment. You have been made a sport. But the Lord didn't make you to be in anyone's entertainment. He didn't make you for that. Finish that off.
And hirest them, that they may come unto thee on every side for thy whoredom. And the contrary is in thee from other women in thy whoredoms.
Keep going.
Whereas none followeth thee to commit whoredoms, and in that thou givest a reward, and no reward is given unto thee. Therefore, thou art contrary.
Listen, we have been so destroyed as a nation that we doing all this whoredom and nobody's following us to the whoredom. So we're the one destroyed. We're the one that the Lord is looking at to keep his laws. We're the one that the Lord is looking at to be the leaders of the nation, of the world, to teach everybody to uphold the reputation of the Most High. And what are we doing? We're shaming his name. We're shaming him. And this brother Kyrie, he has the zeal. He does. He has the zeal because he's at least willing to stand up and say something. He's trying, but he doesn't have the knowledge. He has the zeal, but not according to the knowledge. And that's fine. Listen, you can come up in here, brother, and you can get the knowledge the same way we got it. You can come up in here and get the knowledge the same way we got it because it's for you. Just take that thing off your head. So lock it.
Damn right, brother. Damn right. You saying it's so right, Cap. You understand? Like a lot of our people don't understand it, man. But what team are you on? You gotta understand. You gotta ask yourself that question: who am I playing for? Who am I? Who am I? You know, when I go, like, I mean, we keep giving these other nations all our strength, all our attributes, all the things about us. And guess what? They're gonna use you. They're gonna exploit. That's why you want to know why we are the most marginalized in America and abroad, and yet we're the most exploited because we keep giving everything to them. And then what happens after a while? They tell you your story now. They tell you what hurts. They tell you they get to describe the level of pain that you go through. You don't get to describe that. So if y'all want to move on, we can move on from the story if y'all want to.
Yeah, so I think we tore up on it. But so like, if I could, before we move on, that's why you need to come to the cookout this weekend. Get you some brotherhood, get you some good barbecue, because when we say gather yourself together, O nation not desired. We see we not desired by them. See, we got to take off our culture so that we can put on their culture. So now we take off who we are and put on kufis and dashikis and unks so we can be desired by them. But you got to remember that the pimp does not ever respect his hoes. He just wants the money from them. But guess what? You come to our cookout tonight, this week, we ain't asking you for no money. We're not asking you for nothing but for you to show up Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian and get you some good old brisket and some good old brotherhood and sisterhood, and we're going to have an outstanding time.
Damn right. And not only that, Captain Yadazar, Commander Junior Hunter got that lecture on World War III. He got that. Come on, man. You got Commander General Hunter. You listen to me tell you something. You missing a treat if you're not down there in Houston, Texas. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you don't know what time it is, you get down there with the I.S.U.P.K and under Commander Junior Hunter, and you get in that lecture, you're going to get educated. You're going to get a treat. You understand? You're going to get a treat because not only that, you're gonna get physically fed down there, and you're gonna get spiritually fed. And that's what we do in the school. We cover all bases. You understand? You're gonna get spiritually fed because you need it. You don't know what time it is. You understand? The Lord is getting ready to align you for rulership. That's what you gotta understand. And that is why you must observe the times in these different nations, how they're acting. God, let me tell you something. If I could just be brief before we move on. God is showing you where every nation is positioned right now with these wars. It's things that we didn't know, that it took these nations to go to war, that we just now finding out. We find just like that the Jewish lady on Twitter. I think she was on Twitter, Rosenberg, and she named all the different organizations. I'm sorry, she named all the different. I'm sorry, I'm getting some background. I don't know if that's I don't know what that is. Okay, Salaki, got a little background noise. She named all the Black organizations that the Jewish people funded. So what is that telling you? God is showing you that who has been compromised among your people. He's showing you. Because see, they didn't do it out of generosity. It's always strings attached. So now that there's wars breaking out, they're saying, well, you owe us for this. We did this for you. We did this for you. Now it's starting to make sense. Now you're starting to look at your Black leaders and your Black religious leaders and politicians and whoever. Now you're saying, oh, that's why you voted how you did in 1992. Oh, that's why you did. See, now all the answers, now it's starting to make sense now. He's starting to put the puzzle together because these people, these other nations, you're going to start to see whose pocket their money been going to. That's another thing that's getting ready to happen. You understand? The Bible says an enemy cannot be hid in the time of adversity. So this is why the Lord is showing you through these times. And Black people need to take, Black, Hispanic, Native American, Indian people need to take heed of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm done with that. We can move on if you want to, Captain Yadazar.
Let's move to the Methodist Church.
What's going on, Alpha?
Wow, sir. It's Wow, I don't want you. You said that
right, man.
To the Methodist Church.
Yeah, there's a method to the madness. We go into the Methodist Church, okay? The house of Satan.
Right.
One of the many houses of Satan. Yeah. Go ahead, my brother.
One of his party houses.
Right.
Good night. Shalom, sir. 261 Georgia congregations leave the United Methodist Church over a divide on LGBTQ issues.
Once again, the LGBTQ mafia has struck again. You understand? Once again, these churches, and listen, this is how you know we're getting closer to the end, because these churches and these religions that were once united are now being divided. You can't even the word United Methodist now is an oxymoron. You can't even say United Methodist no more. You understand? You know what I'm saying? That's not even part of the English language now. You can't even look that in a dictionary. You know why? Because they're divided now. Just like the United States, everything that's united is divided now.
Yikes.
Why is that? Because the Messiah is getting ready to come. You understand?
That's right.
These things here, the Lord is letting this happen to show you what time it is. That, and you know, the black church, once again, the so-called black church, these black organizations in the church, they split too. They've been hijacked. You understand? The LGBTQI movement and gained so much power. They don't even want to front no more. They're like, look, man, look, we taking over. We gonna say what the Bible say what we say. That's what happened when you give place to evil. And remember, the UPK prophesied this with the Southern Baptist Convention in Nashville. We went out there and prophesied and said that these things was gonna happen. Now look.
Yep.
And what happens when the veil is ripped? All the scandals start to come out. That's what's coming next. That's what they try. They're trying to make this peaceful. They're trying to say, well, look, you go your way and I go my way, and let's not ruffle no feathers. Because you know why? Them LGBTQI got a lot of secrets on a lot of those pastors. They got a lot of secrets. You understand? They got a lot of secrets, and they don't want it to come out. So they saying, look, you take half and we'll take half. But once again, what the Bible, give me that scripture where it says a house divided.
We ready. We got it.
Go ahead and pull it up. Go ahead and break it down, Yadazak. You got it.
Oh, no. So go ahead. You in it. Go ahead. Read that.
Okay.
Chapter 3, verse 25. And if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand.
You understand? That's simple. Construction. If you know anything about construction, you understand? A house has to have pillars to uphold it. And we talking about, let's just look at this from a spiritual aspect. If you got in your belief, there's every religion, they have certain pillars in their religion. Right. And if those, which is why going against these principalities are so important, because if you destroy those pillars of their quote unquote faith, they fall. They fall.
Right.
And a lot of these things have been upheld not by truth, but by religious dogma.
Salagi, sir.
Go ahead.
That's because they reading that God is all love, the new episcopal measure of love Bible.
That's
right. They're not reading the Bible. They reading the new international love and rainbow Bible. So the reason they don't have nothing, they don't have no truth that they standing on. They reading a watered down Bible in a watered down religion, and now they divide it. Because if you read the Bible tells you that the LGBT is against God. So if you standing for God, you can't stand with the LGBT. So that's the problem with them. They don't have a firm foundation. They built their foundation on sand, and it's raining.
Right. That's right. That's right, Cap. Like what you're saying is so right. And you're going to see more and more. Remember, the Lord said this in the scriptures. I'm paraphrasing. That the closer we get to the end, all works will be made manifest. You're going to see with every work, you're going to see all the things that you want to see. Okay, was this work of God? You're going to see it in these times.
Right.
You're going to see it. And here's the other thing about it. This is what they really want to tell you, because these organizations are built off lies. These religions are built off lies. Here's the other side that's what's going to happen. You're going to start to see violence. That's the other side of it that they don't even want to even talk about. Why? Because it was built off of violence. The Ku Klux Klan were Baptists. You know how many racist Methodists that you had, especially in the South and abroad? You know how many scandals happening in those churches? We in the time of Revelation. So it ain't just these celebrities being all these tell-all books and all these things coming out. Everything's coming out now. Why? Because we in the time of the end, brothers and sisters. And this is why, as they say, you have to get your house in order. It's time for us to get our house. And remember, give me that scripture. I'm sorry, finish that scripture up. And then give me that where it said the Lord said judgment going to begin in his sanctuary. Go ahead and finish reading that scripture, my brother.
This is the book of Mark. So like the book of Mark, chapter 3, verse 25. And if a kingdom be divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand. And if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand.
You understand? That's what you got to understand. That kingdom, what is that talking about? Governments. And here's one of the mysteries of Babylon. People say there's a separation of church and state. There's not a separation of church and state. The state upholds the church, and the church upholds the state.
Sir.
Now we get into principalities. Now, as the church falls, so goes the state. So goes the union. You understand? Because that is what props up. That's what props up the empire, the belief system or belief systems. Now we're getting close. Now we get into the building blocks. See, Christ had it already laid out. He spoke in parables for a reason. Do you understand? Which is why he told them, "My house is not of this world." You understand? So there's the United Methodist Church is divided now. Okay, let's get some more on that story. Can we get some more information on that story the story of the Methodist Church, my brother?
Khan, sir. If I could bring something out which is so heavy about what you just said, sir, if I may.
Damn right, you got it, boy.
Khan, it is one small statement that they definitely fulfilled in America. United they stand, you divided they fall, and they fell.
Damn right.
That's right.
Damn right.
Damn right. Damn right, Marah. Look, what you saying is so right. What you saying is so right. Because they understand the power of unity, which is why they need you, Kyrie Irving. They need you, Amari Stoudemire, to play your position. Because you have to uphold the belief system. That's what makes it. It's still a system. There's still certain markers in it that have to be fulfilled in order for it to work. But what happens when you start to withdraw? Hold that. Give me that scripture where Paul said that day not gonna come unless there be a falling away.
So like I said, I was waiting. I got that scripture in the chamber.
Come on, man. That's how you know we in the spirit. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know we in the spirit. You know what I'm saying tonight? Because once again, there's a river that flows through this Bible, man. That's a beautiful thing. Can we get some more on the story before we bring that scripture out if I can? I'm sorry, Marah, you might be on mute. You might be on mute, my brother.
Khan. So we got video footage as well.
Okay, let's get it.
Khan.
Congregations are leaving the United Methodist Church. 261 churches in the state chose to leave the denomination over its 2019 decision to ordain gay priests and conduct same-sex marriages. Their disqualification requests were accepted Saturday. 4 congregations that requested to split were denied, but for those who were successful, the separation will go into effect in November. Churches that leave the conference can no longer use the United Methodist name or the denomination's logo. Nearly 300 Georgia congregations are leaving the United Methodist Church. 261 churches in the state chose to leave the denomination over its 2019 decision to ordain gay priests and conduct same-sex marriages. Their disqualification requests were accepted Saturday. 4 congregations that requested to split were denied, but for those who were successful, the separation will go into effect in November. Churches that leave the conference can no longer use the United Methodist name or the denomination's logo.
You see that in November, right before quote unquote their Christmas. Can you imagine? It's gonna be a silent night. Okay, Okay? One of them want to put a halo over the white Jesus. The other one want to put a rainbow. See, we're going to get deep with this. We're going to get deep with this, brothers and sisters. Over 100 and some churches split. You understand? But you want to get mad at the UPK. See, once again, we have sound doctrine in here. We have a sound doctrine. We have a sound leader. Why? Because he's chosen by the Lord, a prophet of the Lord, Commander General YAHANNA. And guess what? There is what did the scriptures say? God is not the author of confusion.
I don't know what kind.
And in America, there's a bunch of confusion. They want to have fusion with all these religions and all these ideologies, but there's confusion.
Yep.
You see, brothers and sisters, this is why we must stop defying the Lord's convention.
Mm-hmm.
These heathens, they don't know how to serve the Lord, which is why he said in the scriptures, I'll give you another one. He said he didn't give his law unto another nation. He didn't give his word to a strange nation. They may have the book, but they don't have the word. Now that's a little bit more. That's a little bit more meat for those who don't understand. Because you can have that book, but when you don't have God's word, that's something totally different. You understand? That's something totally different. Having a book, a representation of his word, and having his word are two different things. And Jacob is the one who has his word. You understand? The Lord said he's going to write this on our hearts. You understand? We're the only one that's able to perform God's judgment and God's laws, statutes, and commandments to the T. We're the only ones that can do that. Why? Because it was given to us. Not to them. So like, I yield.
Go ahead,
Khan, sir. If I may, the problem with them is, see, one side of the church believe it was Adam and Steve, and the other side believe it should be Adam and Eve, and that's the goddamn problem. Well, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm going to say you absolutely right. That's why this scripture say this right here. Read what that scripture say.
The book of 2 Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 3. Let no man deceive you by any means.
Listen, don't believe in the Adam and Steve. Don't be deceived by the Adam and Steve. Don't let nobody deceive you. Don't let Big Mama deceive you. Don't let the Methodist pastors and the preachers deceive you. Don't